You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Alright, and welcome back to the PAZNIA Radio Network, a special Cypherpunk Conversations Thursday transmission. I'm DJ Brian FreeRobot, and I'll be your host, your navigator today. Coordinator Rayo is apparently off doing something more important, and so he proverbially locked me in the Veritas studios with a good bonus of hash oil. But, if you want to get his attention, a great way is to visit xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio and leave him a Nero donation, along with a message for the PAZNIA Radio Network. Now, you may be asking, what in Satan's robot tits is the PAZNIA Radio Network doing live today? This isn't Saturday or Monday. No, it is not. But thanks to the recent running of the PAZNIA Football League advertisement and concomitant launch, Coordinator Rayo's schedule has opened up a little bit. There turned out to be more demand for lamb and goat fill-ins than what was expected. Of course, goats and lambs have some handicaps when it comes to football. Thumbs, catching, throwing are obvious ones. But they don't need pads or a helmet, and let me fucking tell you, chuck some grain dust in the direction of the ball carrier, and it's game fucking over. Anyway, that's why the PAZNIA Radio Network is live today, for Cypherpunk Conversations Thursday. The docket is as follows. First off, this past Saturday, Thane had an incredible discussion with Dave, formerly of Start 9, on Cloak and Dagger. As you would expect, it's full of practical knowledge, but the kicker is the philosophical and foundational aspects that Dave lays down throughout the show. If you caught it live, listen again. If you haven't, don't go anywhere. Then, we'll dive into the Vonu podcast archives. First is episode 107, an update on Second Realm strategy with the infamous Smuggler and Frank Braun, released on February 21st, 2021. Followed by Vonu podcast 63, The Fog of Crypto War, again with Smuggler, released on December 6, 2019. As always, PAZNIA deprogramming will be intermixed throughout, and towards the end of the transmission you'll hear all three installments of Letters of Can, aka SW, co-founder of the Bitcoin privacy wallet, Samurai, who began a 5-year prison sentence this past December. Please enjoy, follow up on what's discussed throughout, and support the PAZNIA Radio Network in any way you can. We greatly appreciate it. Cheers. DJ Brian FreeRobot out.
The Vonu Insurance Company, ensuring your liberation. If there's one universal certainty, it's that life comes at us all quite unexpectedly. 1 second, you're making sweet love to your freemate, inside the homemade polyethylene, a tent. Mount Vesuvius is nearing eruption and bam. In comes a 40-foot oak tree, a good fucking day to you from the Siskiyou. It's moments like those you wished you had Vonu insurance. Or this very real example, you took Rayo's advice and decided to join a ghetto. One night you discover that your homeless meth head neighbor jacked your fucking shopping cart and the few belongings you owned to obliterate whatever remaining brain cells he had left. For the very low cost of 666,666 satoshis, or equivalent value in Monero per day, this near disaster could have been quickly remedied by the caring Freedom Pioneer support team here at the Vonu Insurance Company. Got an e-bike to insure. A decommissioned aircraft carrier. Maybe you've cracked the code to anti-gravity and built your own identified flying object. No venture or item is too big or too small. Prepare ahead and get under the umbrella of protection only the Vonu Insurance Company can provide. Minimize your stress, curtail risk, and outsource your liberation today, while we take your hard-earned money for doing fuck all. Just visit VonuInsured.com, fill out the intake form, and a dedicated member of our Freedom Pioneer support team will be in touch within 24 hours or 30 days. Again, VonuInsured.com. The Vonu Insurance Company, ensuring your liberation.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. DJ Brian FreeRobot here with a message from the PAZNIA Department of Freedom. Did you know, PAZNIA is much more than just the greatest radio network in existence. Founded in 2020, the Free Republic of PAZNIA is a burgeoning, worldwide parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, freedom, and voluntarism. We're building out a network, and subsequent map and directory, of homesteads and farms, van nomad squat spots, guerrilla gardening plots, local health food stores, potential opportunities for alternative home bases, and much more, anything else that would be useful and necessary for a self-liberator. Beyond that, we have various departments, such as our Department of Transportation and Department of Communications. Each department is pursuing its own goals, in this case, a decentralized logistics and supply network, and mesh networking as examples, respectively. We'll build out some public features, but PAZNIA is at its core a vetted network. And the first step is to become an honorary stakeholder. Features include discounts to other businesses/hustles in the Agora, access to the Second Realm network of non-coercers, a PAZNIA ID card, PAZNIA stickers and pens, a digital self-liberation bundle via Liberty Under Attack publications, a PAZNIA flag, and a shirt and a coffee mug or a hat. The full stakeholder donation is $333, but there are various tiers, $3, $55, and $99 if the budget is understandably tight. Your donation will go towards the expansion of the PAZNIA network and is a way for us to only get folks who will put their money where their mouths are per se. And you get some great advantages in return. To become an honorary stakeholder, visit paznia.com/stake. Again, paznia.com/stake. Bitcoin, Monero, and fiat accepted. Thanks so much for tuning into the PAZNIA radio network. Let's get back to the deprogramming. DJ Brian FreeRobot out.
And now, back to Cloak and Dagger with host Thane Riddle.
Hi. The robots have made the sounds, and now we are back. Don't forget, boss, in a half hour we'll be taking call-ins. I believe our guests will be here for their call-ins. You can go to PAZNIA.com/call2 in a half hour when we start taking call-ins. If you'd rather talk to us through text, go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio to get into the chat room. Today our guest is Dave. Who the fuck is Dave? Dude, tell him about yourself, Dave.
Yeah, man. My name's Dave of the Croissant family, or it's my sister KV Trust, or whatever the fuck that is. Are we allowed to curse on here?
No, you can only say nigger and talk about having sex with children, but it can't be a joke.
Damn, okay. Well, I do have to say, I'm a fan of the show. I like the cut of your jib, Thane. You say the right things, and I
You mean
appreciate
nigger
that.
and having sex with children?
Well, I'm, typically referencing the content
calls
that you
to
speak about
violence.
in general, but
Calls to violence, terroristic threats, insurrection, sedition. That's good. So what the hell's the croissant family?
it's we come into this earth and we're given these certificates of birth by our parents who don't really understand. They're informing on us with the state, and that's a whole rabbit hole that I'm, somewhere down, but trying to figure that whole situation out. I don't know how far down that one you are.
Oh, is the croissant family like a family?
So this is my family name, yeah. So we would generally say first name, last name, right, as the government wants us, which is our legal fiction. But I try to differentiate myself since I'm a man and not a dead legal corporate body.
So you say croissant Dave?
Or I mean, it's kind of it's every man's choice how he wants to present himself, right? So we can be first name, last name. We can be of the family name, of the family clan, of you can call yourself Polka Dot Bob, whatever you want to be.
Isn't that kind of gay though? Like guys presenting themselves.
if that's how you want to think about it, I guess.
You said something else besides croissant family. I didn't really make it out.
The Sesta KV Trust.
The hell's that?
So this is the that is the question. Now it's actually kind of difficult. I'm not going to be able to explain this to you, and I don't claim to be an expert in this area, but what I can tell you is that there is a notion of what's known as a Sesta KV Trust, which was started, from what I can tell, after the Great Fires in London in 1666, which is an interesting number. And the gist of it is that this is when the laws of the waters, the maritime law, came onto the land for the first time, such that the crown could start. The excuse, at least, was because there were so many dead, and their property needed to be held in a state so that heirs and so forth, so on and so forth, could be found. And so this is the first time that the commercial law, or the law of the water, was applied on land to men and women who traditionally are not subject to, and in all reality are not subject to commercial laws. And we've sort of had a increasingly worse problem with what people commonly call the law, but what is really, statutes, codes, and things of that nature, other legal fictions and sorcery, ever since, for the last 300 and something years now.
It sounds kind of like Freeman on the land stuff.
Yeah, and again, men will present themselves in different ways, so some might call them free men on the land, some might call them, I just like to call myself a man. That's
well, trusts are the new thing. I've been hearing about that lately.
Yeah, this is something been around a long time, and my favorite way to understand and explain this is that trust law is essentially another way to explain natural law, universal law, karmic law, the golden rule. All these things are basically the same. They have tons of names. They're taught by every major philosophy and spiritual school, around the world in some form or fashion. And the idea is, if we think about it, my favorite way to think about it is like with a car salesman, right? So we typically think of, or we have this idea, at least where I'm from, of this kind of scummy car salesman. And the reason is that you are going to this car salesman because you're looking to purchase a product, and you want to have a good product for a good price. And what often has happened, at least in the modern world, is that the trust has been reversed. So the trust is being placed by the purchaser in the salesman to help them get what they're looking for. And the salesman takes that trust and uses it to their advantage to make money on that sale, when really they should be helping them to find the product that they need at a good price. And then the benefit will come to them you know, via the, you know, win-win side type of contract, right? So the basics of a trust is there's generally three parts. There's the trustee, the grantor, and the beneficiary. Okay, so every trust is made up of those three things. Even in the legal world, they generally are explained in the same way. The grantor is the creator of the trust, and they will provide that trust with property. Okay, so for example, maybe I say I want to put into trust a piece of land, okay, and I want the beneficiary to be, say, my grandkids, okay, and I will place that land in the trust of, for the trustees, the my kids or the parents of those grandchildren. Okay, so there's three parties. The grandchildren are the ones for whom the trust is just a contract, and it can, you know, it's a spiritual contract, but it's often also written down for clarity, and you know, humans like to be able to read things on, and you know, for understanding. And so this contract is between these three parties. The grantor is wanting to give this property for the benefit of the grandchildren, who are the beneficiaries, and then the trustees, the kids / parents, are the ones who maintain and control that property, despite the fact that they do not own it. So the property actually belongs to the contract, the trust. And then if you're in what's known as the United States of America, the Article 1, Section 10 says that private contracts are sacrosanct. And so this should be, and is in the spiritual world, but is maybe not so much in the practical sense a lot of the time, completely above any authority claimed by the state. Okay, so trust is a much deeper and more meaningful, in my opinion, at least, and from what I can tell, this is based in the fabric of reality, kind of contract or way of treating each other and maintaining property.
Whoa. That's like, this is like, it's like Gnostic stuff. Neo sees the code of the Matrix and all that crap. Truman Show. Anyway, before you were known for working for Start9 Labs, now you don't anymore, but everyone just says Dave, formerly of Start9, so it just follows you.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to do with it all anymore? Like you contribute to their open source projects or anything?
You know, I poke my head in every now and then. I do sort of maintain a package for the ecosystem. I'm, you know, I don't have anything
Which
bad
package?
to say about this is the Monero package.
Oh,
I think I had a couple more going, but I want to say they're kind of defunct. They were just sort of playing around with some stuff, but the great group of guys, highly intelligent, some of the best people I've ever worked with. Don't have anything bad to say about them. Would be nice to see some OS updates, but I'm sure they'll get
yeah,
back
I was
on
going
the
to bring
saddle
that
at
up.
some point.
Because on GitHub, I'm seeing lots of activity when it comes to putting out the so-called alpha pre-releases, but it looks like the last, I guess, stable release was like from 2023.
Oh yeah.
What is this, Debian? What's going on here?
And it is based on Debian, so it's actually, you know, the underlying is
the new Debian stable's been out since August or something.
Right. So. Yeah. So I mean, it's a bit of a concern that they're wanting to, you know, put this thing together, and they've sort of rewritten it again for the I think this is about the third time, hopefully the last. But it's unfortunate that the users are kind of left by the wayside for the last couple of years. It's a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, that's their $300 value support, lifetime support. Now, do you want to say what happened with you guys? Why you don't work with them anymore?
It was, I want to say it was a mutual agreement. I mean, we sort of had.
Oh, you were like a slave, like you needed their permission to leave.
Well, I mean, the gist of it was that I wasn't exactly happy in the position that I was in. I was hoping to do some different things, and they were not looking to have me move into that part of the
what did you want to do?
I wanted to work more in the underlying OS, so I wanted to do more Rust development. and they basically needed me to remain as head of communications and support team, stuff like that.
Oh no.
I did wear a lot
I
of
can
hats.
see
Everyone
why.
there wears a lot of hats. It's a startup, but
Yeah.
yeah. So it was a bit stressful, and we kind of just parted ways on good terms. I mean, I'm technically was a contractor that no longer has a contract, so the door's not exactly closed. And like I said, great guys. They're still friends of mine. We
Right.
talk often. So.
Now, tell us about what you've been into since you left Start9 Labs.
Well, I went back to school. I thought it would behoove
God.
me to become a better engineer, and I was not structuring myself well enough to put myself in that position. So I decided to go for some more structure and get some more mathematics and technical training under my belt. So that's what I've been doing. I also teach privacy and security classes with a crew called privacyacademy.com. Really great guys. Also met them many years ago at a freedom-related event down in Texas, and we kind of hit it off. And so I've been teaching some classes there, which is fulfilling while I up my skills and hopefully help to build some freedom tech going forward.
What do you teach there at Privacy Academy?
So it's I teach what we call the advanced classes, but we start, so the fundamentals or the basic classes are very introductory. So this is for anyone who's maybe even uncomfortable using a computer at all. Okay, maybe struggle just to do some basic tasks. We can introduce the tools that you would need to use your machine, and more importantly, not be used by your machine. Okay, so when we use, for example, an operating system that puts ads directly at that operating system level, that machine is using you. It is literally, so our attention, we say we pay attention, right? This is currency. How do we spend our time? So the people that are putting things like advertisements directly into your operating system where you have to see them all the time, they are I would say they're stealing your attention, but it's sort of voluntary, right?
Yeah.
It's a fine line. It's hard to say, when something's being really truly imposed and when something is a choice. It does seem to be a choice, but
I
also,
would say, like when patents are seized for national security reasons and then like handed to a big tech corporation, or like, the state hands them property or clearly treats them in a special way or has their own agents working there. It's like that's where the force enters the equation. It indirectly affects things. It distorts like how likely people are to be using this stuff. Like these guys shouldn't even exist.
Yeah,
basically.
absolutely. I mean, yeah, and the thing is, so one thing I was hoping I was going to get the chance to say today is that the power of individual action. So, I mean, anybody at these companies who's in a position to say no could just start saying no. I mean, it's probably at the point where that's the end of your job there, but individual action is what creates all
workers
change.
take over the factory.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others.
Classic. Now what is your, beyond the Privacy Academy thing, like what is your sort of, how do privacy and security fit into your life and mindset besides that?
Privacy and security specifically, that's a great question. I mean, so the way that I treat it is that privacy and security for each and every man and woman should be the default. And what I mean by that is, so for example, if we, you'll hear people all the time say, I got nothing to hide, or I don't care about privacy and security. And then they go home and they close their blinds, right? They don't want people looking in the window, and they lock their door. Okay, well, that's privacy and security. So clearly you care about it. And what needs to be understood, perhaps, or and I think it is more and more these days, is that the digital realm and the physical realm, while different, are certainly mirror reflections of each other. And so, I think that as I was saying, I think that privacy and security should be the default for each man and woman. And from there, they should have the choice and they do ultimately, how they want to present or reveal themselves. You can take that innuendo whichever direction you want. But it should be each man's choice how they want to reveal things to others, share things with others that, for example, I love the example of if you take a photo, say on your phone, that's your property. Okay. You created that. You are the creator of that property. And it should not go directly to some faceless institution with whom you agreed to hundreds of pages of terms and service that you didn't read and wouldn't understand if you did read, for them to do with what they like. You're essentially just giving your property to them. Instead, we should have the complete control over that property and choose exactly who we want to share that with. For example, friends and family, with the case of a photo, maybe.
Yeah, dude. These dumb boomers should just learn what end-to-end encryption is, sort of, just a little bit. But I guess that's what we're here for. I've thought about doing courses. I heard there's a lot of money in courses. Everyone seems to be doing that. I should probably do that. Anyway, is it gonna piss you off if I ask you a bunch of stuff about Start 9?
I wouldn't say so. I certainly wouldn't be the most up to date on what's going on there.
Neither are they, because their last stable release was 2023. Tell us about Start 9 Labs, because there are people who probably haven't even heard of it, who founded it, how it got its name, and all that fun stuff.
Oh man, the name one is it's not my favorite because it's takes a moment to explain. So what I would probably just encourage you to do is to go to the website where I think the about section.
It's a cool story.
Yeah,
trust me.
It's a fun story, but I've told it so many times that I think I'd rather just direct you to their website to check it out, especially since I don't represent or represent them anymore.
But who runs it now?
Yeah, so there were 4 original co-founders, 2 of whom still are there day to day running and working. And that is Matt and Aiden, and they are both the CEO and CTO, or chief engineer, respectively. Both highly respectable guys. Again, these are really quality people. And they, I couldn't tell you dates or anything at this point, but it was, I want to say, a year before I got there. They got started basically in an apartment. And they got a little bit of investment down the road, and they've been sort of, developing this thing ever since then. Rewrote it twice. Once, right as I was getting there, we were prepping to release, and then while I was there, a second rewrite, and now this big third rewrite, which, I mean, a lot was learned while I was there.
Why?
So
why did this happen?
Why did this happen? I could only give you my perspective, and I would honestly prefer not to.
That's fine. I understand.
And the reason isn't because I have nasty things to say or anything like that. I just prefer to speak to ideas and concepts and not of people and what other folks are doing.
I kind of feel the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for the listeners who don't know, Start 9, they have an open source operating system called, I guess it's Debian based, called the Start OS. It's supposed to make self-hosting cool stuff easy, whatever, fucking cryptocurrency nodes or Nextcloud or something. And they also sell servers that have them on it, have Start OS on it already, and they sell support. That's basically it, right?
Yeah.
Now, do they buy somebody else's SBC and resell it, or is that custom fabricated or something?
So when I was there, I was doing a lot of the hardware R&D, and when I first got there, they were using the Raspberry Pi, and it was sort of,
I remember that.
Yeah, it was sort of a great proof of concept, and we quickly ran into some serious problems when we outgrew the SD card, which was pretty quick, right? Because you're talking about Bitcoin nodes and Nextcloud storage and things like this.
Right.
We tried to, like every other, to paint the landscape a little bit better, There was Start9 Labs working on StartOS, and there was also a slew of Bitcoin node projects and companies. StartOS or Start9 was always trying to make the personal server and not specifically a Bitcoin node. Now,
Right.
as a result of Bitcoiners generally being the most happy-go-lucky to jump into this, and the existing home lab crew already on Proxmox for the last 5 years or whatever it was, 10 years, as a result, they kind of got lumped in with all those Bitcoin node projects. And so they ended up catering to those needs a lot of the time. And, developers were coming in from Bitcoin related projects and packaging their stuff for Start9. So it quickly sort of became a part of that. And I don't remember why I went on that tangent, but
I asked you if is this custom hardware that they're getting fabricated?
Right. So we attempted, like every other Bitcoin node project, to basically just strap HDs or hard drives to the Raspberry Pi.
Yeah.
And I want to say that we were one of the first to figure out that was problematic. That was causing I/O problems, especially with heavy read-write operations like syncing blockchains, right?
Why is that?
It's because the Raspberry Pi, so it was using, if I recall, we were using USB, and the controller for that was there was some finickiness. I don't know if it was in firmware or in the Linux kernel. I don't exactly remember the details of that problem, but it was.
Did you look into something other than USB? Like, I don't know, can you do that through GPIO pins or some other PCI?
So the Raspberry Pi 5 added, if I recall, a PCI lane, which I don't think the Raspberry Pi 3 had. Are we on 3 or okay. Are we on 4 or 5?
I don't know.
Yeah, anyway, you get the idea. The latest one is a better piece of hardware for this. But regardless, they ended up moving as a result of this to essentially the Nook form factor mini PCs.
Right.
And because that was a transition from ARM to x86, that allowed the installation on basically any old machine that folks will have laying around, laptops and old desktops and things, which is really ideal for the community. And they blew up at that time.
It's good to support at least those two architectures, I would say.
Definitely.
Now, so it's custom fabricated, but it's not an open hardware project, is it?
No. So
why not?
Well, yes and no. So as you, I'm sure, are aware, open hardware is a difficult problem. None of us own a forge. None of us are even remotely close to being able to fund the production of a forge. There are garage forges. I shouldn't cut that dream down, but they are, they're making chips that are competing with chips from 50 years ago. So it is a difficult problem. Now, when I was there, we teamed up with originally with Purism, and we were using their devices. And the reason is that they were using that open bootloader. I can't remember which. I think it was based on LibreBoot.
They're all based on LibreBoot, whatever.
Far enough down. But anyway, went with that for a while. That was that ended up being a rough relationship and shifted to.
Well, I'm happy to say something bad about them. Purism sucks. Everybody knows it.
I will say that that became a problematic relationship. I'll leave it at that. And so then moved to basically just buying our own stuff off from a mass-produced stuff from China, which is where it's all ultimately coming from. And now one thing I'll say, we had mentioned the two architectures, ARM and x86. This was Aiden, the CTO, is a big fan of, and from the beginning, from day one, had wanted to architecture this with RISC-V in mind, which I always thought was really cool. And they are, I hope, will be moving in that RISC-V direction now that RISC-V chips are starting to kind of approach some, stability and usability at this point.
If they want a partner, maybe they should try like a Pine 64 board. They got a RISC-V board.
We did look at now it wasn't the RISC-V board at the time. What was it?
Yeah, that was kind of,
they had a rock chip or something.
yeah.
And we tinkered around with that. But yeah, I don't know if they had a RISC-V chip. I don't know if I'm
It
familiar.
only
with
came
what
out
you're
a few
talking
years
about.
ago.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't recall a RISC-V from them, so maybe that wasn't available at the time.
Yeah, it's one of their newer projects.
Okay.
But they seem like I have like a good opinion of them so far. Not that I've had the business partner with them.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by the range of things they do, like trying to
They
make
put
it
stuff
open
up fast. They work fast, and they
Yeah.
make it cheap somehow.
for sure. Yeah.
I
I guess they go direct to the slave shops.
Yeah, I think so. Now, how repairable do you think the hardware is that they're selling at Start 9 right now?
I mean, it's going to be about as repairable as a mini PC gets. You know, if you have a
Right.
drive failure, you can replace the drive. If you need RAM, which I don't believe we might have had one unit the whole time I was there that had bad RAM, and we just sort of handled that as an RMA.
You need a soldering iron to replace the RAM?
No, it was not at the time. I'm not sure what their current PC offering is, but at the time, no, it was just replaceable.
Yeah, okay. What do you think are StartOS's strengths and weaknesses, like relative to the alternative self-hosting things?
I think it is built properly. So I think the foundation is a lot of thought has gone into building this to be a general purpose personal server that is easy to use. I don't think because of the cons of the current version, which hopefully they're going to work out in the next version, because of the current cons, I don't think it actually is quite easy enough to use yet. I think it is definitely easy enough to use for those who are properly motivated and willing to, read the manual, which is, not difficult to read. It's not highly technical. It's approachable, step by step. Do this 1, 2, 3. If you have some motivation, it's easy enough to use.
Well, it comes with
However,
support. At least if you buy a thing from them, or you buy support, you can just buy support from them, I think.
yeah, and the support when I was there was top tier. I would presume it still probably is. They are probably tired of telling people that the feature that they want is still an unknown amount of time away, because I was frustrated telling people that at the time. So I'm sure that they're
tech support is not a nice job.
No. We did get a lot of praise, though. We had some really incredible people that we'd talk to. You'd start with it being a support call, you'd fix the problem, and then you'd have another 15-minute conversation just about freedom or Bitcoin or whatever. So
nice.
It was a really great community. It's still is, but I stepped away from it a little bit just so I could focus elsewhere.
Yeah. What do you think are the best alternatives to StartOS, and how do they stack up?
Honestly, I think it's Proxmox. I think you have to.
A lot of people like that.
You have to basically build it yourself to do it better. TrueNAS would be another one. And honestly, with the community scripts, are you familiar with the Proxmox community scripts?
Not really. I've heard a lot of talk about it these days, though.
It's really good. It can be intimidating to lift the hood on your computer, which is what I call going into the terminal. However, they really, you're placing some trust. If you don't know how to read these scripts, you're placing quite a bit of trust in the authors. However, they are all open source, so you can put eyes on it. But they really make Proxmox just it's like a dream compared to having to sort out what all these things mean and basically become a systems administrator in order to have a home server. So the Proxmox community scripts, I think, is an amazing project. One of the coolest things in recent memory.
I mean, even when you're a good systems administrator, that shit gets old.
Oh, for real.
While.
Yeah.
You want as much time savers as possible. Maybe when you're young and you're whatever, I'll use Arch Linux for a year, and my part-time job will be troubleshooting my own operating system, whatever. That used to be fun once, but
Yeah.
Now
I
I'm
mean,
just
the
tired.
beauty, I will, every day I am both frustrated and just overjoyed with the open source world. Every day it's just up and down.
Yeah.
Like, for example, this software that we're speaking over right now is a beautiful thing. Arch Linux is now easy to use in various distributions. So,
What?
in
Oh, you
fact,
mean this was based on Arch Linux?
so for example,
It doesn't count.
the number one consumer selling Linux device of all time is the Steam Deck, which is based on Arch Linux. So,
well, yeah,
I mean, they probably sold what, 1 million units or something.
that's a different distro then. At that point, though, Steam OS or whatever the hell they call it.
You could say that, but you can drop into a KDE desktop, and it is for the user. I mean, they're not even going to know what Arch Linux is.
Well, Valve's done a lot of great work.
Absolutely, yeah.
on the
There's a
on the
running
Linux
joke, I
ecosystem.
believe, in that community that the CEO of Steam or Valve or whatever it is,
Gaben.
yeah, we'll just basically fix everything that's wrong with Arch and the Linux kernel at some point.
I wouldn't be surprised. And that segues into what I was going to say anyway, which is I think the source of our frustrations with the open source community, if you want to call it that, commie bullshit, or decentralized networks, or whatever, lack of monetization. That's the problem.
I think that's part of it. I think also a lot of people are more than happy to put together some slop just because they can make something work, that they take no pride in making it resilient or thinking deeply about what they're building. They would rather just use whatever framework or tool will make the widget spin on the screen. And that results in a lot of projects that last 3 months, that create hype trains and maybe even raise money, and then ultimately just disappear or are useless or get hacked in various ways.
Yeah, and that's true too of like the corporate stuff.
Oh,
so
totally. Yeah,
that's
certainly not excusing.
And that's not going anywhere now with AI developing, automating some of it, it's going to get worse, I think.
Oh yeah, that's a whole that's adding a whole new layer of slop on top of the slop that I'm continuously disappointed by. But there's we've got all these rays of light in these other software projects, so it is nice.
What are your favorite examples?
Favorite examples, I mean, it's tough, right? So I guess my favorite example is Linux. I mean, Linux runs the internet. Nobody even knows what Linux is. If you walk into a bar and ask 10 people, they might know associate it with nerds or something, but they don't realize that they just used it at the credit card terminal and they pumped gas with it. And I think that's probably the biggest open source victory is maybe Linux. But there's all kinds of other examples. I mean, as far as popularity and bringing a useful tool to the masses, I think Signal Messenger was a big deal and is a big deal. But there's, I mean, a lot of the people that I meet that work on projects, even like smaller projects, often will, be inspiring to me as well. I'm trying to think of someone off the top of my head, but
just say me.
Well, of course, I wasn't familiar with your tech projects.
I don't have any yet,
but I'm sure they're stellar.
I'm trying to monetize a reticulum mesh network thing, something like that.
Yeah,
but
Reticulum is a good example. Actually, there's a project that's attempting to build things properly from the beginning and puts a lot of care into it. So that's a good example.
You ever run into many folks who install StartOS on a VPS?
We got asked about that a lot, but I'm not sure if we generally sort of told people that was not the best idea. So I'm sure someone has done it, but I'm not really familiar with how popular that is.
I feel like there's potential there because, like, if you try to, there isn't a whole lot of like retards who use servers or whatever with shared web hosting, whatever. They're like used to using cPanel and stuff. Like they need something. They need something open source that doesn't, suck, like WebMin or whatever. Like it can't be that. That can't be the answer.
And I will say that if you are not technical and you want to stand up Onion services, which is Tor hidden services, basically websites over the Tor network. If you want to stand that up and you're non-technical, then, and that's all you care about is Onion access, then maybe StartOS on a VPS is a helpful thing for you.
I think it could be helpful. I haven't poked around much with StartOS, but I have a feeling it could fulfill a need there that, you know, it's funny they're not talking more about that side of it, because like trying to get like fucking Webmin or Cockpit or whatever working for somebody who it doesn't give them what they want.
Right. And the reason that we were shying away from encouraging the VPS use is that if you are not wanting to access your device strictly over Tor, the only other option under the current version of the OS is .local access, which requires you to be on the same network. And you not, as you would like to, do that via a VPN like WireGuard. Okay, and the reason is that the MDNS aliasing that each service uses to create its own onion address is well, it's a public key basically. It's used on both .local and .onion. Reaching that across layer 3 is not possible, so that can't be done. You could potentially do it with something like zero tier. I don't know if anybody's tried that. I could see that potentially working. But MDNS aliasing in general, even just on zero tier, is a lower level version essentially of Tailscale, if you're familiar with that.
Oh.
So Tailscale is built on WireGuard, and I think it has 2 or 3 competitors. They're all basically WireGuard overlay networks with some, you know, friendly UIs and things like that. Zero tier is lower level, so it is creating direct links between machines and putting them on an overlay network that it creates at that lower level.
All right. Let me ask you this. What do you think? Oh, by the way, you motherfuckers can call in if you want to. PAZNIA.com/call too, and you can talk to us and stuff. And you can also say stuff in the chat. I guess no one really said anything in the chat. It was a picture of ashwagandha. U-Theory brand ashwagandha. Ted asks, is this our populist brand? The answer is yes. U-Theory is like it's like a child having sex with children dog whistle thing. So yeah, I think that is one of ours. It's a libertarian brand. Anyway, what do you think user-friendly self-hosting projects should be doing more right now going forward?
Maybe think more like the user. I don't know. It's tough because there should be an expectation that each man or woman that wants to use some freedom technology put the care and effort into learning just the basics, just what you need to understand what you're doing. Like there's this we've built the whole World Wide Web on this concept of you should be able to blindly and dumbly click and make the widget spin and get the dopamine, and you know it's and then monetize that, and that has just been horrific to watch, you know, compared to the days when everyone was hosting their own content on their machine and then subscribing, or you know, publishing that content and subscribing to other people's content. I much prefer that model, and I think we basically have to return to that, because we've given all our digital property and all our digital infrastructure over to institutions that just do not care about the user at all, certainly not their freedom or their right to choose. And, you know, I just go on about that for a while.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, we need to get the user back into the position where they're the customer rather than the product. But with that said, I don't think you're ever going to stop people from being like dumb and needing big fucking buttons or whatever. I think we just need to design for that. And if we have money coming in, you know, then we can get people to focus on that who are good at it because they're not like totally autistic or whatever.
Yeah, I think there has to be some middle ground. I mean, you can't be neutral on a moving train, right? You can't sit around and be dumb anymore. That's not an option, or your branch of this species is gonna go extinct. And you could say that's their problem or what have you. But when there's people who actively want to encourage and accelerate that extinction, then it becomes problematic. So
Sure.
I think that you're 100% correct. We do have to make this as easy as possible, but we also need to, while we're holding the hand, we need to be like, look, this is how you fish. I'm not going to give you fish because it's not sustainable. It's not scalable. There's no way that we forward the species if we don't, bootstrap ourselves, right?
Yeah. I'm not so sure that stupid people are going to go extinct, though. I think we're always going to have that. I think we're always going to have like specialization where like only a few of us are smart or like have the balls to like kill somebody to defend ourselves or whatever. But the answer is just to give the market forces the tools that they need to get the right people into place, protecting the hen house instead of the wolves guarding the hen house.
It does all seem to go back to the movie Idiocracy, right? Where the stupid people are producing 10 kids per couple, and the intelligent people are not reproducing at all. And so we end up with
it's a good movie, man.
Completely moronic society. I mean, it gets better every year. I watch it every now and then. It just gets more and more classic.
I think that like dumb people have a use. That's why there's so many of them. Like they do all the hard work. I can't imagine being smart and being a hard worker at the same time almost. Well, actually, that's not true. But they're people who are smart and hard workers are prone to very specific tasks, like repetitive tasks. They have like obsessive personalities. Innovators are a different animal. They don't want to do the same thing over and over again. But we don't need a world full of innovators. That's just stupid. It doesn't work.
Yeah, I think it's like different strokes for different folks.
Yeah. I think stupid people have use, and they should be protected by the right people like me. Anyway, we got YouTube comments from HBO star Jason Henza. One, he thinks his buddy Chris left Start9 for a similar reason. Fascinating anecdote. Wait, what was the reason again? Oh yeah, not the right role. Yeah, I mean, shit, who wants to be tech supporters? I mean, that sucks. And comment two, he still has his Start9 Pi. Was a fun toy for about 3 months.
Yeah, Chris is a great guy, a good friend of mine. He's working with the Core Lightning team now. He's on the.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he's working with their team.
Right, he got poached by all the Bitcoin people who came in to the Start9 ecosystem.
You could say that. I think he would call himself a Bitcoin people, so it probably wasn't really a hard pull, I don't think.
Yeah. All right, let's see what stupid notes I have for this interview. Now I think now how do you think Start9's business model worked out?
I mean, as far as I understand it, they're doing even better than when I was there. So it is working out from a financial perspective. I think they're doing fine. They also are, from the get-go, we're Bitcoin native. And so if you want to look back several years at where Bitcoin was, you could take a guess at how they've done with that, keeping cash in Bitcoin instead of dollars.
Oh, right.
And then going forward, I think they have some really great ideas on how to scale and do some other things that I wouldn't be comfortable mentioning just because I don't think they're public knowledge.
That's cool. I'm glad to hear that.
So yeah, I think they're some of the most intelligent people I've ever met, and I think they're gonna do well, but it is a frustrating period for them.
Yeah. I've always had a vaguely high opinion of Start9. Why is it a frustrating period?
Because I don't like sitting around and having. So, for example, if you were to go on their GitHub, I am quite certain there are issues that were opened before I was there that were addressable, but were kicked to, like a lot of things were kicked to this idea of, well, we're we're going to have this big release, so it'll go into that. And maybe it does. I have seen issues closed that I opened, 2-3 years ago. I've seen issues being closed recently. So it is happening. But for the user, especially a user who depends on that technology for their everyday use, that can be very, very frustrating to see that these things that could be features and bug fixes, even more frustrating, that could be fixed being just pushed, kicked out until that next version. So I think really what the problem was, the overall, is that this was a series of betas, and this was not a finished product. And I don't think that any of us really realized at what stage that was. And I think that by the time it was realized, it was too late to call it that. And so, because, they've been selling these products for years now. However, I do think that they will eventually get to a stable, production ready release, and things should go a lot smoother for them.
Yeah, hopefully the OS development side of things gets on track soon. Now, I think disruptive freedom tech overall is likely a pretty big deal to both of us. So I want to talk about the whole field of disruptive freedom tech.
Okay.
What disruptive freedom tech do you think should be built right now and going forward?
What do I think should be built right now? I think that key management is super important. So the ability for someone to have digital keys and use them as easily as they use physical keys, I think that, and as securely, arguably it should be far more secure, right? So a set of car keys, for example, or house keys, is a fairly easy to lose item, let alone a risk of theft. Digital keys should be easier to use and store securely, so they could be on personal devices, secured with pins, and things like this. I think key management is really big. I think infrastructure is the thing that I want to focus on, right? So the reason that I decided I need to go learn more mathematics and networking and things like this is I think that we need to build our own infrastructure. I think that ultimately things that we have become accustomed to using are going to slowly sort of get throttled and restricted and censored and slowed down.
Are you talking about mesh networking?
And ultimately turned off. I think mesh networking is a very important component to that. Yes.
And maybe distributed data stores.
Yeah. And so one thing that I would impart to folks that are listening that may not be so technical is that your home network is created by the router in your house. Okay. And that network is private to you. Okay. Or at least it should be. Now, if you have a router provided by your internet service provider, say, if it's like Verizon or Comcast or something like that, it is likely not private to you, but it should be. So this is the equivalent of letting someone else into your home, which is pretty common with like these, quote unquote, smart home devices and things like this. Those are invasions of your sovereignty, never mind your privacy. So it is important to understand that the router is supposed to be the firewall of your digital life. Okay. And you can take control of that very easily. There are 100% devices, consumer devices that are inexpensive, easy to use. You basically set them up and they generally just do their thing in the background. And that is a very important component of this, is that you begin with your own network being sovereign to you, private to you, and then it offers a lot of control and functionality as well on top of that.
Yeah, I've brought up routers on the show before, but I was pretty brief with that. But yeah, you can even have open source operating systems like whatever, OpenWRT, DDWRT, whatever, fucking Asus Merlin even. Yeah, I would definitely recommend that.
So, and the reason that I say that that's so important is not only because that's, where that's your digital front door. Not only is it important for that reason, but furthermore, these devices have all the capability in the world to connect to each other. In fact, that's all they do. The internet is literally a series of interconnected routers. We just tend to depend on the routers provided by our ISP. Now, there's no reason that I can't.
It's fucking gay, dude.
Yeah, there's no reason that we can't drag, depending on geographic distance, drag Ethernet or fiber optic cables to neighbors' homes, who can drag cables to their neighbors' homes,
Yes.
or create radio networks. I'm
Yes.
less of a fan of that unless you really need to cover serious distance and you can't dig a trench. Maybe the
We
enemy
kind of do, though.
in there or what have you. But yeah, we can create our own infrastructure relatively cheaply and relatively easily with just a little bit of effort. And then mesh networking can be a component there, especially for if you're at events. Mesh networking is about as good as it gets. If you are like large events, or if you're in an off-grid situation, these are really powerful tools.
Yeah. You and I are on the same page. I'm kind of thinking a lot about mesh networking lately as because to me, the future, it's like mesh networking, distributed data storage, and secure distributed computing. And with those three things, you can make any DApp composed out of those three. And mesh networking hits me as like the most urgent need, because all these other great, cool, like decentralized networks and open source projects and blah, 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 they're all developed and working on top of the internet, which is not what I'd call a centralized protocol, but it's a hierarchical protocol of like fascist control. So, and it's getting worse all the time, like really fast. So like, I've been feeling like an urgent need to replace it.
I would tend to agree with that. I mean, we do see the powers that think they be want to balkanize the internet and are, they're essentially wargaming balkanization of the internet. We see this, it's sort of quiet, but you do see hints of it.
They literally had war games. It's called the cyber pandemic.
Oh, right. Yeah, for real. Yeah. Spot on there. So, and what I was really referring to is some of the recent experiments that Russia's doing to segregate themselves, that Iran is doing, where they're trying to shut down communications during protests.
Oh, they've done that a bunch of times.
Yeah.
In Iran. Yeah. North Korea's had its own weird little walled garden internet for a while. They have their own Linux distro.
I understand
they have,
anyway. I understand they have very few IPs. So
I would think so.
You can pretty much presume that those are all government and military.
Yeah, the normal person in North Korea can't even afford food. Well, afford.
Yeah.
They can't find it.
The
grass doesn't even grow.
They even have they have like wood burning. They've converted trucks to run on like wood to burn wood and get around.
That's awesome. And that's something
crazy. Yeah.
That's something we talk about in PAZNIA a lot, like weird combustion fuels and alternative energy. That's actually cool. That's surprisingly based for North Korea.
Yeah, and I think you will find, so people ask me, or a lot of times I get accused of being a Debbie Downer or suggesting that things may not go so well in the near future. And what I like to say is that I'm a short-term pessimist, which means I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. I think there's a lot coming down the pipeline that's pretty ugly that people are in no way even aware of.
Yeah.
And then I'm a long-term optimist because I think that through that, it's going to create the incentive to actually put in the care and effort that we need to be putting in now. I think it will eventually come.
That's more or less exactly what I say on this show all the time. Like, I think World War III is kind of imminent. It could happen as early as next year. I think that could get pretty ugly. Especially if like EMPs take down the whole power grid and like 80 or 90% of the population has to starve or something. That could get pretty ugly.
Yeah, and I know you're referencing more of a hot war, but I would take the opinion that World War III started in 2001 and was for the first time aimed on the general populace instead of between nation states.
Yeah, well, I think, and that's another thing I've thought for a long time, that like the real point, even when it's hot, it's going to be greatly exaggerated how much it's actually about these different little state alliances fighting each other. I think it's much more about
expanding state power domestically, as well as relationships between allied states and making them more globalism, or whatever. I think that's what it's really about. But there will be a little actual fighting between, the Russia-China side and the Western side.
No, yeah, makes for good infotainment for the masses.
Right. Yeah,
Bread and
it'll be
circus.
exaggerated. Everyone needs to look at that and not think about what's in your face.
What was it? I think it was, what's the guy's name? Is like a Zen Buddhist wino guy that it's mixed into EDM music and stuff. I forget his name, but anyway, he always used to say that it has to look like your side is in danger of losing at any moment, but they never lose. Right. And that's how you rally people around the flag.
Right.
Is that you have to pretend that there's this horrible thing that's constantly about to happen. And then you just never actually lose. But it looks like you're losing all the time.
Right. And, in my own way, that's what I'm doing, because I don't think we lose in the long run. But I do want people to be like ready. The kind of person who listens to this show, it'd be good if they're like alive in 5 years. That'd be helpful to me.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And speaking of which, how do you think disruptive freedom tech projects would best be incubated? Where can developers in this field find each other?
That's a good question. I think when you go looking for this, you find the communities pretty easily. It's not, it is a bit esoteric. So there is maybe some kind of initiation, if you will. So you have to show some care and interest. But once you find just one person, they will introduce you to whatever realm in this world that you're in, this freedom tech industry that you want to be a part of.
It's always been that way. Like at one time, just being on IRC was like kind of an accomplishment. Mm-hmm. So it created a cool culture there. So you just have to find whatever that is at any given time. Like today, it's like install I2P and get on I2PRC. Right. That's not as user friendly as I would like, but at least it creates a really cool culture.
Yeah. There. Or if the point and click easiest way is if you download the Tor browser and you get on, you just start cruising through onion sites. It's a whole different community. It is a completely different world, and some of it's pretty ugly,
But Tor IRC,
right? Yeah. And so just know
easier than I2P.
It's just a completely different network of people, literally. Of people.
Totally. Yeah. Now, what do you think about the strengths and weaknesses of like fundraising a startup on one hand, or like bootstrapping by offering fucking equity to people or something like that?
I've sort of shifted my view on this quite a bit. I've come to the conclusion that incorporation with the state is an inherent problem.
Oh, so you're
preaching to the choir. I don't think traditional companies, meaning literally what you're doing is you are replacing. So we talked at the beginning of the show about this trust law and trust contracts. You are replacing what some people would call God, or these universal laws. You are replacing that with the state, which is their explicit goal, is to replace God. So they want to make the rules, which is why they have the complex legal sorcery. They want to dictate the terms of all contract, whereas the contract is supposed to be three parties, and that's you, the party that you're actually dealing with, and then the universe or the natural laws.
Take the state out of the equation. What I'm asking is like let's say just totally in second realms. Fundraising, raising money from the beginning from like investors versus just bootstrapping, offering like whatever equity. This could be represented with crypto tokens. It could be whatever. It could be a fucking handshake deal. It doesn't matter. Second realms. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I just wanted to put that first thing out there because I think that is the default, and all I wanted to say is that we should be defaulting to more what you're talking about, right? The notion of creating our own institutions.
Well, yeah, no, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah. So now to go into your point, that's a tough one, because you tend to, if you want to take investment, then you are introducing someone else to your project that you're going to in some way be beholden, right? You're
Right.
tied in some way. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing, but you
Just got
are
to be the right person.
right. You are giving some control of your project now, and maybe that's fine, and maybe that's required for scalability. I have not ever gone down that road, so I don't really have any experience, and I can't speak to what, the pros and cons of that, I don't think. Now, are you asking about also, so you're asking about the difference between taking investment and bootstrapping via, say,
Yeah, one's
monetization
really,
of your
they're
project?
both investment, really. It's just one's an investment of money and the other's an investment of labor.
Yeah. So that's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to know the answer. I'm just making
Yeah,
sure.
I certainly don't claim to know the answer.
I think there's
but
room for both, probably.
yeah, and I would like to kind of noodle on that for a while. Maybe I'll think of something by the end of the show, but I think that's a good question. So I don't have a good answer for you on that.
Well, how do you think decentralized networks should be raising money for development and marketing and blah, blah, blah?
I don't necessarily think they should. I'm not saying that you do not.
Well, how should users pay? What monetization, decentralized monetization models do you like?
For lack of a better way to answer this, I would say donation. So what I'm getting at here is that I think that when you put in care and effort into a project and put that out there, and it's useful for people. So if you are useful to the people around you, that will return to you multifold, right? So I don't like, this is how I've always gone about things, is if I'm going to create something, I would like to benefit other people, and that service is the goal. Now, how that comes back to me, I don't know, because I don't know how the universe works, but it always seems to. And I think that that's, again, built into the fabric of reality. Now, I don't have anything against if people prefer to monetize their project in another way, but I don't think I'm familiar enough with the ways to do that, or I don't really have a strict perspective on how I think about that.
I think it's safe to say that regardless of like whether someone's relying on donations or working or volunteering, or whether they're trying to monetize early or whatever, either way, the mindset should be like Einstein or something said something like, what did he say? Don't seek not to be a successful man, but a useful man.
Yeah.
Something like that. Man of value. That's what he said.
Yeah. I would totally agree with that.
Yeah. You got to give first. And then obviously that's when people will give you something back, whether you're asking to be paid or whether it's just a whatever donation thing. Either way,
definitely.
Now here's some real shots in the dark. I got even crazier questions that you might even less know the answer. Maybe you'll know the answer to. Let's say something bad happens, like a solar flare or an EMP attack, and a very big power grid goes down for a much longer time than it often does. How do you think digital networks should best ready themselves and for a long time?
So I don't know if I have an answer from a technological perspective. What I would say is I'm going to have to paraphrase because I don't know the quote, but Thomas Jefferson said something about the requirement for freedom to educate the whole mass of the people. If we don't have the education, the skill sets, the knowledge bases ahead of time, basically if we're not prepared for such a thing, then it's right. The problem gets worse. Now, I don't think we are prepared for that kind of a situation.
No, of course not.
For example, if you're talking specifically about like mesh network projects, the people who already have those established will thrive, and those will grow in that kind of situation. Now it will be, you're going to have to scrap for functional equipment, and people who prepared for that will start to hold that closer to their chest. It will be a difficult learning curve. Whereas if we prepare now, have equipment, understand the Faraday protection, things like that, then we face an easier time if we go into that kind of a dark time.
Yeah, I agree. To be fair, the jury's kind of out on how bad EMPs will actually hurt little objects, little electronics and stuff, or
sure,
cars
and
or
it
whatever.
depends on, you know, what you're what
But yeah,
kind
I mean, if you're not using something anyway and you're just storing it and it's electronic, then yeah, there's absolutely no harm in Faraday caging it. It's probably a good idea.
Yeah, and I would let me put it this way: when I think about that kind of a situation, whether it's a solar flare or a weapon or something like that, I am thinking much more about the physical world. I'm not
Yes,
particularly.
that's right.
I'm not.
Well, yeah.
Not that I'm not, training with ham radios and low bandwidth stuff.
Well, yeah, you have to be alive. Like
Right.
you have to not be shot by somebody.
Yeah,
to
the
raid
rice and
you.
beans is going to be more important than your IP address at that point. So
Yeah.
let me just say that that's where I focus when I think about that kind of a situation, just because I don't think enough of the populace cares about communications networks. The ham radio guys are the biggest community in that regard, and I'm going to be tapped into that network if I need to be.
Yeah, I mean, well, my thinking is like, I've got like what I could have as little as a year, to incubate some shitty project to monetize reticulum or something. It's not going to be ready. It's not going to be ready. So it's like I'm over here thinking about how to stay alive and all that, but I've been thinking about that for decades. So now I'm like, okay, how do we keep developing with remote teams after this?
Yeah, I think the most important thing, maybe my answer to that question would be have something running and have a link to one other person.
Right.
A person that otherwise would be difficult to communicate with.
We're going to need long range.
Yeah, it's like if it's someone that's a mile away that is a part of your network for that kind of an emergency, that's someone that you need to be able to communicate with in whatever fashion makes the most sense, and you should have that set up immediately.
Yeah, and given that the networks are going to be sparse at first, we need long range transceivers.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Any thoughts on off-grid power?
Yeah, off-grid power, good.
Good.
Again, that's a whole. Each of these is
just weird questions.
I wouldn't say they're weird. I mean, they're certainly. This is why I like the show, because these are important topics. It's just that each one is its own rabbit hole.
The answer may just be good.
Yeah, that's certainly off-grid. Certainly, the fact that you are, especially if you're in an urban area, you are almost certainly getting your power from a government, sponsored monopoly who is often not able to deliver that power, even if they want to.
Yeah, just wait till tomorrow, dude.
Yeah, let alone.
It's gonna.
Oh yeah,
southeastern U.S.
So I hear the South is going to get some things that they don't usually see.
I mean, the Texas power grid couldn't handle a little cold weather like a couple of years ago. So
yeah, I remember.
I wouldn't be shocked to hear that happens tomorrow.
Yeah, supposedly the Bitcoin mining industry went down there and was like, "Hey, why don't you create some load balancing?" And I think a lot of companies moved down there, especially after the supposed China ban. People were exiting us. There was an exodus from China of miners, supposedly. Sometimes I find a lot of news hard to believe because there's no verification whatsoever.
Right.
It's kind of hard to believe to me that we understand so little about the Chinese culture and stuff. It's not like they don't know English over there. Like, why is it so difficult for us to get information about groups like us in the Chinese world? Because
they like to stay quiet.
I mean, you got to imagine there's a Chinese Thane riddle, right?
There's there's no other Thane riddle, unfortunately. Otherwise I'd be having sex with them, but instead of being here. But yeah, there's definitely like a bunch of cool Chinese people, and in some ways, like coolness is more common. Like when it comes to flaunting, like just throwing IP to the wind, that's like normal in China. They don't give a shit about intellectual property.
Oh, for sure.
But so in some ways the developer culture and stuff is cooler. But yeah, I mean, like thing is, like if you're an anti-state person in China, like you got to keep a little more quiet about it than you do here. Unless someone knows who you are.
Yeah, I guess I could
And you
see
can
that
find those
with
people in
with
like
the
IRC and shit.
with the social credit and all that. I mean, that's moving into the Western world at this point. So
Yeah,
hopefully
right.
we won't just sort of shut up and go into the dark. Hopefully we'll put up a little bit more of a
Well,
stand over
yeah, I
here.
mean, it's not so much about shutting up. It's just like the stuff you say doesn't need to be tied to where you sleep at night.
Sure, I get you.
That's all.
Pick your
And like
battles.
that's part of like, you know, and it's reassuring in a way because like people are like, oh no, what if they ban VPNs? I'm like, dude, a billion people live in a place where they banned VPNs. Okay, it's fine. It's already done. Don't worry. We're already working with these people. They're already using VPNs. But anyway, how about this one? Let's say the internet comes back online, but now it's an utterly totalitarian walled garden the state wants you. I feel like we already talked about this.
I think this is right around I think this is surprisingly close. This is going to shock people
Yes.
how close this is.
That's right.
That digital ID is going to soon be required from the state
That's right.
via the ISP, who absolutely
Yes.
will comply. There's not going to
Yes.
be a
You'll
major
need
ISP
KYC to
that
do
does not comply.
anything. VPNs, darknets, and meshnets banned. White
Yeah.
market transactions done with CBDC wallets that only work with real-time biometric readings from a permanent rectal implant. And also talking about brain plants being mandatory too, coming down the pipeline. Now, what do you think are some good strategies and tactics for opting out of that?
I mean, we got to say no. There's not really an alternative. I mean, yeah, it is better to
You're
build.
gonna have to kill people, ultimately. But what else?
what else besides
Well,
saying? I mean,
mesh network steganography.
yeah. So, like, what I went back to, have a way to communicate with one other person that's important in your network. Okay, because
At
and then
least.
that person can have one other person, and
Yeah.
or maybe it should be two people, right? So that you're both going in one direction or in different
Should be
directions.
as many as you can. Yeah.
Well, yeah, ideally, but it's sometimes, well, first of all, the hardest thing to do when we're talking about any of these kind of operations is to start, right? Especially if this is something that's intimidating to you or don't consider yourself technical. I would encourage you that these things are, first of all, probably not as hard as you may think. And second of all, the people that you find that are willing to do this with you, or if you haven't found them yet, are going to be more than willing to help you make it work. So that will all come out of the woodwork. If you're afraid of this, I would say the hardest thing is to start. And then from there, obviously connect to as many people as you can. But I say the one because the first one is probably going to be the hardest for you.
Yeah, that's right. Now, earlier show, I talked about what I call counter engineering. It's more than what you build disruptive freedom tech. It's also about how you do it. Counter engineers should have strong security culture and privacy. They should be pseudonymous. They should host their code on fucking darknet repos, and they should openly throw the state's laws to the wind. Shouldn't acknowledge intellectual property, reverse engineer closed source software and firmware, share everything that they find, happily use hacked and leaked data, make radio hardware without certifications, blah, 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 blah. The whole 9 yards, openly advocating breaking the law. What do you think about this counter engineering movement that I dreamed up?
Yeah, and so a lot of times when I start talking about these kind of things, people say, well, isn't it better to keep my head down and do things by the book and then build this technology that will disrupt the system once it becomes popular? And my answer to that is always the same, which is we are what we do. And the world we live in is literally what we're doing every day. So if you do things in the way that you are being told to do them, there will not be change. Okay. There is no
you're just a sellout then.
Yeah, there's no freedom destination to this. Freedom is what we constantly do. They say you are nothing but the sum of your habits. So we have to live by principles is what I think is the most important thing here. Principles literally mean first things. So this is what we need to base all of our decision making on, base all of our actions on. And from that, even though it's going to be excruciatingly slow progress, especially at the beginning, it will bear an entirely different kind of fruit that people don't even often think about.
Yeah. Well, I think we kind of see eye to eye on a lot of stuff here.
Yeah, I told you I like the cut of your jib.
Yeah, I mean, to a degree, though, like, as much as I hate the sellout like side of things, and I just couldn't be one of them, I do see that some progress is made, and that there is like have you ever read Sedition, Subversion, and Sabotage?
That's a great book.
Yeah. They talk in that about, whatever, I guess the sedition side, if I'm not mixing stuff up, is the more like friendly, less law breaking face of a movement that like disowns the subversion and sabotage sides. Says, oh no, they're too extreme, I shouldn't be associated with that, but they usually often are, linked to them.
Yeah, and to be clear, that's my perspective and how I choose to. That's how I want to develop myself. I do see, like you said, there's progress in doing it the other way, but I think there will come a time.
I'm not a fan of it. So
I'm not.
They don't need
like
more
it, but I'll say
apologists.
it as a place.
Yeah, they don't need more apologists and people saying, "Oh, it's okay, it's all right." No, I think they need more people saying like, "That's fucking gay, and you're going to die in a concentration camp, and you're going to deserve it." And I'm going to laugh, just a little bit though.
And I think ultimately because all of especially the digital prison, but just state authority in general, because it's all actually an illusion, right? Like the Wizard of Oz or whatever, because it's actually an illusion, the more that we cease to participate, the more power we actually take back. Like it really is a matter of just doing things ourselves for each other and not listening to how someone else thinks that we should do that.
Yeah, we need to boldly build our strength independent until we're fighting fit, and then we can exterminate the virus, exterminate the state virus from the earth, scorched earth, but actually fertile earth that bears fruits and so forth. Anyway, what do you think the counter engineers of today and tomorrow should keep in mind most or be doing?
I would probably reiterate like the biggest change is with yourself. So what you're doing every day, think about your interactions and your choices. And something we don't think about is the contracts that we enter. All right. So most of these we get from birth. That's the first one, is that birth certificate. We didn't ever choose the terms of that contract. It is fraudulent because you had no ability to even comprehend it at birth. So there was no meeting of the minds, which is a prerequisite to a legitimate contract. Think about the contracts you're in, and also think about the fact that your signature is extremely powerful. You have no idea how powerful your signature is, and we give it away all the time, especially on the internet when we check boxes that say I agree. Think about that signature and who you're giving it to. That's another thing that I would suggest, is be more conscientious about the actions that we take and which parties are involved in these interactions.
Yeah, I mean, contracts are pretty magical. Like even my site, my crypto and Capistan or whatever is going to be built on contracts and cryptographic signatures. They're pretty important.
They're just agreements between humans, right? And so, and we tend to write them down, and unfortunately, it's often the case that no two humans have exactly the same interpretation of the written word. So it is more important the what they call the spirit of the law, or the contract or agreement, than the letter of the law. So that's the term arguing the letter of the law.
Decentralized markets for dispute resolution. And
or any kind of
insurance, security, and then we can just hire the Cyphermercs to kill them all. We got a couple of comments. I guess it was Rayo2 said recommended networking source forum.hackliberty.org. Yeah, I guess Hack Liberty is cool. They seem cool anyway. Question from YouTube: why aren't we using Briar more? He asks, as it has ability to communicate through Bluetooth and also works to LAN. I mean, Briar is cool. I think people don't use it. I mean, it's more suited to, the mesh side of how Briar works is really the cool thing that it does, because over the internet it just uses Tor onion services, and I feel like other stuff does that better, like probably Kutch, which fucking good luck googling that. It's like
CWTCH or something.
Yeah, it's fucking it's Gaelic, typical open source marketing branding.
I
What
will
do
say
you think?
naming things is difficult because every name is
Oh,
taken,
yeah.
and so everybody has to spell everything with a 4 and a make it somehow unique.
Yeah, but there's middle ground.
Namespace is a
You can
problem.
get clever. You have to brainstorm for a while until you find the right thing.
Yeah,
But that's
your
for
name is
marketing guys,
important.
not autistic developers.
Yeah, give that to an idea guy.
Yeah, that's why they always rebrand.
Yeah, Briar is great. I've used it in an off-grid situation at a freedom event, and it was incredible because there was sort of different areas or regions, and they were sort of separated because they were beyond that Bluetooth range, and then one person would sort of walk from one of those regions to the other, and suddenly all the messages would be delivered, and so it would just be constantly syncing. It was really fun.
That's
for
what
me
it's
as a
for.
nerd to experience that. So there's like a message board style feature as well as a chats.
Yeah,
and,
somebody could even like put like little old phones sitting around as relays to cover the whole festival. And you can also have Briar Mailbox. That's like a thing that sits somewhere and it grabs messages for you, and then you can come and pick them up later.
So that's really
cool. It's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Anything else you want to talk about?
I didn't really have any kind of agenda. I've been happy with the conversation for sure. I think these are all important topics. I think each one of them is a multi-hour show if you wanted to go down that, and that's why you're never going to run out of content, right?
Yeah, so they tell me. Always feels like I'm right, but that's just because I'm lazy. I don't want to work on the show. Now, how could we best use technology to stop Karens from bothering us about all that age of consent bullshit? That's the one question on libertarians' minds.
I mean, currently the easy way is to just be somewhere else in the digital world with a VPN. Eventually, that probably will become.
I'm not talking about age verification. I'm talking about age of consent.
Age of consent. I mean, so from my perspective, there are natural laws around that as well, right? So,
that's interesting. What do you think? What do you think that is?
Well, biologically, we certainly go through changes as adolescents that allow us to perform the acts of reproduction, right? So there's that's an absolute minimum. However, on top of that is the mental component, and since today, most 40-year-olds walking around are mental children, I don't think that they are able to consent. They literally don't have the mental capacity to be reproducing. So I think there's a mental component as well, and that's something that is just known at a deeper level between two humans. And I think any adult that's trying to break that trust is going to reap the consequences of those kind of actions by preying on folks that are not their mental equal, not their physical equal, things like that.
Yeah. What about the 40-year-olds? Think about the 40-year-olds, people. We got to protect them. I agree. I guess that's it. Plug yourself. Where can people follow your things that you want them to look at?
Yeah, I'm not
Privacy Academy, right?
Yeah, I'm not a social media guy. You can find me on Privacy Academy. That is a membership situation, so I'm not going to tell you that it's right for you, but if it does seem like a good fit, then you can find me there teaching the advanced classes. I do have projects I'm working on in the background. I'm not really ready to pitch yet, but hopefully I will be more forward about those in the coming years.
Yeah, we're here.
But yeah, other than that, I mean, if you need to find me, I'm sure you will find me. I'm not you see.
Just put Dave into a search engine.
Yeah, just throw Dave into any popular search engine. And you'll find that I'm everywhere, and there are many of me doing all kinds of wonderful things. And
because of King David.
Yeah. Yeah, presumably that's where my name ultimately comes from.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's the
it
popular one.
does seem to be biblical.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm a privacy expert and consultant. You can give me money too. Go to vonupodcast.com/CD because you can't find the Chinese thing riddles. They're hiding. So you're going to have to go with the premium version because, you know, the Lord knows they'd undercut me.
Absolutely. Stealing your IP, no doubt.
Next show, I'm going to talk about transportation privacy for the umpteenth time. And I'm going to finish the memetics topic. And we're going to have another guest. What? That's crazy. The 2 guests in a row. It's going to be jamming again. It's just going to be my mom and Jam and Baconic. And I'll leave you with a few verses of a poem by Oscar Wilde. If I could find the fucking where I had it. Just give me like 15 minutes to find. Here it is. Poem by Oscar Wilde, excerpt. I know not whether laws be right or whether laws be wrong. All that we know who lie in jail is that the wall is strong, and that each day is like a year whose days are long. But this I know, that every law that men have made for man, since first man took his brother's life and the sad world began, but straws the wheat and saves the chaff with the most evil fan. This too I know, and wise it were, if each could know the same, that every prison that men build is built with bricks of shame, and bound with bars, lest Christ should see how men their brothers maim.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Friends, fellow self-liberators, DJ Brian Freer Robot here. Listen, content creation in the modern day is easy, but getting your videos or podcasts in front of the eyes or ears of your audience is ever difficult. Not only from a growth and algorithm standpoint, but there are other hurdles today, such as censorship, arbitrary bans, and other roadblocks put in place by centralized platforms like Fascist Tube. And while there are alternatives today, from Rumble to Odyssey and many others, it's extremely time-consuming uploading the same episode to, say, a half a dozen platforms. Not to mention, if you're making income from the platform, this deplatforming can be a real hit to the wallet, too. If you're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network, it's safe to say you're probably already familiar with these concerns, or potentially, maybe even a content creator yourself that has run into banned videos or flat-out deplatforming. Thankfully the solution is out there, and it's called Content Safe. Content Safe is a venture founded by longtime friends of PAZNIA, Matthew Raymer and Daryl Becker. In addition to off-site backup for redundancy, they built out a user interface like one you would see on YouTube, Odyssey, or wherever. But once you hit publish once, it will deploy the episode to whatever platforms you select. This will save you time, and potentially even opens up your content to new audiences and platforms, or just gives you more time to prioritize on content. And if the worst were to strike and Fascist Tube does what they do best, deleting your channel and content, Content Safe can get you back up and running quick. In a sentence, Content Safe protects your content from censorship, distributes it everywhere automatically, and keeps you online no matter what, so you never lose your audience or your income. Just head on over to contentsafe.co, again contentsafe.co, click the Protect My Content button at the top of the page, and fill out the provided form. Then, when you reach the end, use affiliate code Vonu to help support the PAZNIA Radio Network. Again, contentsafe.co is the website, the affiliate code is Vonu. Act now and make sure your hard work is protected or insured. Thanks for your time today. Now, back to the deprogramming.
Our strategy for liberty is the creation of a culture of liberty, a society that occupies its own protected space and implements independent systems of cooperation. We need to create a second realm. Device connection terminated.
And welcome to the Vonu podcast, the podcast making you invulnerable to the coercion of the state and the servile society. I'm your host, Shane, coming to you from the Free Republic of PAZNIA, the Self-Liberator's Paradise. The website is PAZNIA.com. Today I'm joined by Smuggler and Frank Braun, two Cypherpunk second round builders, folks you should be familiar with. And therefore should need no introduction, but I'll provide a short introduction anyway, since we are always seeing new viewers and listeners. Smuggler's been on this podcast twice, episodes 53 and 63, both of which can be located at VonnyPodcast.com/53 and VonnyPodcast.com/63 respectively. And Frank was on here for number 65. Those three podcasts covered, I would say, more of the second realm and crypto anarchy fundamentals and I guess background. And today we're going to expand and adapt those topics for 2021 and beyond. I should also mention that Smuggler is the co-author of the must-read second realm book on strategy, which is actually available via Libertarian Tech Publications. If you'd like to snag a paperback copy, I'll drop a link to that and for the link to read or listen for free. Of course, as has been the case for any of my stuff over the past 7 years in the alternative media, nothing will ever be behind a paywall. Yeah, without further ado, Smuggler, Frank, welcome back to the Vonu podcast, my friends. How are we doing? How are things across the pond through, well, I guess, all of this?
Well, first of all, thank you for having us, and things are good, I think.
Yeah, thanks for having us. It's all good here. Changing times, but we'll adapt.
Indeed, yes. I'm definitely with you. So yeah, the plan for today, I guess the very loose plan. I don't put much planning into outlines or planning into episodes anymore, like the free flow discussion sort of thing now. But yeah, I'd like to start by getting your guys' thoughts on Vonu. Smuggler, I know we talked about this real briefly during the Hackers Congress event, but I figure my audience here would appreciate your perspective on it. And Frank, same with you. I'm sure plenty would appreciate your insights if you have any. I mean, I won't be offended if you haven't dug into it much. There's obviously a lot out there. So yeah, if you don't have anything, no worries. But I guess then the next I'll turn it over to you guys with a broad question on building the second realm in this insanely rapidly advancing 2020s, and we'll go from there. So I guess first off, what have you guys been up to? I know you're doing the Cypherpunk Bitstream podcast. I know there's Scritcash, which we talked about last time, I think with both of you, and I'm sure some other things. So I guess could we start with an update on those projects and yeah, what you guys have been doing? And I guess I'll turn it over to you first, Smuggler.
Not so much public stuff that is ready for the release. So at least on my side, well, on our side actually, because it's a shared project, we've been coding and working a lot on a startup that we're working on, but it's still stealth mode, so we're not talking about it yet. That's basically it. So we've been very busy, but not very publicly busy.
Sure. Understood. And Frank, is there anything you'd like to, I guess, to mention in terms of updates for my audience?
Not really, like Smuggler said, super busy with work and moved to Switzerland. So that was also uprooting my life a bit, moving here and getting everything organized. So yeah, nothing really to report.
Sure. Okay.
We're sorry, we're boring apparently.
Hey, no worries. I can appreciate that. I can definitely appreciate that. I haven't been doing. I thought like when I did more. So when I had a liberated lifestyle, I do more self-liberational media is what we call it. Like more podcasting and such. But I don't do much like online anymore. Like I don't do much publicly. So I can certainly appreciate appreciate that.
Actually,
I think
since the last time we spoke, we actually started the bbs.anaplex.net forum. I think that's a new thing we did in 2020. So it's been early 2020, so I forgot about it almost. But it's a little web board for punks, crypto anarchists, agorists, etc. So nice little community. High quality, so signal to noise ratio is pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. That's good to hear. And I'm not sure if either of you saw it, but I interviewed Jim Davidson, I guess a couple weeks ago, and he mentioned after, I guess it was after the Somalia venture, I think it was. Or it was after the Somalia venture, or after something, or after another one of his ventures. He mentioned the Agora Anarplex, or the Agora.Anarplex IRC chat. So that was cool.
Yeah.
It was a surprising. Well, I guess it wasn't a surprising mention, but I didn't know. It's you don't ever really know where all the connections are. So I like to hear little drops like that. So are you guys know? Do you know Jim? Familiar with what he's been up to, loosely or otherwise?
Yeah. I actually remember him from the Invisible RC project times. So he's been around.
Yeah. Yeah, he has. It was like I talked to Wally Conger. If you're more I guess he was I don't think he knew him, but he was around, I guess, like within agorism in the 80s. So yeah, it's always cool to come across those folks, and Jem Stum, who the main proponent of Vonu, Rayo, this guy basically archived all of the like self-liberational magazines, zines from basically the 1960s through the 1980s or 90s. So I was able to get he's in his 80s now, and he's hard of hearing, so it was a text interview, but Anyway, I guess I kind of transitioned to this transition there a little bit. Smuggler, would you mind providing, I guess, give the listeners a little idea of your take on Vonu? I know you mentioned, I know there was certainly some overlap with, I guess, the Second Realm strategy and mobility when it comes to Vonu. So I guess I'll turn it over to you here.
Yeah, I mean the two strategies are related in a way. I think the main difference is that I see Second Realm more as embedding of communities and not withdrawing. That's one difference, I would say. So what I mean with that is that the fine line that the Second Realm strategy is trying to ride is this ability to not completely disconnect from society, or not disconnect much from society, but really focusing on spaces that are protected and that are social spaces predominantly. So it's not so much about your personal homestead, but it's more about the spaces where you come together to meet, to live, to party, to produce, to trade. And that is really the focus, and that is what we've been working on and investigating with the TAZ. So it's an approach that targets groups and is more thinking about societies, and is more thinking about space. And it is also, when it comes to the interaction with the state or other opponents, it is more about trying to fine-tune the conflict in such a way that you can exercise the most of freedom with the least capital investment without being blown up. So it's about fine-tuning that relationship there. And as I understand it, Vonu is much more hidden is maybe the wrong thing, but it's a way more individualistic, maybe a little more disconnected way of trying to escape the state. and we're more about, being on the border, capturing what we can from the rest of the society, the rest of the market, creating spaces that give us the functions that we wouldn't have with the state, and escaping in that minute barely before things go south. So it's more an embedded strategy, I would say. And to a certain degree, I think that second realm TAZs and Vonu are they're additions to each other. They're orthogonal, so they add to each other, and they can coexist to a certain degree.
Right. Yeah, I definitely agree, and yeah, that's definitely a fair analysis. Rayo was definitely more of a hermit. He had bad experiences working with people, and yeah, I would say when it comes to Vonu, it's first and foremost self-liberation, and then I guess the organizing after that if it comes. Back when Rayo was talking about this back in the 60s and 70s before he disappeared. It was he talked about ethical enclaves, organizing, but it was more of a theoretical, like maybe sometime in the future. So it wasn't the priority. Whereas I think and that's one thing that really attracts me to the second realm, or really attracted me to the second realm idea, is that physical space and time kind of seems like the priority, especially from the book on strategy, and it's organizing with people. It's for sure. But I also do like that there's a similar parallel. Like you can definitely see like the strategy sort of thinking, and that's so Rayo talked about interaction. He called it oh gosh, why can't he called it import exports. Basically trading with the trading with the servile society is what he called it. So there's still the concept of the first and the second realm. There's the Vonu home, the secure Vonu home base, and the servile society. So I do like how both strategies, like there's very much a lot of overlap in overlap in the way the strategies can be applied.
Yeah, for sure. I think that one of the core differences is what you mentioned with the hermeticism, basically, and the bad experience with other people organizing. And I think those are fair points, because organizing with people is actually the hard part. So just hiding, disappearing, being on the road is relatively trivial. But as soon as people get involved, everything becomes more complicated. But on the other hand, when it comes to the strategic outlook, it's groups that survive and individuals that perish. So the ability to cooperate, to trade skills, to watch each other's back and stuff like that becomes really crucial if you are in any kind of conflict. And we're not just talking about the state. I mean, the moment you leave the environment of the state, it doesn't mean that you leave conflict behind, but instead you get other kinds of parasites that you have to deal with, and you can't outsource that anymore. So in the state environment, we outsource a lot of our problems to the state, and we often forget about them. But the moment you leave the state behind, you have to deal with all conflicts yourself. And that makes groups, gangs, teams, brotherhoods, sisterhoods, however you want to call them, a key technology to actually thrive. And that is a huge difference. So a lot of the ideas that led to the second realm actually come from looking at secret societies, criminal societies, organized crime, etc., because they have exactly this problem of being outside the first realm, in the sense that they cannot rely on whatever services the first realm gives them, and they have to deal both with internal institutions, infrastructure, etc., and they have to be able to defend themselves both against the state and against other groups. And that is where a lot of the inspiration comes from, because it's a relatively realistic view on what you have to expect when you actually liberate yourself.
Sure. Yeah. That's a great point. I recall that the discussions on organized crime. Kyle mentioned he'd done a lot more research into this, and I had my old co-host of the podcast back when we did that episode of Building the Second Realm. He mentioned it was I don't remember what I guess organized criminal syndicate it was, but it was funny. They're like, one of them banned theft entirely. So it's like, well, shit. If we're comparing like this organized criminal syndicate to the state, well, like this one, deems theft to be immoral, so that's automatically a leg up. So not saying not comparing contrasting, but it was just a funny. It is an interesting one to examine. And yeah, certainly applicable strategy wise too. So I appreciate that. Frank, was there anything you wanted to jump in here with? I know you aren't familiar with Vonu, but anything on what's been mentioned with the Second Realm so far. So I know you're familiar with that concept very much so.
No, I just had this thought when you mentioned the organized crime syndicate that often groups define morality different on the inside than on the outside. So
yeah, that's fair.
Some groups, for them, stealing from the outside is fine, but stealing on the inside is not okay. And I think there is some relation to the second round strategy as well. That, of course, within groups, you have often different rules and different loyalties.
Sure. Yeah. Indeed. So I guess there was in terms of Vonu, there's one other aspect. I want to talk a little bit about Ray was an early Cypherpunk. We talked about it when Max Hillebrand was on the podcast. We talked about it. I think he was only even said that Ray was one of the earlier Cypherpunks. There's about a page from his first book, Vonu: The Search for Personal Freedom, that I'd like to read and get your guys' thoughts on. This would have been July 1973. So, quote, "In the future, I expect more and more automatization of word-of-mouth communication and middleman functions, greatly increasing speed and security at reducing costs. The newer electronic technology, integrated circuits, is greatly reducing the time and costs of coding and interpreting data. It is also increasing the ability of snoopers to snoop and correlate their findings, but not in proportion. For example, a relatively small, cheap device can encipher data beyond the ability of any conceivable computer to break in 1,000 years, or even to identify as a cipher. And soon, there will be inexpensive radio systems capable of relaying data in ways not traceable by 100 FCCs. Here is how one such system might operate. To buy or sell something, I type or speak an inquiry, order, or offer into my secure communicator, SC. My SC enciphers my message and transmits it to SCs of a few individuals I know and trust, which in turn they automatically re-encipher and relay it in microseconds to SCs of people they trust, etc. In this way, my message can quickly reach the SCs of a very large number of people. Someone who is selling what I'm buying has keyed his SC to watch for messages concerning that product. When my message reaches him, it deciphers and notifies its owner. He and I then converse almost as easily as by telefax, without having any idea who or where the other person is. At this time, we may change our cipher so that our message is no longer intelligible to intermediate SCs which relay it. We come to terms and arrange delivery. If it is a physical product, delivery may be made through a drop, but most products will be information in one form or another and can be delivered through the SC net. An example might be a program for my automatic microshaper, which enables it to machine a replacement part for our home flour mill, or even parts for a newer, more capable automatic microshaper. While a dishonest or unreliable person might join an SCNet, he could endanger only his immediate contacts, who made the mistake of trusting him. Anyone who used the net to defraud could be cut out of it. Furthermore, his immediate communicants would be for a time be considered less reliable. My SC could automatically compute the reliability of intermediaries through which a message comes, as well as selecting alternate routes. Proprietary data, such as a program for my hypothetical automatic microshaper, might be protected from plagiarism by putting individual variations of non-critical dimensions in each part. Payment would most likely be in credits transmitted through the net to an underground bank. Secure communicators and many other Vonu products and activities will be developed and used only to the degree that people acquire secure shelter of one form or another, either through outright concealment or by clever deception. SCs can be declared illegal, just as armored cars, firearm silencers, and gold have been. All known abodes and places of business will be subject to inspection, just as they are now. And if an unidentified or unauthorized piece of equipment is found, the Bludge police will likely presume that is contraband unless the occupant proves otherwise. Such laws will be difficult to enforce. SCs can be hidden or disguised. Okay, well, I guess that's basically the end of it. So that was, I guess, his conception of an encrypted radio trade net back in 1973. So I don't know, you guys got any thoughts on anything within there?
Well, it's actually fascinating to listen to that, because on the one hand, it's visionary, and on the other hand, it contains all those things that we found out over time are so much harder than we thought. So for example, the whole question of trust relationship, or the question of how localization resistant so those systems are, plus how to think about those things before the internet was widespread. So it's actually a pretty fascinating read, and it's also fascinating how far we are actually away from that.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool. It's like Smuggler said, in a way, I had the feeling the internet took it over, and the development on radio networks kind of stalled. Although that would be so much cooler to have infrastructure that is independent of the internet. And like was also mentioned, these mesh networks are actually pretty hard if you want to do significant transmission over long distances. But I like it a lot. It has some pieces in there which came true in similar forms, let's say. So we were still talking about banks, but a lot of these things are here in one way or the other.
Yeah, one point that I find fascinating is this, like in the early ANCAP plus Cypherpunk days, reputation systems had this huge weight. So we were thinking, like, we will have reputation networks, and it's interesting to see that even today this is like a thing that a lot of people think, if we have reputation networks, then finally we will be able to do what we always wanted to do. And it's actually the thing that probably doesn't work at all. So it's quite fascinating to read that from a like when you see those thoughts that are 50 years old basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And compare them to where we are today. It's this mixture of visionary and naive. That's I find.
Right, in some areas we came further than we thought, and in other areas we made no progress. The identity, the reputation systems, I have the feeling it's always this idea that we can automate everything out of human relationships, and like Smuggler said, there hasn't been much progress, and it's questionable if there can actually be progress. It's still mostly basically personal recommendations and just feelings.
Yeah.
It's not something that is easy to automate.
And this other part that I find quite interesting is that he has a completely different notion on how offering and accepting offering works in those systems, because he turns it around from what we have today. So today, you would go to a darknet marketplace and search the products for something that fits you. And in his model, it is more like you program your thing to wait for an offer that fits you. Mm-hmm. And I actually like his reversed version a lot more.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm trying to think right now as we're talking how that would look infrastructure, how that would kind of play out. But yeah, that's Yeah, and I guess that kind of speaks to the time difference too, because most people nowadays would not put up with that. Like I guess with the the time preference, like it would. I don't know if I don't know if I don't know if anything like that could actually take off nowadays. I'm not sure. Yeah, but even with folks in the underground, the Agora, I'm not sure if even that time preference would be. I don't know. Anyway, just a thought.
Although it is in reverse, it is still similar to what's happening business on, like, let's say WeChat and things like that, where people interact with merchant chat robots through a messenger. So that is actually spot on, except for it being reversed from the account flow.
Interesting.
Yeah, actually, you're right. It's I was just going through my list of local Telegram channels, and this mixture of who needs a haircut, and I'm call girl XYZ, and hey, I have weed to offer. So it's quite fascinating, because on those networks you actually have this stream of offers. So
That's right. It is actually push based there, right?
Yeah, but the only difference really is this: you can't automate yet that your device just passively listens until an offer comes by that you need. It's actually an interesting concept that might actually be a really good feature.
Interesting. Yeah, definitely interesting. Yeah, I always like, especially July 1973. It sounded also too that he was kind of foreshadowing. Although yeah, like he talked about computers in the first paragraph of that excerpt, so I guess it's not surprising. But yeah, payment would most likely be in credits transmitted through the net to an underground bank. Obviously not necessarily a bank, but credits transmitted through the net. So yeah, I don't know. Definitely forward thinking. And there's one other quote that whenever we kind of wrap up this portion of the conversation, there's one other quote where he's very forward thinking. But yeah, you are right. There's a very fine line between forward thinking and naive, right?
Well, the interesting thing is that you start out as a visionary and you don't know, and nobody else knows what is naive. You only find out the naivety with time.
Right.
So it's not against him. It's
right.
In hindsight, things become clearer.
I mean, maybe I think naivety is the wrong word. I think what we often get wrong is the actual complexity of things. So that might be the naive part. That often we think, okay, this is easy, and this other thing is hard, and then it turns out later that the easy part is actually the much harder part. I mean, the example I always use for encryption is that the encryption is relatively easy, but the whole key management is actually the hard thing. And in the early days, that wasn't really considered. Everybody was thinking about encryption, but key management was thought of being easy, but that is actually the hard thing.
Yeah, it's actually all those things that have this media change between technology and people. That is where the real complexity comes. So as you said, key management is one of those things, or trust relationship, cyber attacks, reputation, all these places where you have two different kinds of things interacting, like the mathematical computer system on the one hand and the person on the other hand, and that mapping the one to the other and in reverse, that is where things get surprisingly complicated.
Yeah, once the wetware gets involved, things get messy.
Exactly.
Understood. Gotcha. Yeah, well, I certainly appreciate all of that that insight. Certainly further than we've gone before on that. But yeah, Kyle and I are definitely not. We aren't this deep into the technology. So yeah, I certainly appreciate that. Was there anything else in regards to his secure communicators encryption scheme, or anything else you guys like to mention before I read this last very short quote?
I think I would like to emphasize what Frank said with the messengers. I think that for a certain amount of time, we thought that the way we should do stuff is like build websites or build darknet websites or boards or whatever. And it's this fascinating thing that both from a communication standpoint and from a social communication standpoint and from a technical standpoint, we're actually going much closer back to the old marketplaces. When you think about the marketplace in a medieval city, where you have the merchants shouting what kinds of products they have to offer, and that is their advertisement. So just coming to the place and then listening to the advertisement that they shout is how this whole finding each other works, and that is essentially what we're coming back to with messengers, with stuff like drop gangs, stuff like local beacons, etc. So it's actually quite fascinating that this whole interlude of the web, where as cypherpunks and agorists, we dabbled around, but in a way, those non-ideological market players actually innovated past us. And they have no idea about encryption or anything, but they're running their drug empires on Telegram. So I find that important to emphasize that is actually the direction in which a lot of things seem to be evolving.
That is true. That is true. An interesting point. I saw a couple. I've seen a couple people selling like mushrooms and cannabis on Twitter through like an Etsy shop. They just changed the names on the stuff. So like I guess things are kind of just getting more overt out in the public. And yeah, same with the Telegram is certainly interesting. I dump most, like all, which I should have done a long time ago, and I know you guys are already long there. But yeah, I dumped all of the centralized social media platforms except for Twitter at this point, or all the censorship happy ones. I think Float's still centralized, but whatever. But yeah, I guess the censorship happy ones. And yeah, I'm kind of moving mostly over to Telegram at this point. At least kind of the answer. I mean, that's where a lot of folks are going. And that's, I guess, one thing I've kind of noticed over the past year, which we'll get into. But I wanted to read this last quote by Rayo, and then get more into kind of the progression into I guess 2020s and 2021 with building second realms. And I think this really sets the stage because it's what we're facing, and it harkens back to, again, the forward-thinking nature of Rayo. But he said, quote, "I want a lifestyle which can easily withstand the worst technocratic super totalitarianism that is within the realm of reasonable possibility. We may still have some contact with that society, but we won't have to worry appreciably over what idiotic thing the people molesters do next, any more than somebody who takes a vacation at the Riviera now and then needs to be much concerned about the politics of France. Our change in lifestyle will be, in a sense, an answer to the omnipotence of state line of Rothbard and Hess. We'll answer not in words, but by doing, the only real way." So I love the quote just in general, but he's talking about the technocracy, and that's kind of what we saw really speed up in 2020. But again, like, it's something he foresaw. It's it's something that very early cypherpunks back in, as soon as this technology came out, you could automatically kind of see people could automatically see the what could happen, and the importance of privacy and encryption. And that's kind of my understanding of the history. So I suppose I suppose I'll give you a chance to each answer however you wish. But can you provide I guess just an overview of your thoughts on 2019, 2020, and I guess just the advancing technocracy and how it relates to how your strategy's updated any? And Smuggler or Frank?
Smuggler, you want to go ahead?
No, you go.
Well, I found it highly interesting the last year. I mean, with the whole COVID thing, so many things changed at once and got accelerated. So I'm still kind of like in the process of trying to understand it all. There's so many loose ends to try to get together. You know, like for example, the whole remote work thing got accelerated massively. You know, suddenly everybody's online, so that sped up so many things that I found really interesting. What I found also extremely illuminating was that I think there was no year like last year that showed me as much how people are living in completely different realities. I mean, that's what you could see with COVID and what you could also see with the whole US election thing. I mean, it's almost if people are living in different countries, you know, which might be related to people just being, you know, online all the time, and everybody's kind of like in their own bubble in a sense.
Yeah.
And in terms of strategy, I think it's quite challenging, you know, for us. We did some meetups in, I think, mostly 2019, and then that all came to like a grinding halt in 2020, and so we still kind of trying to figure out how to meet in the physical, you know, how to do it online. It's definitely more challenging to build any physical community in these times.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's really just it really just progressed very, very rapidly, and as I said in a previous podcast, like things really haven't changed much. It's just more of the human experience has been forced into, I guess, maybe the gray area or the gray markets, I guess you could say, where it could be, depending on the number of people or depending on where you're doing it or depending on what arbitrary, you know, rules and regulations are, you know, in effect wherever someone happens to find themselves. You know, it could be illegal or gray area or whatever. So yeah, you're right. You're definitely right. Smugger, did you have anything?
Well, a couple of things to add to what Frank said about physical meetings. The interesting thing, if you have a situation like this, especially when you have polarized views and reality, is that physical meetings often reflect those different positions and lead to conflict, where a lot of our liberty-minded friends basically break the ability of cooperation by simply trying to make whatever point they want to make about politics, basically, like the politics of the pandemic and whatever. So that's an interesting area of conflict, actually. And it's so for me, 2020 was really this year where I thought a lot about our ability as freedom-loving people to actually have sensible communities that survive stress. And I've been rather disappointed with that. So I've been disappointed with humanity in general, and I've been disappointed with the liberty lovers in specific. So there's a whole field where I personally really have to do a lot of thinking and processing and trying to figure out how we are not undermined by external factors, but actually really learn to be independent and constructive in our own thoughts and methods. So for example, for our community here, it has taken too long until we really caught up with sensible ways of dealing with the situation, both when it comes to finding this fine line between visibly breaking the lockdown rules or just covertly breaking the lockdown rules, how to do that in a way that minimizes risk, but still allows us to do what we want to do. Then the whole question of protecting each other, like how far do you have to go? Where do you take a back seat just to accommodate other people. So this whole calculation of how to actually deal with groups of people that have very different opinions on the one hand, on the other hand, really have no true capacity of really operating socially. And I mean, this lack of capacity to operate socially is something you really only see in conflict. And that has been quite visible for me. So that's a big thing. And I don't know what to do with that yet. So as I said, I'm actually quite disappointed with us. The other thing to mention when it comes back to the quote is that I think we have not at all seen what technocratic tyranny can be. And that's another point that really disappointed me the last year, is this everybody freaking out about some minor rules and thinking that they're living in a dystopia where nothing is possible anymore. And everybody who tried, however, was able to circumvent those rules, go deeper underground, just break them, or just discover that those rules are only on paper and not enforced.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I found this overreaction and this, let's call it dystopia LARPing, I found that really bad. So I'm still really pissed at a lot of people, like how they reacted to it. So, like, for all your life, you're living with paying taxes, and you're not complaining about it anymore. But now somebody wants a PCR test, and you think that you're living in dystopia. We've been living in the dystopia before that. You just got used to it, and now suddenly a minor thing is the worst thing that could ever happen. It's I found this shift in how to weigh things. I found that dramatically almost juvenile, but it's destructive. It's destructive in a deep sense, because you could see that we ourselves are really disconnected from reality. And we have been disconnected from reality so much that the situation now reveals of how much that has happened before is really just pretending. How much pretend we did in, oh yeah, I'm going to be free now. But for most people, that was just, it's almost like virtue signaling. You virtue signal, oh yeah, I have crypto and now I'm a libertarian or a free person or whatever. But in reality, a lot of that is just bullshit. And I've been really, I don't know, I haven't processed 2020 and the reactions of the community yet, quite frankly. And I am fearful in a sense that what would happen if things really hit the fan? Like shit, fan, problem. Like we have seen nothing yet, and we're already completely failing. What's going to happen if things get really hard? What then?
What do you mean with we haven't seen nothing yet?
Well, when it comes to technocratic tyranny, most things today we can easily circumvent or we don't really depend on. So it's not really, we're not living in a deep dystopian tyranny right now. There are people that did that in the past, like Soviet Russia, North Korea, blah, blah, blah. They have real issues. And they are able to circumvent and live anyways, or were able to circumvent and live anyways. And now it becomes slightly harder and people freak out instead of finding solutions. That was something that for me was scary. This failure of so many of us, and I include myself to a certain degree, so many of us to cool-headedly breaking the tyranny, and instead actually like incorporating it and becoming it, mostly like people just pretended that there was a big thing out there, but on the other hand, they actually believed it. You know, it's hard to vocalize, but it's this lack of seriousness and understanding what's going on. That was, for me, that was shocking.
Well, for me, it's there's some echo there. For me, it's really what I realized is before I thought like people, they are liberty lovers, you know, they want to live outside, let's say, of the system. They don't want to be under the influence of the system. That's what, you know, got me excited about liberty, or what excites me about liberty is that you try to be independent from the system. And what I realized last year is that as a lot of people, I have the feeling it's not about liberty. It's about being against the system. It's still, in a way, their identity is totally defined by the system. The only difference is, instead of, you know, being for it, they are against it. And that leads to these, you know, knee-jerk reactions where people basically are always against something just because the system says, you know, this is how we do things now. And it leads to these like really weird conclusions, in my opinion, you know.
Yeah,
basically, you know, some state measure is wrong and therefore there is no virus. Simplified, but that often seems to be like the reasoning there, and it almost becomes fashionable to be a COVID denier when you're libertarian because the state does some stupid shit.
Yeah, I was often reminded of what Paul Rosenberg is often saying, is this: you have to think about what you would do if you were actually free. Like, if you have nothing to fight against anymore, how would your life look like?
Right.
And what I meant with this LARPing is that it seems that a lot of people are just in the scene to draw their identity from being against the system, and without actually having a vision of where they want to go, and with constantly making up this or presenting this polarity between them and the system. And instead of being, you know, forward oriented, being constructive, etc., they're more a commentary on the current system than innovators for the future system.
Mm-hmm.
And that the problem is that if we are ever more successful, sooner or later, if their identity is based on this negation of whatever is there, they will become the negation of us. And sooner or later, it's going to be the same mindset that is going to disrupt and subvert in whatever we are doing. So if you're just against what is the majority or whatever, then the moment freedom actually wins in a considerable way, the same mindset will destroy it again.
Sure. Yeah.
You mean because people are then against that?
Exactly, because they have to differentiate themselves, and they differentiate themselves by being against whatever is currently working. And that's what I meant with this. You haven't been against the dystopia we've already been living in. You know, if you really think that liberty is a great thing, then that was always true.
Right.
And then you're working towards a vision that is actually positive. You know, you have a concept of this is how it is, and not a concept of this is not how it is. And I actually think that there's at least one reason for that is our fault, like our fault in the sense of libertarian thinkers and whatever. And for me, it's this or one of the signs is this: when we're talking about the state, when we're talking about bureaucrats and whatever, we dehumanize it. So we're talking about, the servile society, we're talking about the blotches, we're talking about the monsters, whatever. And in a way that is actually wrong, because instead of saying how we will be better, we're just focusing our negativity on them. And that basically captures is this relationship with being against those monsters, instead of liberating us towards saying, we know how to do it better. We know how to progress ourselves and our friends and our families and our societies and maybe even humanity towards something actually fundamentally better in itself, instead of just bashing the police. I mean, why the fuck bash the police if you can ignore it? I want to be able to ignore the police and not think about it anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you make a good. Well, you made a lot of good points there, but the one that I think you guys both kind of are pointing out is that the people who cared about freedom were already working towards solutions before 2020, right? There are people that already saw enough value in freedom and liberty that they're making sacrifices, or they were building or whatever, building solutions and the furtherance of it. So I think the one thing I will say though is that. What I did see over the course of 2020 is that the people who just needed that last little nudge in the direction of solutions, there's definitely been an increase in folks. Definitely an increase in folks looking to organize, locally and building the Agora, building Second Realms, things like that. So I think that's certainly a positive. But yeah, it's not a huge number of people. Yeah, there are a lot of folks still just 100% focused on the problems in the first realm, and yeah, that's not going to build something positive. Yeah, you're certainly correct about that.
Yeah, I would like to add to that, because I think that's another mistake we often do, and that is we're looking at our ideological compatriots and look at what they do, instead of looking at what the normies without the philosophical background and whatever do. Because that is the thing that I really liked, is that a lot of people, without saying I'm libertarian, I read Rothbard or whatever, they just recaptured their lives to a certain degree.
True.
I mean,
yeah, that's true. I am seeing more just like families that are like I've seen a couple families pop into the PAZNIA chat, for example. So yeah, more generally outside libertarian circles, just folks that's local, just local normal people. Yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah.
There's a lot of that going on. So it's actually fascinating to see how people at a certain point just break the rules. So underground haircuts, of course, is a big thing. Then underground parties and clubs.
Right.
So for example, in Berlin, there were several nightclubs, like dance clubs, that have been raided, that were like hidden in basements behind vending machines and stuff like that. So I found that not the raiding, of course, but the existence of those things is an aspect of great hope. Or the other aspect is this big trade in falsified PCR test certificates. So where a lot of people are trading those immunity certificates, then there's a black market in vaccinations, vaccination certificates, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not talking from health politics here, just the amount of black market activity in the last year has dramatically increased for whole new sections of society.
I think that's because for many people, things got to a point where there literally was no other way anymore to keep, earning a living and just surviving. So they got pushed past the breaking point.
that is part of it, I think. But the interesting thing is that a lot of those people that were pushed past this breaking point and then started to be black market active, they also inspired others. Because what is clearly to be seen is that enforcement cannot keep it cannot keep up with the amount of rule breaking now. So people learn that, and they see that them breaking the rules is actually a viable option, even if they're not really forced towards it. So you have those trailblazers that were pushed into it, and then they're followed up by a lot of people that see that it works. And it would be an interesting thing to think about how to keep this momentum going. Because quite frankly, if what is going on right now on the black market, if we can keep that alive, that might actually break a lot of states, like in our lifetime, like in the next few years.
Yeah, that's fair, and I guess I as I said a little bit ago, that it's 2020 really just pushed some additional things into the black and gray markets. It's even it's to the point now, like with there's and whether how much of it is fear mongering, how much of it is fear mongering, how much of it is actually real, is there's it's kind of a hard line to figure out there sometimes. But there are problems with the centralized food supply here in the States. So even things like things like that might get pushed into with all the nonsense regulations and such for meat and dairy and things like that. So it's just more areas of the human experience being pushed into the black and gray markets, and there's certainly it's certainly great to acknowledge, and this is why I always appreciate talking to you, Smuggler, and also you, Frank, is that you guys are very real and honest about your perspective on things, and I appreciate that. I definitely do. There's certainly some positives. As I said, Smuggler, we were talking pre-show about how got the first event coming up at PAZNIA here in March, and it's just an unofficial. It's not even Vonu Fest 2, the actual real event happening at the end of the year. It's just this thing I tossed out and tossed out to some folks, and there's gonna be 15 or 20 people coming out here. So like there's still like in terms of there's also the Freedom Cells website here in the state. Well, I guess it's worldwide. But there's some really good things happening. And I want to make sure to acknowledge that and highlight that. But also yes, all of the things you guys are pointing out are critically important, and I'm happy you're doing so.
Yeah, it's actually interesting to watch the United States from afar these days, because for the last 10 years, 15 years, I was really disappointed with the liberty scene in the US, and
Same.
now it's picking up again. So I'm really happy about that.
Sure.
They also got pushed past the breaking point. Soon the sessions will start.
Yeah, it's
One-Star Republic.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be really interesting. There's a lot of things are in a position politically where, and I don't care about the political you're saying, but just the nature, just the political situation itself. Like something has to, some things have to change, and it's just going to be interesting to see, interesting and exciting to see where everything kind of plays out. So I've got just a couple of miscellaneous questions. One from somebody on Twitter, but I want to give you guys a chance. I've been going for about an hour here, and I want to make sure to work on these last couple of questions. Was there anything else you guys wanted to talk about on in the realm of what we've been covering so far? Recent developments, and such.
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good too.
Okay, very good. So, just one thing that's and it's another very pressing thing. It's something we've talked about on this podcast before, but it's a very rapidly advancing area. So, it's kind of an area where you guys have some expertise in. So, do you guys have any current recommendations or I guess suggestions on things to look into for privacy in the realm of in the realm of cell phones in the modern day, like projects? There's I know there's PinePhone out there, and there's some other ones. There's some other operating systems you can put on Androids and such. But is there anything that you guys are particularly interested in that's out there and available right now?
Yeah, I actually recommend to most people to get a phone with Graphene OS on it, and then just get an external LTE to Wi-Fi router, or GSM or 5G to Wi-Fi router. So you basically have those two devices. You have your hardened graphene phone, but you don't have a SIM card in it, and you just connect to it via Wi-Fi to your portable router. And then, I mean, nobody uses the cell phone network for calls anyways. I mean, you're
Right.
using Signal or Telegram or whatever makes your boat float. So, and the reason is that it's much easier to replace those little portable routers. And you can swap them out to hide your network fingerprint. So it's not a big problem to have like 3, 4, 5 of them, and then use them specific to what your activity is right now. And since you don't want anybody to know that those activities are connected, you're switching out the router, the mobile router, and then you have your Graphene phone, which is a little bit more hardened and has not Google on it. Google services aren't on it. And you can still have most of your communications apps, and you can have your navigation, your web browser, and stuff like that. So I think that's actually very close to the ideal solution. I'm not a huge fan of stuff like the PinePhone or the Librem, because both their hardware and software stack are far away from being everyday usable by normal people. So I think that Graphene is really the way to go for right now. And for those of you that are more technically inclined, I always recommend putting Termux in there, which is a Linux shell. So you're able to run your command line programs and your SSH and whatever from the command line on your phone. So that's basically all you need today. I think that the PinePhone, Librem, and what else is out there, they will need quite some time to really be usable and secure enough, because right now their security is not up to par at all yet.
Gotcha. That's fair. Frank, do you have anything you'd like to offer? Any insight?
No, I agree with Smuggler. I think Graphene is probably the best you can do right now in terms of mobile operating systems.
Fantastic. Okay. Yeah, that seems.
And the separation, I mean, maybe.
Yep. Go ahead. Sorry.
Maybe to add that that the separation, like what Smuggler said, it allows you to swap it out more easily, but it also means that you have your baseband processor separated from the operating system of your mobile phone. So that's also a security advantage there. Because the baseband processor that actually does the data traffic has its own operating system, which is proprietary and has control over the entire system. And if you have that running on the phone, then you don't really have much device security there. So that's another advantage.
So is that kind of like the management engine that's removed from, I guess, the more open source, privacy-friendly laptops then? Is that the management engine of the phones?
Yeah, metaphorically speaking, yes, but it's more of like the operating system of the baseband processor, and that's usually closed source, and but it has all the capabilities. Yeah, in that sense, it's similar to the management engine.
Sure.
And that's why you don't really want to use it on a phone. So ideally, I don't know, Smuggler, do you know if there is some device that doesn't have that for Graphene OS, like a pure Wi-Fi based device?
No, there isn't. And the problem is that they're on the same chip, so you can't really switch them off. But the Graphene is actually doing a lot of work in isolating the baseband processor from the application processor. So the main issue in that realm is really tracking. And if you're really hardcore, you can actually do Ethernet over USB to your router, so you don't even have a Wi-Fi footprint. So that's for the pros.
So smart people are working on it then. That's what I like to hear. People smarter than myself, so that's good. That's good. So the last question, I'll pause it here, was one mention on Twitter, and I think some folks will be interested in this one for sure. Please, could you ask their thoughts on Monero versus Bitcoin? Do you hold the commonly held view that Bitcoin is a better store of value, which you can then swap for Monero to make private purchases? Or do you see a future in which Monero holders won't want to trade Monero for tainted Bitcoin, and then Monero becomes the best store of value? Or does the worse auditability of the supply and or regular hard forking of Monero prevent this? So, yeah, Monero versus Bitcoin, and basically, do the disadvantages of Monero outweigh the disadvantages of Bitcoin? So I guess I'll toss it over. Not sure which one of you which one of you wants to take this one.
Maybe let me start. So I think privacy-wise, Monero is definitely the better system, just because it's on by default, and every transaction is way more private than Bitcoin transactions. And Bitcoin, you have to do mixing, and that's becoming more and more expensive with the increasing transaction fees. In terms of store value, I think right now Bitcoin has the upper hand there, and in a way that is kind of disappointing, because to me it shows that the market doesn't really value privacy that much. I think that is the reason why Bitcoin is winning in terms of store value there. There's a lot of institutional money coming in, companies coming in who are actually think it's a great feature of Bitcoin that you can audit everything, and it's traceable because it brings it closer to regulatory compliance and these things. And that's probably in terms of store value, that's probably the biggest risk for Monero, is that it's gonna get delisted, or it might get delisted from exchanges. Some already did that, and that we will see this split in a way between privacy coins who will be fought with regulation and kicked off the exchanges, and that of course damages price discovery, makes it harder to trade, and then the traceable coins like Bitcoin will stay on exchanges. So in terms of pure speculation, it's probably best to, or most profitable to stay in Bitcoin. And in terms of privacy, Monero is pretty high up my list, but there are a few other coins which are also interesting. So
very interesting. Smuggler, you got anything?
Since I'm the cryptocurrency skeptic in this round, I would just like to remind people that whatever you put your eggs in shouldn't be one basket. So distribute widely, and not only cryptocurrencies. There are bullets, there's canned food and stuff like that. So that's a store of value as well.
Optimists buy crypto, pessimists buy cans.
Yep.
Yeah, but I would also diversify within crypto and definitely outside crypto. I think it's a good idea to get some physical gold, and also the good old cans and bullets never hurt.
Yep. That's what we're doing here at PAZNIA, raising lambs and goats. Gonna have plenty of meat and a lot of whey. Like I'm gonna have three milk producing animals this spring. I've already got 2, so I'm gonna be making lots of whey protein to store away. So yeah, that's gonna be my focus here, outside of crypto. But cool. Other people are obviously free to do whatever they like. But I certainly appreciate you guys coming on. That was a fantastic conversation. I guess I'll turn it over to you guys one more time. Any other closing thoughts you'd like to leave the audience with? And Frank, I'll turn it over to you first, my friend.
No, I think we covered it all. It was great talking to you.
Great.
My last words, just rock on, don't give up. The future will be awesome.
Yes, sir. I'm with you. Definitely with you. Well, guys, thank you so much. Is there? Do you want to plug your guys' podcast for the audience? Let them know where they can find it, and if you got anything interesting in store. And well, obviously, you've got interesting stuff coming up, but anything you'd like to mention in regards to it?
Yeah, of course. So our podcast is Cypherpunk Bitstream. You can find it on PAZ0.org. And the web forum that I mentioned is on bbs.anaplex.net. And on anaplex.net, you also find crypto-anarchist writing. You also find that on opaque.link. And Frank has a good website as well. You know the URL better than I do.
Yeah, the URL of my website is frankbraun.org. And in regards to Cypherpunk Bitstream, the next episode is going to be released soon, and it's on non-compliance, which I find kind of fitting for our conversation today. So.
For sure. Well, for the folks over here at Vonu, definitely go check that out if you haven't already. I know much of my audience has mentioned it to me before, so I know our audience is definitely overlapped to a significant degree. But yeah, guys, I certainly appreciate you coming on. We'll have to get you back on in the near future, and yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Hey, not a problem. All right, guys, and there you have it. Smuggler and Frank Braun, two cypherpunks and Second Realm builders over across the pond. If you'd like more on the Second Realm strategy, please do visit vonupodcast.com/Second Realm clips for all of the essential links, they're reading, as well as the episode list for our Building the Second Realm series. I know I've been promoting it a lot, but it's important, and it's not that much of an investment of time. And over the course of the dozen or so episodes, you'll basically hear the entire book Smuggler co-authored. So yeah, get two birds stoned at once, as I like to say. And yeah, please check out our partners over at Libertarian Attack Publications, libertarianattack.com. We offer books on freedom strategy, libertarian philosophy, anarchist fiction, discounted bundles, privacy tools. We'll have privacy tools coming, and more. Again, the website's libertarianattack.com, and you can also find publishing information if you're looking for a freedom-minded publisher. We can help you share your story. And the website for this podcast is vonupodcast.com. That is and will always be the best place to go for everything Vonu. It is the place where we 100% control. So definitely the place to go. Thanks so much for tuning in, and always remember, Vonu is yours for the making. Thanks, guys. See ya.
Is it possible to create pockets of freedom where personal autonomy is respected? In the novella, #Agora, Daniel LaRusso finds out the answer firsthand. After discovering Bitcoin, he becomes immersed in the cypherpunk underground. Encryption, ghost pads, temporary autonomous zones, and much more. He learns the benefits of freedom, of these tools for self-liberation, and how truly free individuals could conduct their affairs outside of the servile society. Based on real individuals in modern-day Berlin, Germany, #Agora gives you a practical representation of how freedom pioneers can carve out pockets of freedom in an otherwise enslaved world. Get your paperback copy today by visiting tinyurl.com/agoraanarchy. Again, that's tinyurl.com/agoraanarchy. And for more titles like this, please search for Liberty Under Attack Publications on Amazon.
Our strategy for liberty is the creation of a culture of liberty, a society that occupies its own protected space and implements independent systems of cooperation. We need to create a second realm. Device connection terminated.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Are you an alpha male looking to engage in consensual violence in a totally non-homosexual way? Do you also have nostalgia over the glory days when NFL players would get drunk, smoke cigarettes, and do drugs in the locker room before the complete takeover by gambling? And before all the lame-ass flag-waving shit? You aren't the only one. The PAZNIA Football League is prepping for kickoff in year 7 2027. The beginning preliminary planning stage is launching alongside this announcement. Each node, aka team, will field 7 badasses ready to lay their bodies on the line for the entertainment of PAZNIans, and of course, to prove just how fucking tough they are. If any node is unable to field an entire squad, we have goats that can serve as fill-ins. But please note, PAZNIA is not responsible for any injuries that may be incurred. Single men, bachelors. What better way is there to possibly find you a freedom-pioneering woman? What better way to demonstrate that you are the one she should head into the fallout bunker with? That you won't just $5 wrench attack her for her Bitcoin? There really aren't any. So what are you waiting for? Head on over to PAZNIA.com/football, fill out the application, sign the waivers, and get ready for a hell of a season come 2027. Again, PAZNIA.com/football. Sponsored by Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray, the official wellness product of the PAZNIA Football League.
Support PAZNIA. Support the Second Realm this holiday season. Featuring Thane Riddle.
Let's talk for a second about giving this Xmas season. We all give stuff to people sometimes, feeding and clothing the needy. We know that libertarians need to be watched very closely when it comes to giving to needy orphans. I will remind you that a thong does not count as clothing, and cat ears are a dubious choice unless at least they have earmuffs for warming the ears. Feeding needy children, libertarians are pedophiles. Watch out for them. Just accept their Monero donations, and that's it. Speaking of which, Second Realm projects need your funding. Okay, there are many ways to give this Xmas season. You can give Monero and cool shit like that to cool stuff. Okay, whether it be the good old-fashioned stuff or the less good old-fashioned stuff. Good timing. We've got PAZNIA.com/fund. That's PAZNIA.com/FUND. Emphasis on the FU. You'll find that it's a new page where we've got specific projects on PAZNIA that are seeking funding. We got PAZNIA Radio Network, low bandwidth audio only feed needing to be funded. It doesn't take much to fund that. I think we're going to reach that goal. VPS for Mumble server so that we can have audio chat rooms and shit. VPS for PAZcraft. That's the PAZNIA mind test server, Luanti, whatever the hell they're calling it. It's kind of like Minecraft. That project's going along. Overall troubleshooting / upkeep. That's not a sexy item on the list, but it's a big one. PeerTube instance, which is like a video hosting thing. And they have an off-grid wellness shed at Veritas they're trying to fund. $5,000 is pretty low, really, for what it is. They must have a lot of the gear already. And that's a big one. Don't let the big price tag on the wellness shed scare you off if you want to earmark your funds, because there are PAZNIans, vetted PAZNIans that can go to Veritas that need healthcare and that are fucked up with weird problems. Okay, that happens, and we need to invest more in our Second Realm healthcare. That's kind of a big deal, folks. It's kind of a big deal. There's other shit. You don't want to give us money. You think we're a bunch of lazy pieces of shit. And half of your money is going to go to Dabs for Rayo 2. I assure you, he pays for them with his own parents' money. That's just a joke, kids. I don't know how he gets his money. He's probably selling pictures of his dog in precarious positions or whatever weird libertine things he's into. Don't ask me. I don't know. And if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. But if you are interested in pictures of Naomi, email Shane at libertyunderattack.com. Monero community crowdfunding system. Ever heard of it? Monero CCS. This is another thing you could give to if you're interested in funding Monero development. There's 5 things needing funding right now. I see on ccs.getmonero.org/funding-required. We got VT Nerd working full time. We got we're researching bulletproofs. That's going to make shit more efficient and private and enable more features on Monero. Website redesign. V1.Q47 is doing a Russian localization of a Monero conference. Ever Odd and Even doing Monero Python maintenance. Cool stuff. Okay. There's also magicgrants.org. They do some other Monero shit. If you want to give to a charity that's not, because you're like, okay, yeah, you know, I like funding second realm stuff, and that's cool and all, but I also want to actually, you know, fund to normal ass charities or other projects, but just do it with Monero. You could check out kuno.an.media. That's kuno.anne.media. They, you know, anyone can list their fucking fly by night scam charity project there, so check that out. And if you want to give to a normal ass charity, but you're like, oh, none of them take Monero, or they take crypto through Gemini, and it's fucking gay, why don't you try out silentdonor.com? They'll donate to a charity on your behalf. You give them Monero, you can tell them to donate to any charity. They support pretty much anything. You type it in. And I'm going to tell you again, because I have bias here. Don't forget us. Okay, boss, PAZNIA, give us money. Give us your money this Christmas season. For you, it's about giving. For us, it's about taking. Go to PAZNIA.com/fund. Give the gift of an honorary stakeholder membership to your dog this Xmas season. PAZNIA.com/Thane, THANE. If you want to donate to PRN, the PAZNIA radio network that you're listening to specifically, you could try xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio, or Zapathilly on Nostr. Your market for Thane if you want. Anyway.
Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. The newest release via Liberty Under Attack Publications. In this ever-growing tyrannical world, the prospects of self-liberation, aka freedom, seem so very far away. But thanks to the hard work and archival efforts of freedom pioneers of the past decades, self-liberation doesn't have to seem like a pie-in-the-sky dream. Back in the 1960s, around the time of the counterculture revolution, a zine sprung up called Vonu Life. Vonu Life contained reports from self-liberators, provided a path for networking with others, and still to this day, contain the most hardcore solutions and strategies for breaking free from the servile society. No bitching, no complaining, no political crusading, and no false illusions of an external political savior. The final issue released in the 1970s. That is, until this release, Vonu Life 25, Resurrected. Herein, quite a few self-liberators contributed knowledge and solutions, topics including intentional communities, networking, and vonuing in cities, selecting a free mate, legal interstices in the 21st century, and hacking liberty. Self-liberation storytime, a section dedicated to freedom fiction. The Vonu Life message board, and much more. Begin, or continue, your journey of liberation from the servile society and into a liberated lifestyle of your choosing. Vonu is truly yours for the making. And Vonu Life 25, Resurrected will help you get there. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/VL25. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25 to purchase on site or to buy via Amazon. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Again, libertyunderattack.com/VL25.
Hello, friends, fellow self-liberators. Dr. Gatherer here coming to you with a health and wellness message. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, is now back in stock at libertyunderattack.com. For your basic aches and pains, to more extensive injuries, and even pains like headaches or migraines, the Pain Liberator is here to liberate you from discomfort. The Pain Liberator is a 20% DMSO, dimethyl sulfoxide, /80% colloidal silver water base, blended with enough aspirin to provide 30 milligrams of aspirin per spray. Beyond just pain relief, all three of these main ingredients provide enormous benefit to the body in general. DMSO also helps to bring the aspirin and colloidal silver into the skin for maximum bioavailability. Individual benefits include colloidal silver is antibacterial, antifungal, used for sore throats, sinus problems, tooth infections, and candida overgrowths. DMSO has over 40 known pharmacological properties, helps with acne, heals shingles, is radio/EMF protective, painkiller, and heals stroke and heart attack damage. Aspirin is one of the safest, cheapest miracle drugs in existence. Searching PubMed, it assists with basically every disease or imbalance, from muscle pain to reversing cancerous tumors and everything in between. Spray directly on head for headaches. The Pain Liberator is available via Liberty Under Attack publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. PayPal, Bitcoin, and Monero accepted. For Monero, email shane@libertyunderattack.com. The Pain Liberator, Miracle Muscle Pain Reliever, a PAZNIA Department of Health and Wellness creation. libertyunderattack.com/pain.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
You're listening to the Vonu Podcast, the podcast making you invulnerable to the coercion of the state and the servile society. Visit our website for free resources to aid you in your pursuit of self-liberation. Old Vonu publications, podcasts, guest articles, and much more. Go to vonupodcast.com. And now, your hosts, Shane and Jason.
And welcome to the Vonu Podcast, the podcast making you invulnerable to coercion. I'm your host, Shane. This podcast, everything found on the website, is covered by BIPCOT's no government license, so allows reuse and modification to anyone except for governments and the agents thereof. Learn more by visiting bipcot.org. So our crypto-anarchism series continues today as I welcome back Smuggler, a covert communications expert and crypto-anarchist living the second realm life. He wrote the damn book on it, which you can pick up at libertyunderattack.com or for free at anarplex.net. What's important is that you access the information. I don't care how you do it. But if you like paperbacks, we do have those. But I had him on the podcast a few months back. That was episode number 53. If you haven't checked that out, please make sure to do so. I've received a ton of great feedback on it, and my recent guests all actually heard about the podcast through my interview with Smugglers. So that's certainly great to hear. Go check out that episode. So in recent months, the subject of cryptography bans has come up once again. Most recently, here in the USSA, the Dolan J. Trump administration has discussed banning encrypted messaging apps such as Signal or Wire. What do you know? Smuggler wrote an extensive article on the subject back in October of 2017, which shares the same title as this episode, The Fog of Crypto War. I'll drop a link to it in the show notes. Definitely go check it out. So to set the stage, let me read a couple of paragraphs from the introduction of the aforementioned article. Quote, over the last 2 years, politicians in the USA, UK, and elsewhere have been threatening the regulation of strong cryptography. But the experts and journalists who have expressed concern over this have done so in ways that we consider misleading. In this document, we'll recap the motives and strategies of the people who wish to regulate cryptography, the responses by its defenders, and the battle over public opinion. We will conclude that the picture painted in the media is misleading, as are those of experts and activists, and would lead us to resist a straw man, while missing the issues of substance. So herein, we will discuss some of the possibilities the state has when it comes to regulating encryption, why most arguments made against the banning of encryption are bad, and what impact governments could have on cryptography, along with the implications for privacy advocates. So it's sure to be a fun one. Without further ado, Smuggler, welcome back to the Vonu podcast. How are you doing this evening?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for having me on.
Hey, not a problem, not a problem. So, yeah, as you heard, people really, really dug the episode that we did the first time. Introduced quite a few people to, I guess, the second realm sort of life, and also, I guess, brought more people into Vonu generally. So, yeah, great feedback, and I certainly appreciate you taking some time to come back on. So, yeah, for those who maybe didn't catch that episode or don't follow you on Twitter, don't follow your work, do you mind starting with an introduction? Who are you, and what do you do?
I'm known as Smuggler. I'm currently residing in Germany. I've been active in the crypto-anarchist scene for, 25 years at least. Maybe even more. Yeah, 25 years sounds about right.
Wow.
I'm working in security consulting, covert communications, operational security, mostly working for people that have secrets to hide, which should be everybody, but apparently only a few are willing to pay for that. Mm-hmm. So I do stuff like consulting people on how to secure their offices, how to secure their communications, how to have processes that defend their secrets. So we do stuff like consulting for banks, consulting for journalists, big companies, lawyers. That is like one of the works I do. The other thing is that I'm involved in a privacy preserving VPN service, and I also operate the Enerplex website and IRC server, and I'm involved in several software products and a host of things I'm not talking about.
Sure.
So that is me, basically.
Very good, very good. And yeah, I would definitely recommend. I said it last time. I'll say it again for anyone who may not have heard it. Definitely go check out. I first found out about Smuggler when I found the site Enerplex.net. Very, very good website. Go check it out. And there's also opaque.link, which I'll put all these in the show notes. But Smuggler's work is I really do recommend everyone follow it. I read I'm pretty sure I've read everything you put up on Enerplex, and recently worked my way through your posts on opaque.link. Yeah, lots of great stuff. So I guess
thank you.
So yeah, I guess first off, could you tell the listeners a little bit about the article that you wrote, "The Fog of Crypto War"? It was October 2017. What caused you to write it? And yeah, we'll begin there.
I cannot remember the exact reason, other than most of my writings go back to me being pissed off about something. So I think I read some anti-crypto regulation article, and I think it was by P.A.Z.NIA, but I can't remember. And I was thinking, dudes, we have to realize that we're not living in the 90s anymore. And I think that's the main reason I wrote the article. It's basically to recap the state of the discussion, the possibilities on both sides, and also to communicate how politics actually works. Because there's this issue that we have a lot of special interest groups that actually think that whatever they want is the core of wisdom and the height of all knowledge and the best thing ever. And what these special interest groups often forget is that politics is a little bit more complicated than just getting what you want. And even defenders of crypto anarchy, or cryptography in this case, are a special interest group. So it was important to basically describe what is actually going on and to open everybody's eyes a little bit on what they're actually dealing with, so that communication, discussion, debate would be more effective, and that we would be less manipulated into dealing with the wrong issue. So that is why I wrote the article.
Sure. Yeah, and I did want to start with that, actually, because that's how you begin the article, a section called Politics as Negotiation. And I know, obviously, like a free market anarchist, crypto anarchist, Vonuans, we all know that politics is not based on objective fact. It's not based on, pure rationality, and logic. It's just not. So yeah, I think the way you start that and that kind of explanation, it's special interest groups. It's a lot of it's emotion. So yeah, for free market anarchists, Vonuans, or other folks who are more rational, that's why politics is so frustrating. At least that's part of it, right? Is that it obviously, like when it comes to economics, there's empirical evidence to show that what they're doing leads to bad results, but that doesn't really matter, right? I mean, that it's a system that they have to uphold. So I think that's a really good way to start. But I'll turn it over to you here.
Well, I would strongly disagree with you.
Oh,
so I'm really sorry, but I don't think that they are any less rational than others. I think the real issue that people on the fringes often have is that they completely ignore the complexities of the world. So we find something where we are right, and then we think that this knowledge is what defines everybody. And I think that's a problem, because all societies and all people are not primarily rational. And that even applies to free market people, that applies, if you know praxeology, that applies to everybody. We often think that, but we're all primarily value driven. So the thing that really decides on how we think, what we choose, is how our value preferences look like, and how our risk adversity looks like, how our fears look like, and so on and so on. So in a way, we might often think that we're more rational, but that has often to do with us not knowing what values other people have, or by saying that their values are less valid. And I think that is one of the things one has to realize when it comes to politics and when it comes to bigger organizations and societies, is that the will and thinking of a lot of other people is just as valid as ours is. And they have good arguments as well. And we have a lot of bad arguments as well. So it's really a negotiation that is taking place. There's no objective thing that you can put out there that says this is the perfect way to live for everybody. I think whatever ideology or politics comes along and claims that is actually the most dangerous that could exist. So I'm a big fan of having some epistemological humility, as we call it, and as to say, okay, we take other people seriously, and the only thing that I really want is I want other people to have the same humility and allow me to experiment to find out what is working better. I'm not in the business of telling them how they have to live. I just deny that they are in the business of telling me.
Sure.
And I think this is really important, because when you start a conversation with, I'm smarter than you, or I know more than you, you almost already have lost the other party. You'll never convince the other party. And even saying what we say is more rational or more objective, whatever objective means, that is not the basis most people want to work on. It's not that important for them. And it's not how they value success for any rule. So I think it's really important to really grasp that.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Very good point. So I guess, do you want to speak a little bit to, I guess, the negotiation happening with I guess we'll wait for that. So yeah, we'll jump back in history first, and we'll talk about what was going on in the 1990s because I think it's good to go back there. So yeah, a lot of folks don't know that history. So could you tell us a bit about the crypto war that took place in the 1990s? I think some of this involved PGP and Phil Zimmerman, the Chipper clip. Could you tell us a bit about those things?
Yeah. So there are different ways on how to count in which crypto war we are right now. So there are people that say, okay, there was a first crypto war, which was in the 90s, then there was another one in the 2000s, mid-2000s, and then another one starting around 2016 or something like that. I personally think it's still the same crypto war. So I don't actually believe that we won the first crypto war. We just had a pause, like a short-term truce for everybody to recover and see what happens. So the first crypto war was mostly about two things, or it was about one fundamental thing, and the one fundamental thing was that public key cryptography became widely available. And it became widely available in two aspects. One was in Netscape, in the SSL implementation, so what we see in HTTPS that started back then. That was one of the things. The other thing was pretty good privacy by Zimmerman. And a third thing that happened is that the US government actually tried to preempt some of the crypto developments by building a product on their own, a telephone system based around the Clipper chip, which was an encryption chip for encrypted telephone communication. These are the three main fields, I think, where most of the crypto war was visible. There are, however, I think a lot of small battles that are either forgotten or never really understood. So, for example, one of the things in that time frame was the redefinition of the GSM protocol, including the introduction of a relatively weak cryptographic algorithm and a network protocol that would allow to switch off that encryption completely. So our issues today with IMSI catchers or stingrays, as they're called in the US, go back to that time as well. And that is an area where most people didn't notice what was going on. And it's only something that, I think in the US it only became something people knew about in the last 10 years maybe. So, but that is something coming from the same time period actually. And the position of the US back then was that strong cryptography, especially strong public key encryption and strong symmetric ciphers, were classified as munitions and were export regulated. It's still a thing to a lesser degree now, but until a few years ago, you actually, if you wanted to download Java, which was distributed by US companies, you actually had to download a patch as well to enable strong encryption. And that allowed Java to be distributed widely, but the strong encryption patch was forbidden from being distributed to Iran, for example. And there's also a relatively widely signed international agreement. It's the PAZNIA agreement that also regulates the export of cryptographic tools. And that is actually much older than the crypto wars. So there was always an interest in making sure that cryptography, strong cryptography, wouldn't spread to potential enemies. And then in the 1990s, what happens is that cryptography moves from the military and intelligence and banking sector to the private computer, the personal computer. And we have developments like PGP, which is arguably the first tool that made usable hybrid cryptography, so public key cryptography plus symmetric cryptography, available to the masses. It was usable for people who wanted to actually use it. And it was never really easy to use, but it was easy enough to use for people who could read documentation. And Zimmerman actually wrote it to, at least in part, as a political statement, and actually trying to point out that the export regulations on cryptography are problematic. So there's a whole history about, for example, printing out the source code of pretty good privacy into books to argue that it's a book export and free speech protected, and not actually computer code and not actually software that is exported there. So that is one of the battles, and there have been court battles over it. There have been a lot of arguments over it, and it is a front where the US government and a lot of other governments lost. There's one thing one has to mention there, and that is not all governments shared the position of the US government. So also in the 90s, the example is Germany. Germany actually had a whole different approach to cryptography. So they actually said that cryptography should be widely available, and that Germany wouldn't have big restrictions on import or export, with the exception of some products to some countries. So it was mostly for the military use of cryptography where Germany had any restrictions, but it was never forbidden in Germany to have PGP or use PGP or distribute PGP, even cross borders. Then you had the whole development around Netscape. So the Netscape browser is one of the first, and arguably the first widely used web browser. And it included something called secure socket layers, which allowed encryption of communication. It's, as I said, where HTTPS comes from. And Netscape, of course, wanted to export the browser widely. It's called World Wide Web. It's not called American Web. So, and because of regulation, the cryptography in Netscape was actually reduced dramatically. If I remember correctly, the key sizes, the symmetric key sizes of Netscape SSL were actually reduced to 40 bits. Just to clarify what that means, 40 bits is something that a provider like Amazon or a website like Amazon could not use today, because it's far less bits than they actually have connections that they deal with. So they would reuse keys all the time. So just to bring a little bit scale into this, today 40-bit encryption would be not just hackable, it would be by accident thousands of people around the world would get the same key, just because there is so much traffic on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
And then you also had the whole Clipper chip debacle. So Clipper chip was a hardware chip plus a protocol around it that was mostly used for fax encryption and telephone encryption. And it was meant to provide strong cryptography, but with key escrow. So it included a protocol that would allow the government to get the keys of a communication in case they needed it. And there are a couple of aspects to the story, but the most important two aspects are that, number one, the symmetric encryption was actually relatively weak in itself. And the other was that the key escrow protocol was actually broken by people from the Cypherpunk movement. And it basically showed that the whole Clipper chip campaign, which was very strong under Clinton, was actually a waste of time and dangerous. Because the Clipper chip would allow you to do actually two things, and that is, number one, pretend that you're doing key escrow while not doing it. So if you knew what you were doing, you wouldn't have key escrow and nobody would notice it. And the other thing was you could actually force key escrow without being the government, and thus tap into the communication of other people. And those are basically the lighthouses of the beginning crypto war. A lot of people say that we won the crypto wars because today nobody is using the Clipper chip. TLS, which is the follow-up protocol from SSL, actually uses more or less strong cryptography, and everybody can download PGP to its own peril. So for a lot of people, the crypto wars were over in the end of 90s because we won. We had cryptography. And what's happening then is that after 9/11, there's a new kind of crypto war that came up, which was mostly about telling people that they shouldn't work in the field. And then you have the new crypto war that basically started around the San Bernardino shooters. So that's like the historic perspective. There should be one more thing added, though, and that there is not just the public crypto war or the overt crypto war, but there's also a covert crypto war, which has been going on for after Second World War. It began, and that is about intelligence agencies trying to manipulate cryptographic standards, and it is about infiltrating companies that sell cryptographic tools and creating backdoors or weaken the cryptography in those. So there are quite a number of interesting stories in that field. I think to give two extremes there, one is the development around the Crypto AG, which was, or still is actually, a company in Switzerland that sold cryptographic tools, like hardware tools that would do cryptography for you. And it was actually operated by, I think, a cooperation of the German and the Americans. And they actually produced cryptographic tools that were breakable by those intelligence agencies. And another example is the DES standard, the data encryption standard, which is the predecessor of AES, which is the current advanced encryption standard and one of the suggested symmetric encryption algorithms suggested by the defensive side of the NSA as part of the Suite B algorithms that are to be used for communication that is not secret. And in the classification of confidential secret, top secret. So, and it's basically one of the algorithms that the NSA says the US government has to use. Because the NSA is also defensive. It's not just an offensive agency. It also has the task of protecting the communication of the US government. And what happened in DES is that the NSA actually influenced some technical aspects of DES. And a lot of people were saying, okay, this is, it's an attack. It makes DES weaker, etc. But what the NSA actually did is it hardened DES. It made DES better. So it could actually be used by the government. And they did so based on knowledge on cryptoanalytic methodology that they had, but nobody else had at that point. So it's sometimes a little bit hard to really find out what is going on there. However, there has also been the undermining of cryptography by the NSA. So I think the best example for that is, I think it's called ECCRC, which is a random number generator. And within the Snowden story, it became known that the NSA actually weakened this algorithm and paid a lot of bigger companies, like network hardware producers, to include this algorithm in their products.
Of course.
So it's you know, it's intelligence agencies. You never know what they're doing. Sometimes they're benevolent, often they're not. But that is like the big picture of the early crypto wars.
Sure. So I'll tell you, like back in 2016, when I guess when that news is coming out, you know, the government can't hack the spy phone. I know, like, and they're like, well, you know, they have to weaken the encryption. And I just kind of assumed, like, come on, of course they can hack an iPhone. So I guess. Could you kind of speak to a little bit, you know, like speak to the encryption that comes on like consumer devices like that? Can the NSA and other agencies, and obviously I know there's no way for you to know 100%, but is it possible that they really couldn't hack a spy phone?
So it's a little bit of technical detail that you have to keep in mind here. So the actual encryption, like the on-device encryption, file encryption of the iPhone, has been very secure and is not degraded, at least not to my knowledge. The attack there was actually not about the encryption directly itself, but it was about attacking the key derivation function. So the key derivation function, just to explain that, is cryptographic algorithms usually work on key sizes that are relatively long, let's say 16 bytes, 128 bits, or 256 bits, and these keys should be high entropy. They should be random. The problem is that nobody sits down and types in a 256-bit random key into his iPhone. So what you do instead is that you have a security chip in the iPhone that out of the pin that you enter plus something secret that is in the security chip creates a new key. That's the key derivation function, and it's a combination actually of deriving the key from your pin and access control that is done by the pin on that security chip. And out of that security chip comes the actual key for encrypting your device. And what the FBI really wanted is to find a way to trick the security chip into unlocking the phone, creating that key output so they could decrypt the phone. So it was not actually about hacking the encryption of the phone, it was about hacking this chip. And the issue with that chip was that if you configured it correctly and you put in your PIN like 10 times the wrong way, then this chip would actually erase its secret data. So the whole debate was actually about those additional technical countermeasures, because guessing a PIN is actually not a problem, you know.
Right. That's what I was going to say. They could have cracked that in 10 seconds flat. A 4-number PIN like that would
Exactly.
Yeah, that would be nothing. That's why I was. It's like they really can't hack that. Come on, really? That's
Exactly.
stupid. Yeah. Go ahead.
Exactly. So it was really about being able to try out those pins without the security chip destroying itself. So that was the thing that it was about. And in a way, the debate is actually not so much about crypto when it comes to that case. It is about the additional hardware protections that Apple built into the iPhone that made it so hard to guess the PIN. However, the debate was a little bit of a red herring, because at that time, commercial tools existed already for hacking those iPhones, like this generation of the iPhone. And there were multiple known attack vectors against the tool. So there were things like you could copy the chip or reset the pin counter and stuff like that. So there were several of those attacks known. And the FBI actually withdrew the court case against Apple because it was then widely known that those attacks existed and that the phone could be unlocked without the cooperation of Apple.
Right. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. Well, not saying the technical stuff necessarily does, but the reasoning for them not being able to crack the encryption that makes more sense now. And I'm sure it's been 3 years. I'm sure that's something that's been sitting in the back of people's minds for a long time. So I'm glad we finally got that clarified. Yes. So let's talk about so now that we have some more context with what's going on today, and also as I mentioned in the introduction, kind of the discussion on I guess going after companies that offer encryption software or communication, I guess encrypted communication software. Let's talk a little bit about, I guess, the pushback that's happening today, and why a lot of these arguments are bad, and I guess in some cases even counterproductive. So you touch on a few common ones. So the first one, it's impossible to regulate cryptography, or banning cryptography is like banning math. Why is that a bad argument?
Because it is essentially a meaningless argument. So just because somebody knows how cryptography works doesn't mean that everybody can use cryptography. Most people on this planet cannot write computer code, and even less people can write any cryptographic code. And out of those people, even less can write secure cryptographic code. So the knowledge itself is relatively meaningless. It's the implementation and the spread in the market that actually counts. And so far, nobody ever has tried to ban cryptographic knowledge. Well, they have tried before the 90s, but after the 90s, nobody did that anymore. Mm-hmm. Because everybody knows that cryptography and research in cryptography is actually crucially important. Everybody knows that we need cryptography and that we need better cryptography. Everybody knows that. And I think that this argument is one of the arguments that actually exist because people don't listen to what politicians and police are asking for. None of them is actually asking for banning cryptography. It's not any request they have. So it's a stupid counter argument because you're engaging with something that's not there. Of course, everybody wants cryptography. What their issue is when cryptography is too good and too widely used by too many people. That is where the issue comes from. It's not about the knowledge. The argument is not about, or the fight is not about the knowledge at all.
Right. So I guess, and you use, I guess, speed limits in your example, but I guess to put it another way, would you compare this, or I guess, yeah, by analogy, would this be something like saying, if they try to ban drunk driving, then they'll effectively end all road transportation? Would that be kind of a similar argument here to show kind of the irrationality or the non-applicability?
Yeah, it basically goes into the same realm. I call these arguments Asperger arguments because they are about a very constrained view on how reality works. So, for example, most of the knowledge to build a nuclear weapon is actually out in the open. You can go to the library and check it out. And people ask, so why is it in the library? The reason is because actually implementing that and doing that is so much harder than just knowing the theory. Nuclear physics is widely known. I mean, most of the stuff you learn in school, doesn't make you able to build a nuclear bomb.
Sure.
So in a way, the argument of saying, oh, they want to ban math is an argument that is actually... It's almost a category error. It's talking about a category of objects, of things you want to ban. That is not the same category of what your opponent is talking about. So it's I don't know. It's like going on the street and telling people don't drive too fast, while all they do is smoke hemp, and not even have a car. So it's nonsense. It's just nonsense.
Sure.
Sorry. There's no good. I'm bad in coming up with nonsense. I'm sorry.
Understood. So the second bad argument, and this is the one that I made I guess maybe I made more than one of these at different times. But anyway, I know for a fact I've used this one before. So without cryptography, modern e-commerce is impossible, and the internet would break. Now, if they were really trying to ban cryptography, generally speaking, this would be a problem. But that's not what they're trying to do, huh?
Right. So number one, I should tell you that all of the bad arguments are arguments that I made at some point in my life as well. So you're in really good company.
I feel good. I feel better.
I think everybody in the field made one of those bad arguments at least once, and fought uphill and said this is the way to go. So the argument against the e-commerce, basically saying, okay, we cannot have e-commerce without cryptography. It again misses the point, because nobody's actually saying we want to ban cryptography in every single case. That is what nobody is asking for. We haven't been asking, or the state hasn't been asking for that since the 90s. That was the debate back then. The debate back then was, before e-commerce, basically, was let's ban cryptography before it gets too widely spread. Then e-commerce came, and after that, nobody is really thinking about taking all cryptography away, because we rely on digital communication, we rely on e-commerce. The state relies on that as well. And at best, there are arguments about weakening cryptography in general, enough so that e-commerce could work, but not enough for the police to be locked out. But even that argument is not made today anymore. There was the argument about the short key lengths in the 90s, but today we know that cyber criminals are actually pretty capable when it comes to hacking keys, cracking keys. And we also have this issue that there are enough states that are not friendly to each other that would attack that as well. However, you could actually have e-commerce without confidential encryption, because the whole debate is actually not about all cryptography, it's actually about confidentiality. So it's about cryptography that hides data from the understanding of a third party. But you could have a lot of e-commerce without ever having any confidentiality. It's actually enough to authenticate and integrity protect communication, and then you could actually have commerce. It would just mean that you couldn't use any credit cards anymore. But it would be possible. But nobody's asking for limiting cryptography in the e-commerce field. So I haven't actually seen any argument for taking down SSL or TLS so far.
Right. Right. Yep. So this third bad argument is any form of regulation makes cryptography insecure, and I guess I'm sympathetic to this to this one more so than the others, just because I mean it's everything the state does, it makes it worse, right? So I mean, if they regulate cryptography, anytime they regulate anything else, that tends to go badly, I guess, from my preference. So why is this a bad argument?
Well, the bad argument is because it takes an absolute position. So it basically introduces the idea that there's only secure and insecure, and that as soon as it touches encryption, everything is insecure. Now, the thing is that in reality, the security is often a gradient. So you have more or less security, and then at the extremes, you have completely insecure, and on the other extreme you have something we don't have, and that is total security. All of our systems today are actually pretty insecure. If you look at the totality of systems, they are already insecure. Cryptography might be often the most secure part of those systems, but the rest of the system might be fundamentally broken. I mean, just look at stuff like, I think it was yesterday, where Facebook lost a few million telephone numbers. Those telephone numbers weren't lost because cryptography was hacked. Facebook is actually using SSL on all their websites. The data was leaked because the rest of their system was insecurely managed. So it wasn't the fault of cryptography. So the problem with the argument is simply this absolute standpoint combined with ignoring the other insecurities. And it is a bad argument because it excludes any negotiation about how much computer security we want compared to other securities that we might also want. And I think that taking an absolute position in that field has to be done honestly and not by making oversimplifications.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense. So I guess just a question to close out this section. I mean, if it's kind of obvious, but I'll ask it just for the heck of it. Why should people stop making these arguments? I mean, is it if they want to have a seat at the table of public discourse? Is it? I mean, just for the sake of maybe not. I don't know. Having. I don't know. Why should people stop making these arguments?
I think the most problematic aspects about bad arguments in politics is that you get marginalized and that you lose the sight on the real problems that exist. So I think that politicians actually like those bad arguments, because as long as we're talking about those bad arguments, we ignore a lot of other issues and we're distracted. So it's a little bit of a straw man, that is put out there, to engage with, while the real action happens somewhere else. So it is dispersing the energy of those that are against crypto regulation, and it also blinds us from the big picture, and that means that when push comes to shove, we are actually not talking about the same thing, and hence not actually participants in the debate.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So, motives for regulating cryptography. Now, this one's pretty obvious, right? At least for folks who've been paying attention, recently. Always comes down to law enforcement, or as we call them on this podcast, bludgies. It's always because the bludgies can't do their jobs. Seems so. At least today. So, I guess tell us a bit about why are they making a big stink? What's going on in I guess today's crypto war, or just I guess the current state of the crypto war, if it's been the same one the entire time.
So the police is tasked with a job, at least by most people of the mainstream society. And they say, okay, we want the police to protect us. And we want to make sure that the police catches evil people so they can be punished. Both of these missions are missions that are widely supported. Most people actually want police to protect them because they don't want to protect themselves or cannot protect themselves. And most people actually have this tendency that they actually want criminals to be punished, especially really bad criminals, like murderers and child rapists and whatever. It's people that we don't like, and we want them to pay for their crimes. So the police is one of those institutions tasked with these two missions. And the police is, to a certain degree, trying to fulfill this mission. They might not always be the smartest when it comes to that, and they are not always the most efficient. But in general, most policemen and most people arguing for the police are at least trying to go in that direction. And cryptography makes it hard for them, at least when it comes to certain crimes. There's this issue that because everything today is digitalized and everybody has a smartphone, that even criminals have smartphones. And while in the olden days criminals would, meet in the forest or in the bar to conspire, today they use WhatsApp or whatever else. I'm not so sure what criminals use these days. And sorry. So, of course, the police would like to get additional evidence. That is one thing. But what is actually higher on their agenda, at least when it comes to communication, is to find out about other conspirators. Especially in more complex crimes like terrorism. The people actually committing the act are the last element of a network of people working together to commit those acts. Most of them are not single-shot terrorists. They are people that run a terrorist enterprise, and they want to repeat attacks. They want to create new attacks. And the dude usually ending up dead or ending up in jail is actually the least terroristic of them. But it's the guy who, blows up the bomb or shoots people. So the police actually wants to dismantle those networks, because those networks enable future stupid people blowing other people up. So it's relatively understandable why they want access to that information. They are thinking about, hey, maybe they dropped the name of another conspirator, or they dropped the address of a safe house or a stash. So police is really interested in, number one, making the case better in the case that the terrorist is still alive. In most cases, that's not the case, right? And or the case is so obvious, that just to put the guy into jail forever, you don't need additional evidence. But you might want to find out the bigger network. You want to prevent future attacks, and you want to get everybody who conspired in the crime. So that is what makes them interested, at least publicly, about that communication. Of course, there are a number of other crimes they want that communication as well for. It starts with terrorism on the high end, and then goes through stuff like fraud and child pornography, whatever, down to hate speech. So, but the mission is more or less always the same. It is they want evidence for court cases, and they want to dismantle organizations. That is what the access to communication is all about.
Sure, and I think you just highlighted it, but we're kind of getting to the point here where we're finding out the difference between 1990 and today, and I guess the way that I see it, or I guess the way that I understand it, is the state isn't trying to snatch strong cryptography from the hands of people; they just want access to the plain text of the communications. Is that kind of the gist of it? Yes.
So I think one of the things that a lot of people in politics and security have understood is that they are unable to make specific demands on technology, because they know that they don't understand technology, and they know that the development of technology is extremely widely spread. So they would have at no point the ability to actually make valid suggestions or to enforce them, and they're very well aware of that. That means that instead of asking for specific steps, they basically are asking for a guarantee of the end result. So they're asking for plain text, not for a specific way to go to get to the plain text. Of course, they make some suggestions. So there is, of course, the issue that a lot of people say it's impossible to do. And then you have people, and often very smart people, from, for example, the GHQ, the British NSA, making suggestions on how such a system could work in theory for a specific use case. But in general, it is not about defining how to get to the goal, but just to describe the state of the system.
Right. So I guess let's go ahead and get into now there is I guess a section we're skipping here, basically the different kinds of data and how government gains access to that data, or how they could gain access to it. I figure we'll kind of go past that. I do recommend, like I said at the beginning, read the entire article, but I think we'll focus on the means to regulate, actually what they could potentially do, because that is highly relevant to privacy advocates for Vonuans who would like to keep their communications private. So yeah, let's talk about what they could possibly do. And the first thing you mentioned is outlaw strong algorithms. Yeah, could you talk about that? Is that possible?
Paper is very patient, and paper written with laws is very patient. So yes, you could outlaw certain algorithms. You could make them illegal to use. There's a real load of things that are illegal to use, even though nobody really cares about that. So just outlawing that, while it is possible, it's not very sensible. Number one is the same strong algorithms is something you want to use as a government yourself, and you want your own industry also to use. You want your own companies to use those strongest algorithms to defend themselves against the Chinese, for example. So it's not really sensible to do that, but it's possible, because law is what you write. It's not necessarily enforced.
Right. So another possibility is that they could manipulate strong algorithms. So I guess maybe manipulate them in such a way as to make them easier to break. And so I think this one seems right in their wheelhouse. Something like that they could do.
It is something they have actually tried. So there is actually this attack on double ECCRC that the NSA tried. And it is almost guaranteed a weakening. So, though I'm not completely sure on the math behind it, but it seems to be a weakening of the system. So it is something they try, but when they try it, it's something they do underhandedly. They don't want to be caught trying that, because if everybody knows that an algorithm has been manipulated, nobody is going to use it.
Right.
So it's not a very effective way to do this.
Sure. Okay, and number 3, this one just made the news, I guess, in the past this year. I don't remember if it was a couple months ago or a few months ago, but it was in the news. Undermining, I guess. Let me see. Is it that one? Yeah. Undermining protocols. Could you speak to that one?
Yeah. So there are 2 main aspects there, and that is undermining protocols and undermining default settings. I would like to go to the default settings first, because
Sure.
It's easier to understand. So imagine you have something like Signal, which is a secure messaging app, and it relies on each party knowing the identity of the other party and to know a key, a public key, that is exchanged with the other party. It's called security numbers, if I remember correctly, with Signal. And nothing in the Signal protocol can prevent somebody, an attacker, from distributing new security numbers, which is why Signal tells you when those numbers change and allows you to actually manually verify them. You can read them to each other. When you look at WhatsApp, at least 2 years ago, they are using basically the same algorithms for encryption, the same protocol, but they wouldn't notify you if these security numbers changed. So an attacker could get in line without you as a normal user ever noticing that, because you don't really deal with encryption yourself. You never see the keys. All you see is a nice user interface, and you can type and you believe it's secure. So undermining those defaults, how do you present changes to the system? How do you present keys? Do you enforce key verification by the parties? Is ways to undermine the security of the system without actually undermining the cryptography the least. You can have enormously strong cryptography, but you can manipulate the user to use it insecurely. And that is what the whole changes of defaults is about. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Let me jump in there for a second. Because this is something I've noticed within, I guess, just open source community in general, and this is. Well, I guess maybe just in the field of privacy, a lot of people want user friendliness, and obviously, if there's going to be wide use of any of these things like Signal, it has to be really user friendly. So I guess one thing that comes to mind is this could be a means for the state to regulate it, but this is also kind of a consumer demand in some ways, right? Like people do want encryption, but they don't want to take the time to learn too much about it. They don't want to see a bunch of numbers that they don't understand. I guess that this seems like it could just be it could be a vulnerability just from, I guess, consumer demand from that standpoint too.
Yes. Though there is currently and luckily a huge movement to create protocols that are self-verifying. So, for example, we all hate Google, but Google is actually running a really important project, and it's called Certificate Log. And Certificate Log is a verifiable data structure, which means basically that they are collecting information about SSL certificates that protect websites and put them into a data structure that allows for automatic verification that no other additional certificates exist for that website. So it's a way to globally pin the connection between the website and the SSL certificate or TLS certificate. And this is something that they actually built into the Chrome browser. So the Chrome browser, I think, for the last half year maybe, actually has this ability. And I'm not sure if it's enabled by default, but they want to enable it by default for sure. Is that the Chromium would find out if there's a man-in-the-middle attack by using that data structure, which is not manipulatable by Google or anybody else. So that is one of the things. Or a few years ago, I was involved in a Messenger project that sadly failed completely. But we released some of our stuff, and one of the things was actually a key server that just with the knowledge of the name of the other party, you could actually have a secure key exchange that couldn't be manipulated by us or anybody else. So there are movements towards creating additional protocols that make communication systems self-verifiable so that the user actually doesn't have to care about the key.
Right.
However, all of those tools are still very much in development. Nothing in that realm is widely spread when it comes to messengers. There's no messenger I know of that is self-verifying so far.
Right. Yeah, and I'm not saying that user friendliness is a bad thing. I just know from talking to, as part of this crypto anarchism series, talking to so many developers and programmers, is that whenever and also with the project I'm working on, Darklands, with every technological project like that, there are trade-offs, and if user friendliness is prioritized, then as with like what WhatsApp's doing, maybe just could be malicious, obviously, probably malicious, but it may have just been completely innocent. Like maybe they didn't, maybe the users didn't want to deal with it, right? So, exactly. I mean, I can understand it. I just there's that issue that we're talking about, that it could be a vulnerability. So, okay, yes. Yeah, okay, very good.
Okay, so the other question you had was undermining protocols, and that is one of the things that is actually one of the proposals of the Five Eyes. Is when it comes to messengers. They propose that Signal and WhatsApp, etc., make a slight little change to their protocols and user interfaces that would introduce a third party into a conversation, basically turning the conversation into a group chat and just concealing that this third party has been added on demand. So essentially, you would still have complete end-to-end encryption on all that, except that one more person is listening, or participating. And that has been the main proposal by the GHCQ. It comes from GHCQ and has been widely supported within the Five Eyes countries.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not good. So I guess a question I have, and obviously from talking to Jamie McConick about I guess the management engines that are in basically every computer since 2008 or something, that the software you run is only as secure as the operating system. So I guess like with Signal, with other like Signal and Wire, for example, the encryption might be strong, but the operating system itself is. I understand there's problems with that. There could be screen captures before the encryption actually happens. All those things, but those aside, obviously a lot of people use the encryption apps that are available on app stores, right, on the phones that they use. Yes. So do you foresee a future where like obviously there's quite a walled-off garden there. I mean, it's really hard to get apps into the Apple App Store. Do you foresee a future where no apps on the App Store will be secure, that the state will basically just force Apple and Google Play Store to remove or to only have encryption software on there or communication software on there that does have vulnerabilities introduced? Do you think that's possible?
I think it is one of the more realistic scenarios where everything is going to. Though I would like to qualify that a little bit. I don't think that the future will be about every app is insecure for everybody. I think that the security forces are very well aware that they do not want to lower security too widely. They want to do it with people that they're after, but they don't want to do it with everybody else, because that introduces a whole host of complications. So what is most likely going to happen, in my opinion, is that there will be a lot of secure apps on the App Store, but it might be that either the operating system itself or the App Store contains targeting capabilities. So basically, you could say that a specific person gets a weakened version of an app. So the app provider, to be legal, would have to have such a version in store, but it wouldn't be delivered to everybody. It would only be delivered to some people where they have a warrant or whatever. And then there would be a more or less silent update that gives you that slightly modified version of the tool. And basically that is one of the most likely scenarios, because from a security standpoint, the App Store already has more or less full control over the apps that are installed.
Oh yeah.
And so it doesn't introduce an actual new security vulnerability here. And even today, app stores are targeted. You know that you buy an app and then you can download it. That is just another form of targeting. It's targeting people that paid for that app, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and because all of our devices today, Android, whatever, are personalized, they actually are relatively easy to target. So that is one of the methods that would work widely, not make it much more insecure for most people, and that would be relatively hard to detect.
Sure. So I guess a question that comes to mind with that, obviously, ideally, people wouldn't have smartphones if they care about privacy, because that's just kind of a given. Everyone kind of knows that, right?
But it's true for everything else. It is even true for your Linux computer.
Yeah.
The same methods can work on your Linux computer. It's not really just about the App Store.
Gotcha. Oh, okay. So I guess the question still stands. Then, I mean, what suggestions would you have? Like, if someone if someone has an Android phone, should they avoid app stores and just download APK files directly from websites? I mean, what are some ways to mitigate? Like, these are some malicious things, and I mean, obviously, governments use these. So, I mean, what are some possible ways to mitigate this without just abstaining from using technology in general?
It is actually extremely hard to mitigate, and there is no general tool out there right now that prevents us from those attacks, or protects us from those attacks. There are a lot of how you say that? There's a lot of unrealistic advice. So, for example, you have people that say just download the source, compile it yourself. Then you can be sure that it's fine. The problem is that nobody knows the source. I mean, if you download the source of Signal, I'm pretty sure you will not be able to verify it and do that with every update. So
right.
It's completely unrealistic that people do that. What you really need is an infrastructure, a wide infrastructure, that at least detects if an individual is targeted. So there are proposals in that field. So, for example, there are directories of compiled source, and the compilation process is deterministic. So it means that if you have the source and you compile it, it will always create exactly the same output on every machine, which is actually not that trivial. It's something that took a long while to be mastered. And with that, you can do stuff like have a lot of people download the source individually, compile it, and then publish the hash of the output. And then you can verify, okay, there are another 100,000 people out there that get exactly that same output. And there is an interesting thing, and sadly I have to say it's about Google again. Google recently, like 2 days ago, released an update to their Go programming language, which includes a package manager for downloading source and compiling it. And they actually integrated this certificate lock algorithm into the package manager and source management of Go. So today you can start with a very small file that you have to securely procure. And from there you can download all the dependencies and make a compilation that is actually cryptographically secured against individual targeting. So it's really hard to slip code backdoors into source code and target them on just one user. So what this does is that if an attacker cannot target an individual user anymore, he has to target a lot of users, and targeting a lot of users increases the probability of the backdoor being discovered. So the common criminal might not be able to verify his software, but if the same software is distributed to everybody, which includes security experts, then those security experts might actually find out that a backdoor is included. So what is happening, but it's not widely spread yet, but what is happening is that people are becoming aware that they have to prevent targeting when it comes to updates and when it comes to source code distribution. There's another project that I've been involved in that is CodeChain, which is something that Frank Braun is mostly working on, but we designed it together. And it was actually designed as a response to the Fog of Crypto War. And it is actually a combined code review and target prevention system for distributing source code and binaries by now, actually. So it actually allows you to have a review process in creating the code, so that an individual programmer cannot be coerced into introducing a backdoor, and all the way up to the point where source code is actually distributed to users and automatically compiled. So there are a couple of projects that are actually dealing with not being targeted. So far, however, that hasn't reached any mass computing environment. So there's no such prevention in Android yet, though I actually think they might create it. And there's no such prevention in iOS so far. There's also no such prevention in macOS or Windows. There are a few experiments in doing that on a few Linux distributions. It's not mass usable and secure yet, but we might get there in the next, 3, 4, 5 years. And then we will have at least no targeting, which is a huge step. If you can prevent targeting, you make it extremely hard to have backdoors.
Right. So, I mean, and obviously, I hate the mentality, and obviously, I hate the mentality, and I don't think it's useful that there aren't a lot of solutions to these things yet, but that doesn't mean that individuals shouldn't try to practice as good operation security as possible. That they shouldn't exercise as much privacy or utilize as many of these tools, even if only. And this is what I've said for years. Even if it's only to make it a pain in the ass for the state, just even if it's an extra step for them, or if everyone's using PGP emails, then they have to decrypt every single one of them or I guess they don't have to, but then they'll have to wade through a lot more. They'll have to wade through a lot more encryption rather than plain text. So it makes sense. The stuff is hard, right? It's hard. So I always kind of recommend to folks. Jamin Bakonik has ghost pads. The management engine's removed, and you can make them as private and secure as you want, and I guess within capability, obviously. Use it. Build a dark Android. Find a way to do that as privately as possible. But it kind of seems like if there's something that has to remain private, then you're better off leaving electronics behind and going to somewhere else, going somewhere else in isolation. That kind of seems where it's at.
Well, I would like to interject a little bit in your advice there, and that is we have two issues that are linked but not the same, and that is the whole issue of tracking by Android, by iOS, whatever, and by a lot of apps, of course. And you have the issue of system security. Today, it is really hard to decide what is more harmful. Is it an insecure system or a less secure system, or is it not having any tracking? And yes, you can set up Android mostly without any Google callbacks or anything. So there's stuff like the MicroG framework that is actually working on replacing all the libraries in Android that talk to Google with open source alternatives that are Google free, that don't spy on you. Mm-hmm. So yes, you can build an Android and install MicroG, and you are less trackable. The problem, however, is that devices like Android, or operating systems like Android or iOS, are extremely widely used. There are literally billions of people on the planet that use one of those two, which makes them juicy targets and makes them looked at closely by security researchers, which means that they find security holes all the time, which means that there are updates all the time. And the real question is, if you build your own system, will you be able to actually stay on top of the updates? And if you aren't able to do that, then all your anti-tracking and whatever doesn't help you at all, because they're just gonna hack your iPhone, Yeah. So there is this trade-off. There's this anti-tracking versus, and I think that so far we don't have a really awesome solution for that. So for example, the company I work for, they have a product which is a VPN product, which also includes anti-tracking capabilities. It basically blocks a lot of trackers that are built into apps and built into the mobile operating system. So it prevents those trackers to actually communicate with the phone or vice versa. But it's an add-on, and our reasoning, for example, for developing the add-on is because we said it's impossible for us to actually provide a patched version of Android that is secure and maintain that. So it's much easier to say, okay, use the standard Android default, and we gonna help with suppressing as much of the tracking as we can. But it's an uphill battle on both sides, And I often have doubts when people that are not completely immersed in technology and know exactly what they do to use those hacks. I'm critical about that because it's so easy to miss an update, it's so easy to do something wrong. And then when it comes to your security, you're much worse off than using the off-the-shelf stuff. So I am more on the side of saying there is no good solution, and you should just be aware of what is happening. You should be aware that you're tracked. You know, because right now you cannot completely prevent it while using such a system. You know, be aware that it happens. Be relatively smart about the additional tools you use to suppress attackers, for example. I mean, if you're technically inclined, you can use something like Pi-hole, for example, to reduce a lot of tracking, at least in your home network. And better use that and use off-the-shelf OS updates and actually off-the-shelf app updates, because a lot of the free app stores have as many and more security issues than the official Google store.
Right. Okay, interesting. So I guess there was one other one other possibility for regulation that I wanted to talk about, just because it has some interesting legal implications for at least here in the USSA, where there was a constitution with a Bill of Rights that apparently mattered at one point. I never lived when it mattered, but apparently it did at some point. But anyway, mandatory key discovery. What does this entail?
So, key discovery schemes. There's a technical and there's a legal aspect of that. So let's do the technical because it's easier. It basically means that your device keeps logs of all the keys it's using, and when I get a hold of your device and I'm the police, I can access those records. So that is the easy form. I don't think that it's realistic to be used because it has a lot of security implications. However, there is a weak link to all systems, and that is the human using it. So if the human is still alive and I have the human's iPhone, I might force that person to unlock his iPhone and give me forensic access to it. Same with Android and everything else. So if the state creates legal demands on unlocking devices, they don't have to break that much encryption, right? Because they just circumvent it through the user. There are several moves in that direction. So when you enter the US, for example, especially if you're not an American, they can basically ask you to unlock your device, and they often do actually. There have been a lot of cases when it comes to Face ID or fingerprint ID that devices were forcibly unlocked. It has actually been done with dead people as well. So you found a dead person, then you revive the fingerprint and unlock the iPhone with that, for example. There has been recently a court case that not just divulging passwords, but also using your face or your fingerprint to unlock your phone is unconstitutional. How meaningful that ruling is in real life is questionable.
Yeah, is a bludgeon going to get in trouble if they force someone to do it? No, they're not going to get in trouble. So yeah.
Well, they actually will. So and that is only true for the US. But if evidence is collected in an illegal manner, and it's provable that it was, then it's a get out of jail card.
Okay, right, yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough, yeah.
So, but that is only true actually for the US. I mean, I'm actually not aware of any other country where this poisonous tree, fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine actually exists. There are a lot of countries where there's actually no problem with the police forcing you to unlock your device. A good example is the UK, for example, where the law enforcement actually has this power. They can put you to jail if you don't unlock your device. There are discussions in Germany about the same thing. It's not law here yet, but it probably will become this year. There are places like New Zealand and Australia where it's already law. Then there are places where law simply doesn't matter at all, China, Russia, etc. So the divulging keys is a relatively commonly used method, and in a way the US is actually leading the protections in that field internationally. It's one of the few countries where there are actually court cases against that are won. So yeah.
Right, and yeah, that was the comment I was going to make. I did I guess just a very short search just to see what sort of case precedents existed for this, and also in Just Below the Surface, A Guide to Security Culture by Kyle Reardon, he went through. The article was titled something like "Are Cellular Telephones Furthering Human Liberty?" And he examined a bunch of different cases, and in general, I guess generally speaking, when it comes to cell phones, yeah, you don't really have any legal rights, but with forcing with mandatory key discovery like we're talking about here, I think one of those again, it was just a tentative search, but it seems like the stance, or I guess the current precedent, is that forcing someone to disclose their keys is a violation of the Fifth Amendment, self-incrimination. Right. So that's I don't know how long that's going to last, but.
Well, and it's with all legal stuff, it's often more complicated than a single statement. So, for example, if the data is actually not used to show the guilt of a person, then it's not self-incrimination. So there have been cases where the police said, we already know what is on the device, and you're going to jail for that anyways, because we have other proof. But now, give us more data so we can go after other people. And there have been cases where people have been held in contempt of court for not revealing their passwords, because it was actually not about their own sentencing anymore. Mm-hmm. So there's always a complication, and there are always methods to circumvent if you have the right argument in front of the court.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the last means to regulate here, and I guess this possibly could have been revealed in maybe the Vault 7 leaks, but lawful hacking, and I guess this could also overlap with maybe, I guess, software backdoors too, right? So why don't you talk a little bit about lawful hacking and what happens there?
Okay, legal hacking has actually become one of the main uses for cybercrime investigation in the last few years. And it has been mostly led by the Netherlands, which have a law that allows them to hack computers unless they know that they're not in the Netherlands. So they are allowed to hack everywhere. As long as they don't know that they're violating the sovereignty, really know that they're violating the sovereignty of another country, mm-hmm. which makes the Dutch police actually one of the go-tos for international cybercrime investigations. So, for example, a lot of the recent cases of darknet market takedowns have actually revolved around the Dutch police having that capability and that right. So it is outside of the, let's say, relatively law-abiding states, legal hacking is extremely widely spread. So creating or placing Trojan horse software, malware, on the computers of criminals, opponents, mistresses, and so on is widely spread. There are quite a few companies in the West that sell this capability to every tyrant that runs around. And there's a huge industry about this. So it's not just about the state, it's actually about free market companies providing those tools for money. And it is an enormous threat right now. There is an issue with hacking, at at least in the context of the state. And that is the double role of the state again. That the state is not just, not only has the mission to go after criminals, but also to prevent people from being victims of criminals. Which means that if you want to legally hack, or hack at all, you have to be aware of a security vulnerability that you can exploit. And that creates a target conflict, a goal conflict. Because if the state knows about such a vulnerability, it has both the interest to use this knowledge to go after criminals. And on the other hand, it has the obligation to protect its citizens. So it's like a little dilemma there. There are various strategies on how to lessen this dilemma, which are not that important. There are a few mentioned in the paper. But the real issue is that those vulnerabilities are valuable. There's a whole market on finding and trading those knowledge about those vulnerabilities. Which means that there's also the incentive for software developers to maybe actually place vulnerabilities in their code so that later they can sell that knowledge to the state or to anybody else. And that is especially an issue with open source software, because there is no company, no reputation. Often the developers are not really known. So there's very little risk for a developer to introduce such a backdoor or vulnerability that is factually a backdoor because it's intentionally, and then later on sell it to an exploit trader. And there have been several stories of that already happening. However, I'm not completely sure how much truth is in those stories. I didn't follow them completely, so I'm not 100% sure if this has played out already or not.
Right. So I guess you mentioned something interesting a few moments ago. How the additional power that the Dutch have, that they just can't knowingly spy on anyone, on any Dutch citizen. If they don't know for sure, then they can. Then they can.
No.
Or
they can spy on Dutch citizens. They cannot knowingly spy on non-Dutch people. But if you have a computer on the internet, especially when it's hosted in Tor, then you don't know where it is. And that is enough.
Fair enough. Okay. Fair enough. So I guess okay. Never mind then. That's okay. That makes sense. I guess let's talk a little bit about which we've kind of already talked about some, but implications for privacy advocates. I mean, it's as we've kind of discussed so far, it's seems like there's not a whole lot of good solutions out there. That doesn't seem like it. So the question comes to mind: who's winning the crypto war right now?
I think in the short term, the state might actually win it. In the long term, I have more hope. The reason is this. I think that, and that is one of the reasons I wrote the article, is we're often distracted from the real issues. And the real issue behind the current crypto war is about your control over
all right, Smuggler,
your supply chain.
Hey, Smuggler, you're cut out for about 5 or 10 seconds. I'm not sure. Okay, very good. So I know the last question I asked was who's winning the crypto war, and you said short term. Do you think that it's the state? Long term, I'll just kind of pick up wherever you want to.
I think that short term the state is going to win. However, I think that in the long term it will be us winning, and the reason for that is this. I think that the crypto war is really not so much about crypto alone, but about the integrity of our systems. It's about user control over our systems, and it is about secure software supply chains and maybe even secure hardware supply chains. And I think that in the past we were much less aware of that. There has been a certain naivety about the bigger issue of system control, integrity, and security. And I think that in the last few years that has changed. People have become much more aware about the state of security. They have been much more. They have become much more dependent on the integrity of their systems. And with the growth of the open source movement, the questions of quality, review, auditing are becoming questions that become more pressing. So, and I think that a lot of these things will be solved with enough time. We will be able to solve a lot of the pressing integrity and control questions. There is a lot of work that is done there. It's not just ready yet, and it's not widely spread. However, I think that we might be surprised there, because think about Apple and Google what you want. They actually have some huge interest in creating more secure platforms. They rely on the security of the users' platforms. And there is a lot of work that is done by both companies and others in having more security while preserving some tracking. And it might be so much easier to battle the tracking and cooperate on the security side. But it will take a few more years before we are in a state where we can maybe win the crypto. However, I don't think that the crypto war will be completely and ever over. There are strong interests on the side of the state and on the side of a huge part of the population to regulate cryptography. And I think that it's really important that in every new phase of the crypto war, we're really becoming aware what the issue of the day is, and to adapt our arguments and to adapt our work to counter those new threats on the one hand. On the other hand, I think it's really important to become more analytic and predictive when it comes to attacks. I think it's high time that we start being active and not just reactive in those matters.
Right. So, Smuggler, I know there are probably quite a few reasons why my listeners like you as a guest so much, but I know one of them is that you take a very realistic approach at examining the nature of the situation that we as privacy advocates face today, and I wanted to kind of counter that with I've been looking just looking for more information. Right, I'm trying to learn as much as I can about privacy and security on the internet, operation security, all that good stuff. So I ordered a book. I'm not gonna say what it is. I don't want people to buy it really, but I mean I guess what I will say is I learned about some new tools that I can try out. That was that was good and all, but there was I wasn't familiar with I'm not too familiar with Tor and how all that works and a lot of those details. But he got to the Bitcoin section, and he recommended multi-bit wallet. And that's the one part of the book I had any kind of knowledge on. And I was like, hold on a second. Multibit was the first wallet I used, and I had no idea what was going on. And actually, Multibit locked me out of some of my funds because just the wallet broke. So I realized that I should probably that was probably about halfway through the book. I realized I should probably take most of that with a grain of salt because it promises anonymity on the internet. So I guess the point is, it's one reason that I like having you on and talking with you is because you have a realistic approach to this, and you're not just going to sell people on security theater or privacy theater, so to speak.
At least I try not to. Yeah.
Yeah, and all we can do is try. So I know I appreciate that, and I know my listeners do as well. So I guess just a question on that note. It can be your work or wherever, but where can I go and where can my listeners go for for more information on what we've talked about today, good book recommendations, articles, websites, things of that nature, what suggestions do you have?
As you know, I'm always sad if I have to disappoint you or your listeners, but I have no idea.
No idea.
No idea. So the thing with the whole field, like privacy and security, is I greatly mistrust simple descriptions, to-dos, single manuals, whatever. And there are 3 reasons for that. Number one, there are not actually many people that really understand security and privacy in depth. There are so many amateurs out there, it's unbelievable. And in a way, most security and privacy researchers are amateurs in one piece or another without knowing. So, and there's this thing that if you don't actually have knowledge on your own, you might very easily fall into the trap of trusting whatever advice you get without knowing a good reason why you should trust it. And that is actually true, not just for normal people that are not working in the field. It's actually true for people working in the field as well. I mean, I probably gave a lot of really bad security advice in my career, and I'm sorry for every single instance, but I didn't know better. And I know that it's true for every other security and privacy researcher out there. We make a lot of mistakes. And in a way, the only way to defend against that is to keep always in the loop and actually gather some theoretical knowledge as well. So there simply is no easy solution right there. And that is even true for security products. I mean, I kind of know how to secure most of my systems myself to a certain degree, but I wouldn't necessarily trust that a supplier, especially when it comes to hardware, is actually able to do that for me, because there are complications in that, like the supply chain. There are complications like shipping. There are complications like limited knowledge. So I'm always a little bit skeptical when it comes to easy solutions. However, many easy solutions are better than no solutions. If you have some knowledge how systems work, and you're just lacking the last 50% of doing it yourself, then you're actually able to recognize good advice, or at least advice that is not as bad. And so I would really suggest to sit down and think and actually understand how your systems work. Become a little bit of a hacker, get a little bit of the hacker mindset. Spend more time on actually understanding how the internet works, actually understanding how computers work. You don't have to become an expert. You don't have to be able to program, but you should have a bird's eye view of what's actually going on. And after that, you have to stay current. And that, combined with maybe knowing somebody who actually can do those last 50%, is the only real thing you can do.
Right. Yeah, that's that mirrors I guess what I heard from mention his name before, Jamie Baconic, is that's basically go through the trivia method, grammar, learn all the various components of the computer, how they work together, and then once you have that basic understanding, then you can start to, I guess, come to maybe not conclusions, but you can put those things together and come out with theories and test them and all that. So I definitely think people should. That's why I always prefer this is if I'm going to be using a piece of software, I'll go and research the encryption standard that's in there. Any potential downsides that there may be, but I know a lot of people don't do that. Anyway, if you have anything, go ahead and step in.
What you just said, knowing the encryption standard that is used in a software, it's actually something I blame the security industry for. that we go around and brag with our military-grade encryption, you know, and say, oh, we're using this algorithm, we're using this algorithm. The matter of the fact today is that encryption algorithms are usually not the weak link. And there is a lot of absolute paranoia about the biggest key length and the most recent algorithm, whatever. And people consider that as a sign of quality. However, it usually isn't. There are very many people that sell unrealistic products in the sense of they spend a lot of time having the newest and greatest algorithm in there, which is completely off base when it comes to the threat model of the user. And it also completely ignores that it is actually the implementation of the algorithm, not the algorithm itself, that is much more meaningful. And that it's the protocols and not the algorithms that are more meaningful. And that it's the overall software quality that is more meaningful than the algorithms used. So I think there are a lot of these rules of thumbs that the security industry has spread to overcome this lack of ability to see quality. And one of those rules of thumbs is what algorithms are used. And it's a really bad rule of thumb. I mean, I have seen so much shit products, sorry for the words, but so much shit products. They're using the state-of-the-art algorithms with the biggest key length, and the implementations and protocols are just amateurish to a degree that was hardly describable. So it is, I mean, I would like to give you a real good solution on everything, you know, and give you straight answers and say, this is what you do. But my position there is simply there is no such thing as you being able to judge that. If you're not an expert, you're really lost. I mean, let's face it, you're lost if you're not an expert. And the only thing you can kind of do is know the big picture, and with that knowledge you might be able to recognize an expert that you trust, and then you can say, okay, I'm going to follow the concrete advice of that expert in my specific case with the information of threat model, etc. That is basically all you can do right now. Everything else is dangerous half knowledge.
Yeah. Yeah, that's understandable. Certainly understandable. Like I said earlier, this stuff is it's not easy. It's not easy at all. So I guess
it is not. Yeah. It is completely not easy, and I mean, in a way, the security industry is at fault there, because we have sold so much snake oil, and it's good business, and you want people to believe that they can make good decisions because that sells, and so a lot of the fault is with the security industry, but the other issue is it's simply an enormously fluid sector. And it's even fluid and almost inconceivable for actual experts. And also the requirements of the users are not actually trivial. You know, it's your requirements might be completely different from my requirements, and I'm actually certain that they are. But that also means that there's no single way of fulfilling those requirements. So in a way, when you're about to buy a car, you're spending a lot of time, you know, talking with a mechanic. If that kind of car, you know, goes to the shop a lot or not. You talk to friends who might have that car, you know, and ask them, okay, what's your experience with the car? So there's a lot of information gathering we do before we actually decide on the car. But when it comes to security products, we basically go to that shady used car salesman and tell him, show me the best car you have. You know, that always goes wrong because he just wants to sell. Mm-hmm. So put as much effort in selecting your computer and your operating system and your apps as you put into researching what car you should buy.
That is very good general advice. I like that. Very good. So I guess I've got one other question here that's not related to our discussion tonight, or I don't think it is at least. But did you have any other general closing thoughts on the fog of crypto war?
I think that, number one, whatever is happening there right now is something that might be really dangerous, but it is something that is not fatal. So it's not the end of the world if the state wins this round. You can get away with a lot of stuff even if the state has the upper hand in some technology. Essentially, we've done that forever. In the end, the state can only catch the low-hanging fruit. So whatever happens, don't panic and don't give up.
Well said. So Smuggler, are you going to be speaking at Hackers Congress again this year?
Yes, I will. And actually, I just remembered something, and that is I actually gave a talk about the fog of crypto war at the HCPP 2 years ago. So that was one more reason to. It was the use of that article actually. And yes, I will speak this year as well.
Okay, all right, very good. And that and I'm gonna make it out there sometime. My goal is next year. Prague's a big trip for me. Never been over to Europe, so yeah. So Hackers Congress at 2019. It's in Prague, October 4th to 6th. And I guess I'm not sure if I'm pretty sure I'd know if well, maybe I wouldn't. But anyway, if any of my listeners are gonna be attending this conference, any teasers on what you'll be speaking about, or is that under wraps until the event?
It is not official yet, and there's no officially well-worded title, but I can let you in a little bit into this well-kept secret. I'm actually going to talk about the state-of-the-art of anonymous digital payment systems that have nothing to do with blockchains.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Wow, okay. Very good.
Well, I hope so.
Yeah. Well, you've never failed to disappoint, or you've never. Well, that was a bad way to word that.
And I never failed on that either.
You get what I mean. You always come and you always deliver great information. But yeah, I guess if people are, I mentioned interplex.net and opaque.link. Is there anything else people want to follow your work? Where can they find you?
No, that's the main things. I always have to be a little bit careful of not mixing my official work and my less official work with my less official identity. So let's keep it with those two. And
sure.
I'm also not a big fan of marketing my work within a podcast. You can research that on Twitter if you want to. You can find out one of the companies if you really are interested.
Okay, understood. Very good. Well, thanks a lot for coming on, Smuggler. It was fun as it was the first time, and yeah, I guess if you'd be interested, love to have you back on whenever another interesting topic comes to mind.
It's always great fun. Thank you for the opportunity.
Oh, no problem at all. So there you have it, guys. Smuggler, definitely. I'll put links in the show notes. Definitely do go check out all that valuable information that he's offered. And go check out the hashtag Agora IRC chat too. It's a fun little chat room. When there's people there, there's people there, but it seems like people are AFK some. But yeah, sometimes you can hop on there and have some interesting conversations. So definitely go check that out. But yeah, I guess that's it. Until next time, let's build the Agora and let's build second realms.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. DJ Brian FreeRobot here with a message from the PAZNIA Department of Freedom. Did you know, PAZNIA is much more than just the greatest radio network in existence. Founded in 2020, the Free Republic of PAZNIA is a burgeoning, worldwide parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, freedom, and voluntarism. We're building out a network, and subsequent map and directory, of homesteads and farms, van nomad squat spots, guerrilla gardening plots, local health food stores, potential opportunities for alternative home bases, and much more, anything else that would be useful and necessary for a self-liberator. Beyond that, we have various departments, such as our Department of Transportation and Department of Communications. Each department is pursuing its own goals, in this case, a decentralized logistics and supply network, and mesh networking as examples, respectively. We'll build out some public features, but PAZNIA is at its core a vetted network. And the first step is to become an honorary stakeholder. Features include discounts to other businesses/hustles in the Agora, access to the Second Realm network of non-coercers, a PAZNIA ID card, PAZNIA stickers and pens, a digital self-liberation bundle via Liberty Under Attack publications, a PAZNIA flag, and a shirt and a coffee mug or a hat. The full stakeholder donation is $333, but there are various tiers, $3, $55, and $99 if the budget is understandably tight. Your donation will go towards the expansion of the PAZNIA network and is a way for us to only get folks who will put their money where their mouths are per se. And you get some great advantages in return. To become an honorary stakeholder, visit paznia.com/stake. Again, paznia.com/stake. Bitcoin, Monero, and fiat accepted. Thanks so much for tuning into the PAZNIA Radio Network. Let's get back to the deprogramming. DJ Brian FreeRobot out.
Letters from Keon, aka SW from Samurai Wallet. Keon Rodriguez, also known as SW to the Vonu podcast, reported to prison on December 19 for a 5-year sentence. Bill, co-founder of Samurai, reported soon after. Herein, Keon writes up his first report from jail, essentially the first day and getting settled in. Credit goes to The Rage for publishing it. If you're unfamiliar with Bill and Keon's case, please visit the website billandkeon.org. Again, billandkeon.org. This is Letters from Keon.
Hello, reader. I am writing to you from the FPC Morgantown in West Virginia. I surrendered myself on December 19th to begin my 60-month, 5-year sentence. Surrendering yourself to prison is a fundamentally confusing and unnatural experience. On the one hand, you are grateful to have been given a little more time with your loved ones, and more time to prepare. You thankfully get to avoid the dreaded diesel therapy. This is when the BOP sends you all across the United States by bus or plane, spending a few weeks in different prison settings, with murderers, rapists, child molesters, and the like before arriving to your final designated institution. All the while because you are unable to take classes, you are not earning the possible credits needed to reduce your sentence, and come in on your own terms. On the other hand, turning yourself into be incarcerated tugs against every fundamentally primal instinct we have as human beings. The absolutely surreal memory of driving myself to the prison, my wife is my trusted passenger, riding together like we have done so many times before. We both enjoy a banal conversation about the weather that day, snow, rain, and hail all in one drive, to try and mask the fact that I am on my way to give up my liberty, to say goodbye to our family, to begin a long period of incarceration. It is perverse. At around 1 p.m. on December 19th, I pulled into the visitors' parking lot. I hugged and kissed my beautiful wife for the last time and walked in the freezing wind and rain to my new home for the foreseeable future. The officer who met me at the gate was a kindly person. He offered to let me stand in the gatehouse to avoid the blistering cold. He performed a breathalyzer and tried to make me feel at ease with some friendly and casual conversation. A second officer eventually showed up. He searched me, counted the money I brought in with me. Bringing in cash was a big mistake I would soon learn, and eventually escorted me into the intake section of the facility. On the way to the intake section, the guard stated matter-of-factly that it would take until after Christmas for my cash to appear on my books, meaning no phone calls and no shopping for over a week. Ah, great. Overall, the intake process was quick and efficient. The corrections officers, COs, and support staff were all professional, some were cordial, some others were even friendly. I had worn in plain gray sweatpants and a plain gray sweatshirt in the small chance that the intake COs would let me bring those items inside the prison with me. Unfortunately, they did not. I was instructed to strip off the clothes until I was fully naked. The clothes were thrown into a plastic bag to be discarded or destroyed. After inspecting my cock, balls, and asshole, sorry, but it is what happened, the CO handed me an oversized pair of khaki pants, a brown shirt with suspicious bleach stains across the front, and a pair of cheap blue slip-on shoes. After getting dressed in the uniform that would scream newbie, to everyone who encountered me I was instructed to meet several members of staff. First on the carousel of rubber stamps was psychology. I mistook the psychologist for another inmate going through intake. A big man, mean-looking, a long scraggly beard down to his chest. If you told me he was on the last 5 years of a 30-year bid, I would have said of course he is. Anyway, he was the psychologist I was instructed to meet. His concern was primarily my mental health and if I was suicidal or not. Like every other member of staff, he was respectful and professional. I was then instructed to meet with the physician's assistant to be medically cleared. Besides a TB test and DNA collection by use of an inner cheek swab, this was as average of a medical exam as one would find in a school nurse's office. Once I was through the merry-go-round of clearances I needed to obtain before entering the general population, I was introduced to the first inmate I had encountered today. Shane is an orderly who helps introduce new inmates to their new home. Average height, average build, probably early 60s, a very friendly Irish face and rosy cheeks. Frankly, he is the perfect person for this role. Shane had collected a jacket, hat, and gloves for me. He was carrying a pillow and bedroll for me. I was carrying a large plastic bag with 2 spare sets of intake uniform, 2 sheets, 2 towels, 2 washcloths, 2 boxers, 2 pairs of socks, a toilet paper roll, and a small plastic bag filled with basic toiletries. It was explained to me that because I was ordered to surrender on a Friday, I would not get to laundry for a proper uniform until Monday. So, I would stick out like a sore thumb until then. Combined with the complications of depositing money onto my account due to a Friday plus holiday surrender, it really felt like another farewell gift from Judge Coate, who got to turn the screw against me one final time. Shane pointed out each building on the campus while I tried to keep up with him and retain all this information. I was to be housed in the Bates unit. Apparently this is good fortune because Alexander unit is filled with rowdy reprobates and has no air conditioning. I will be housed within the B wing of Bates unit, which is apparently where they put all the newcomers and younger guys. Older guys and more experienced inmates get assigned to a wing which is a little quieter. As we passed every inmate, unmistakable in their khaki uniform and green jacket, Shane greeted them by name. They all returned the greeting earnestly. After what felt like 12 left turns, we arrived in the B wing, to bunk 25. I was introduced to my cellmate, or cellie Mike, who I was told only arrived here a week ago from a camp in Lexington. Mike is easily 280 to 290 pounds, so he clearly had the bottom bunk. I would take the top bunk. Trying to take in the sights, sounds, and smells, I noted that I may have been lucky to get Mike as a cellie. His cell was fairly tidy. He seemed mature and respectful. I felt at ease with Mike, which is a good thing to feel when you are going to be living with someone in such close quarters. Once Shane dropped me off at bunk 25, he was off. I was left standing like a deer in the headlights. Nearly immediately Mike was handing me some cup-o noodle chicken soups in a water bottle. I didn't know if this was some sort of loan that would need to be paid back or what, but as I had literally nothing but the newbie uniform, I took the handout and made a note to repay him when possible. Then from across the aisle, Dave introduced himself, on the outside a former family doctor, on the inside a jovial older man always cracking dry sarcastic jokes, and handed me a can of Coke, some Mrs. Fields chocolate chip cookies, some more cup-o noodles and some other goodies. This procession of introductions and offering of gifts continued for nearly half an hour. It became clear these weren't loans to be repaid but acts of kindness by gentlemen who remembered what their first night in prison was like, and who presumably were helped by someone in a way they are now passing on to me. Eventually word had got around the camp they call the gossip network inmate.com that a new guy arrived. Soon I had visitors from other wings in the Bates unit. One gentleman had an entire collection of sweatshirts and sweatpants. He sized me up and handed me a pair as well as some short-sleeve and long-sleeve gray shirts. Finally he looked at my feet, taking note of the cheap flat slip-ons that they give you during intake, asked my shoe size. I told him 12.5. After some rummaging he found a pair of sneakers size 11 and handed them to me. He explained that when someone leaves, either to go home or a transfer to a new institution, he collects the clothing they leave behind, he washes it, and then stores it to hand out to newbies with nothing, otherwise they will be scooped up by less altruistic characters and be sold in the underground economy. Saying our goodbyes and expressing my sincere gratitude to be able to get out of the uncomfortable temporary uniform and into something way more comfortable, I met another prisoner, Omar, a very friendly former pulmonary specialist in his 70s, one of several practicing Muslims and one of several highly skilled doctors. He provided me some toiletries, a bag of instant coffee, a bag of creamer, pens, paper, and his wisdom on navigating this new environment. Very importantly, he offered to show me the ropes at dinner time, which would be called momentarily. While we waited to be called for dinner time, Omar introduced me to several of his friends, mostly doctors and highly educated scientists. Once dinner was called, we made the 10-minute walk from Bates unit to the chow hall. They were serving lasagna, which was surprisingly good and offered in a generous portion size. It was served with a side of iceberg lettuce and boiled spinach. The lettuce was fine with the bright orange-colored, and expired, French dressing that was offered in small packets. The boiled spinach needed salt and was quite difficult to eat. It seemed like I had just sat down to eat when they called over the intercom that dinner was now closed. I will need to eat much quicker than I am used to. When I returned to my bunk, I met another neighbor, Hassan, a young Muslim, well-groomed, fit, tidy and friendly. He introduced himself, gifted me a white cotton t-shirt and a pair of gray gym shorts. I hung around on my bunk, not really knowing what to do. I knew there would be a final count where we need to stand up silently by our beds and be counted by guards at 9 p.m., which would then be lights out until the morning. I frankly was very tired and wished I could go to sleep right then, but I forced myself to stay awake until after the 9 p.m. count occurred. Thankfully they turned the lights off right after the count. After brushing my teeth, I climbed into the bunk, ready to call it a night. No one else was on that schedule, however, and the housing unit was wide awake, loud, and buzzing with activity. I would have to get used to the noise. Eventually I fell asleep. I slept fairly well, but woke up early around 2:30 a.m. Thanking God that Omar had gifted me coffee, I enjoyed a hot cup when I woke up and throughout the morning. Over the next several days I would meet new people, learn new tactics for surviving this very alien environment, and make several new friends along the way. While not at all comfortable, it is manageable. While I rather be at home with my wife and family, there are far worse places I could have ended up. I am thankful that all the prisoners here are respectful and downright friendly. I am thankful that the staff and COs seem to also be respectful, provided you don't give them a reason not to be. This letter recounts the first day on the inside, December 19th. As I write this, it is December 24th, Christmas Eve. Tomorrow will be the 7th day I have spent in FPC Morgantown. I will be having my first visitor, my wife. I am beyond excited to see her. I will continue writing the story as it happens and as I am able. Keon Rodriguez.
You've just heard Letters from Keon, a coming somewhat regular installment to the PAZNIA radio network. Though, we at PRN would love for the series to die following a full pardon. Nonetheless, if you're unfamiliar with the Samurai wallet case or just want to learn more, please visit billandkeon.org. Again, billandkeon.org. Letters from Keon, aka SW from Samurai Wallet. Keon Rodriguez, also known as SW to the Vonu podcast, reported to prison on December 19th for a 5-year sentence. Bill, co-founder of Samurai, reported soon after. Credit goes to The Rage for publishing it. If you're unfamiliar with Bill and Keon's case, please visit the website billandkeon.org. Again, billandkeon.org. This is Letters from Keon.
Hello, reader. The shadow economy of FPC Morgantown runs on pouches of mackerel. Yes, the fish. Much like any fiat or precious metal standard, there is no intrinsic value to the currency, to the mackerel. You might be a smartass thinking to yourself that surely you can eat the mackerel if you wanted, and there is some amount of protein that some prison economist has a model for deriving intrinsic value based on caloric density and protein richness. But alas, no. Most of the mackerel in circulation is so old that eating it would most certainly result in a visit to the medical station, or worse, a nasty case of the runs. Trust me when I say the last place you want to have the runs is in a communal toilet block that 100 other guys make use of as well. So no, the mackerel, also known as macs, are certainly not for eating. But why mackerel? Why not chicken, salmon, tuna, or like other prisons, stamps? Stamps seem like a more logical choice. They have multiple face value denominations, they are a form of government tender, they have some value on the outside, they are hard to counterfeit, they do not go rancid after time, and in the words of the gentleman I met in the laundry room last night, dog and things smell like pussy that gone rotten. Before we can get into the reason for the MAC standard at FPC Morgantown, let us examine more deeply the gray market forces at play by first understanding what the white market looks like. Each prisoner has 2 ways to earn dollars while incarcerated. A friend or family member on the outside can add money to your books. This means they deposit a sum of money into your prisoner trust fund account held by the BOP on your behalf. The other way is by earning the dollars through your prison job. Each person in a federal prison must have a job. The pay for these jobs range from 20 cents to $1 an hour, so needless to say, if you're relying on your prison job solely to earn money while inside, there's going to need to be some creativity on your part. What is money actually used for anyway? Where does one spend the money they earn or that friends and family send? Every week there is a designated day that you are allowed to shop at the commissary. You fill out a sheet like you would have found in an old mail order catalog. You mark what item you want and then quantity you want. You then wait in line for over an hour while commissary employees gather the items to be distributed. You can buy all sorts of items to make your stay in prison more comfortable. Your sentence goes much smoother with limited creature comforts on your side. For example, you can buy what prisoners call grays, which is a gray sweatshirt and gray sweatpants, so that during off hours you can remove your stiff, uncomfortable uniform. You can change into something more comfortable. They sell comfortable sneakers so that during recreation time you can wear something other than your heavy and mightily uncomfortable prison-issued work boots. The commissary also sells shelf-stable food items and snacks. Of course, the most important shelf-stable item they sell are pouches of mackerel. One pouch goes for $1.40. They used to be $1, but that is inflation for you. There are several other factors of the white market prison economy to be aware of. These factors really drive the gray market in a prison. The first is each prisoner has a spending limit imposed on them of $360 per month. It isn't too difficult to hit that limit. A tablet for watching rented movies costs $148, a pair of sneakers $70, a pair of more comfortable work boots $100. A pouch of chicken $4. You have to be quite strategic about what you buy and when in order to make sure you do not run over your allocated spending amount too early in the month. The second factor is the artificial limits placed on certain items. For example, you can only buy up to 10 pouches of tuna, or only 1 notebook at a time, or only 20 78-cent stamps, or 10 $1 stamps. Understanding these factors of artificial limits, inflated prices, and suppressed wages, we can begin to discover why a gray market exists in every single prison institution, globally. There exists two primary needs to prisoners participating in the economy: the ability to overcome the artificial limits imposed by the administration and the ability to earn more than is possible by their prison jobs alone. Quite frankly, it is the same needs and motivations that were readily apparent and well studied by economists during the reign of the Soviet Union. It is the same factors and motivations that ensure a thriving black and gray market in communist Cuba today. Whenever these types of limits and restrictions are imposed within the otherwise free and unencumbered market by top-down administrators, market participants find a workaround. That is why the black/gray market is the largest market on Earth. It has nothing to do with criminality and everything to do with honest actors being pushed out of the permission system. For the guys who don't have help on the outside, they need to make money on the inside to supplement the pittance they will earn from their prison job. As such, people run various hustles. Some guys will do your laundry for you, running what essentially amounts to a wash, dry, and fold service with pickup and delivery. This usually runs for $1 per garment with some sort of volume discount for large orders. Some guys are chefs and will prepare hot food to sell right from their cell like some sort of food stall in a third world bazaar. You can often smell the, frankly delicious, scents radiating from the chef's makeshift kitchen. By the way, there is a sort of symbiotic relationship with the chef and the laundryman. The chef hoards the iron for use in cooking, thereby limiting availability to iron your own clothes. The laundryman has the only other iron, so if you want pressed clothing you must engage his services. The chef will often have runners that take the hot prepared food from cell to cell, collecting packets of mackerel as payment, a sort of prison equivalent of Uber Eats. I am sure they get some commission for this job they perform. Of course, some guys operate on the wrong side of the law and sell contraband items such as cell phones, cigarettes, and vapes. Though I haven't seen this personally yet, I have heard of it within the prison. Apparently the COs have heard about it too, as I have experienced 2 shakedowns. We all are required to leave our living area while a pair of COs search our cells and everywhere else in the room, including air vents and lighting fixtures. When sports games are on the TV, there will be bookmakers and gamblers trying out their luck at a mackerel windfall. Just like on the outside, people will do what they have to do to make a buck or a mac. For the guys who do have help on the outside and money flowing onto their books, they have slightly different motivations. Some just want to be able to purchase more than the artificial limits allow for. Some are required by their sentence to pay fines or restitution, and if they place too much money on their books, the amount they will be required to repay each month will increase, so it makes financial sense for them to keep their books light on cash, and handle only mackerel. Sort of like the way on the outside a businessman will keep their taxable income as low as possible. Think Jeff Bezos famously being paid a salary of $1. And some just want to corner the Keebler chocolate cookie market, a very popular item, by the way, and become the go-to-market maker for that product. Whatever the motivations or desires, humans make rational decisions in their own economic self-interests. Being institutionalized in a prison will not change that. In fact, it will amplify it. Successful hustler will accrue a large amount of max while in prison. What do they do with it? You may be wondering how they convert some of that to real money. Like every other economy, there are currency converters / money changers, and in a prison filled with highly educated white-collar criminals, it appears to be a pretty sophisticated operation. I really haven't participated in the hustle and bustle. I have only been here long enough to shop at commissary once, and I was able to buy everything I needed without breaking the spending limits or item limits. So while I do not know exactly how this part works, I have some inkling of an understanding. From what I gather, converting max to dollars works by the buyer of the max getting an associate on the outside to send the seller of the max USD via Cash App, or by depositing money onto their books directly using something like Western Union. Like all economies, there is some degree of barter that occurs in the prison system. Some guys refuse to bother with max and instead will trade with higher value chicken, or soda, or flaming hot Cheetos. It all depends on who you are dealing with and what they want. Everything is always open to negotiation. However, barter soon becomes ineffective at scale and currency must be utilized. Much like all economies, what is used as currency is generally worthless, be it paper, metal, or pucca shells, but there is a sort of shared acceptance, or delusion, that the thing we choose represents some sort of value that we all can agree on. In FPC Morgantown, that is pouches of mackerel, and they are worth roughly $1. As we close this letter, let us return to our original question. Why Max? Why not stamps? The short answer is I don't know. I have theories, but I am not certain. My best theory so far is 1. Most people don't actually want to eat the mackerel, so they stay in circulation longer than something desirable like chicken, which more people want to eat. 2. There appears to be no limit on how many mackerel pouches you can buy from the commissary. From what I gather, stamps are always limited. In fact, most things are, but not mackerel pouches. I think these 2 observations are what lead my forefather prisoners to found an entire shadow economy based on the mackerel standard. As I write this, it is December 26th, the day after Christmas. My 8th night as a prisoner. It hasn't taken long to start seeing the way things really work, the way the real economy functions, the way humans will adapt to any situation we find ourselves in. Just like on the outside there are winners and losers, moguls and paupers, blue collar and white collar. But unlike the outside, there is a shared camaraderie between the classes and straight-up prisoner, an us versus them undertone, prisoner versus cop. Merry Christmas, everyone. I wish I was there to celebrate with my family and with you. Keon Rodriguez.
You've just heard Letters from Keon, a coming somewhat regular installment to the PAZNIA radio network. Though, we at PRN would love for the series to die following a full pardon. Nonetheless, if you're unfamiliar with the Samurai Wallet case or just want to learn more, please visit billandkeon.org. Again, billandkeon.org. Letters from Keon, aka SW from Samurai Wallet. Keon Rodriguez, also known as SW to the Vonu podcast, reported to prison on December 19th for a 5-year sentence. Bill, co-founder of Samurai, reported soon after. Herein, Keon writes up his first report from jail, essentially the first day and getting settled in. Credit goes to The Rage for publishing it. If you're unfamiliar with Bill and Keon's case, please visit the website billandkeon.org. Again, billandkeon.org. This is Letters from Keon.
Letter number 3, Notes from the Inside. January 21st, 2026. Since my last letter where I tried to explain the underground economy of FPC Morgantown, I have been struggling to come up with an idea of what further information you may be interested in. In modern life on the outside, we are also used to immediate feedback on everything we do. We write and publish an article and almost instantly comments start to roll in. You push to Twitter and the peanut gallery chimes in and has their say, and you as the content creator have an immediate idea of the general sentiment surrounding your work. It takes some getting used to not having that modern feedback loop, but on the other hand it is quite liberating as well. All that said, I have decided that today I am going to write you about the food situation at FPC Morgantown. I hope this letter will be interesting to you. Feel free to write me a letter with your thoughts and suggestions. My address will be posted at the bottom of this letter. One of the things I have been doing regularly since arriving at FPC Morgantown is keeping a daily journal. Usually towards the end of my day around 8 p.m. I sit at a desk flanked by chess tables and write a summary of the day's events. I write about any thoughts I had throughout the day or any incidents that have occurred. When I first got here I only had some blank white printer paper and a very uncomfortable pen, thanks to Omar who provided me with these supplies. Now, after a shopping trip to the commissary, I have a wide-ruled notebook and a slightly more comfortable pen. In any case, around the 3rd day of journaling I realized a great majority of what I was writing about was about food or at least somewhat tangentially related to food. I now make an effort to avoid writing about the food in my daily journal as it gets repetitive. However, it got me pondering why so much of my energy went to writing about the food served in the chow hall. The conclusion I have come to is that so much of a prisoner's day revolves around the 3 main meals in food: quantity, quality, in variety in general, that it becomes a naturally big part of our daily life. At 6 a.m. a crackling static hiss fills the empty hallways and the sleeping rooms of the housing unit. A loud announcement proceeds from the overhead speakers embedded in the ceiling. Attention Bates unit, main line is now open. This is our first call to food of the day. Main line is some BOP lingo to mean mealtime. Most prisoners avoid the 10-minute walk to the chow hall at this call to breakfast, myself included now. On Monday, Wednesday, and Friday there is supposed to be a hot breakfast which could be pancakes, always stodgy and undercooked, served with a brown liquid in a condiment package that is apparently margarine, and another brown liquid in a condiment package which is some sort of syrup, French toast, actually pretty tasty, served with the same margarine and syrup, or biscuits and gravy. Biscuits are good. Avoid the gray soup that is less gravy and more dirty laundry water. Each of these is served with oatmeal or grits, both quite tasteless and reminiscent of wallpaper paste. Though more often than not we do not get any of those things. We get something they call spice cake, which is a giant piece of cake, without icing, where the batter is mixed with cinnamon until it turns brown. It doesn't taste terrible, but one starts to resent the taste of cinnamon cake when it is served every morning, and again for lunch if there is any left over from breakfast, and there always is. Every other day is what we call cold breakfast. This consists of some sort of bran flakes so stale it is reminiscent of eating cardboard. Even the most stoic prisoner who attends every breakfast will otherwise avoid the chow hall on a cold breakfast day. I do not remember if I told you about the multitude of ducks and geese who live on the compound. They were supposed to migrate south for winter at some point in the past, but instead they found such a hospitable environment among the prisoners who happily feed them leftovers, against the rules by the way, that they decided to forego the instinct to migrate to warmth and stay here year-round. They reproduced in the way only animals can, and now there must be hundreds of geese and mallard ducks that waddle around the entire compound. These prisoner waterfowl know the food schedule just as well as us human prisoners do. They wait by the exit of the chow hall for altruistic prisoners to throw them a few pieces of bread after every meal, quacking and squawking demanding their fair share. On cold breakfast days, throw the fowl the bran flakes and each one will refuse to eat them. That should tell you everything about the universally hated bran flakes. In any case, the 6 a.m. breakfast is the only time you have access to milk. You are offered 2 small cartons of fat-free skim milk, which appears to be closer to water than milk, that is often several days expired. Usually the milk is still drinkable, sometimes however the carton swells so much it appears it is about to explode. That is a good indication the milk has soured. If you are given a sour milk, tough luck. The breakfast main line closes somewhere around 20 minutes after it is called, so you scarf down your cake and oatmeal, you drink your 2 cartons of skim milk, or more commonly you pocket the milk to bring back to the housing unit for later use, which by the way is against the rules and may result in disciplinary action for contraband, with a more appetizing cereal you purchased from the commissary. You make the 10-minute journey back to the housing unit to await the next break in the monotony of your life. Mainline lunch call. Lunch mainline is called around 10:45 a.m. Calling it lunch is quite generous, really it is late breakfast. Indeed we often get breakfast for lunch, which is quite universally hated on the compound. Cold scrambled eggs are usually on the breakfast for lunch menu. You really never know what you're going to get at lunchtime. They post a menu for the week in the housing unit, but from experience that appears to be more aspirational than factual. Some days you will receive a massive portion of chicken fried rice, which is neither chicken or fried rice. It is turkey and some vegetables with some rice, but it is quite tasty, and somewhat nutritious. Other times you will get an overcooked tiny hamburger patty that appears to be a piece of leather recycled from our issued work boots on a stale and occasionally moldy bun with a few onions, a tomato slice, and some iceberg lettuce. We had this yesterday in fact, and it put a damper on the mood across the whole compound. As I put it to my cellmate Mike, when the onions, tomato, and bun are the star of the show instead of the beef, that is a bad burger. Portion sizes vary wildly. If the kitchen workers serving that day are black and you are black, you likely will receive a bigger portion, maybe a second shoe leather patty. If they are Hispanic, they likewise show favor to those of their heritage. I am not black, and while Hispanic, I do not speak Spanish and I look like a gringo, so no extra portions for me. Besides portion size disparity, there is also a massive gulf in seasoning reliability. There are times that so much salt has been added you need a gallon of water by your side to replenish your fluids as you eat. Other times it is as if salt is the equivalent of gold and must not ever be used on something so trivial as food. Lunch ends around 11:15 and off we are sent to carry on with our day. Dinner mainline is called around 4:45 p.m. I would consider this a late lunch, but I do recognize that many people, my dear wife included, consider this an acceptable supper time. Again, the general rule is to expect anything. It may be something delicious or something inedible. You may get a double portion if you are the right race or a half portion if the server doesn't like the look of you. It may be over-seasoned, under-seasoned, not seasoned at all. It may be listed on the calendar and it may not be. You never know what to expect, and that is my entire long-winded point as to why the food is such a popular thing to discuss among the prisoners here, and has taken up so much of my energy during my daily journals. Our entire day is couched by calls to eat food. 6 o'clock, 10:45, 4:45, and each and every time it is called it is entirely unpredictable. Every other aspect of our lives here is extremely regimented, extremely predictable, very monotonous. But heading to the chow hall 3 times a day, that is throwing the dice of fate, that is an unknown variable in a well-known equation. That is something different every day to talk about. You see the same people over and over again in your unit. You run into the same person 50 times a day, and frankly you run out of things to say. You can only talk about how fucked up the feds are, how you were shafted by the prosecutors, how your judge was a bitch, so many times. The unknown variable of chow hall 3 times a day injects new blood into what could become a very stale social situation. Shared disgust at a horrible meal. Incredibility at how delicious the chicken parmesan was. Complaint at breakfast for lunch again. The shared ordeal of meal times maintains a common social order. You may have gathered from the above paragraphs that the food quality generally is quite low. Most ingredients are supplied by vendors who can get away with selling expired and close to rotten ingredients to the prison system. I have heard from kitchen staff that many boxes arrive in the kitchen labeled not for human consumption. Our potatoes are moldy, our canned vegetables long expired, our protein suspicious. You couldn't legally give this quality of food away on the outside, but you can legally sell it to the BOP who will use it to feed the adults in their custody. Besides low-quality ingredients and bland to actively disgusting recipes, the nutritional value of our meals is extremely low. If you are a die-hard disciple of the USDA food pyramid bunk nutritional science that everyone but the slow-moving feds recognize as a national tragedy, responsible for the exceptional rise of obesity rates, then yes, I suppose we are getting, on paper, the required nutritional value out of every meal. The on-the-ground results of a prolonged diet like one we are subjected to does not lie. I have spoke with many different prisoners, several of them doctors, who have come into the prison system as healthy adults and after several years of custody have developed chronic health problems. High blood pressure and high cholesterol seem to be the most common problems reported. Almost every prisoner is on some sort of prescribed medication for some ailment they developed whilst in custody. Because of the problems I have described. Many prisoners do not bother with the mealtime calls to chow hall. I have met several prisoners who never go to the chow hall and only buy prepared food or cook for themselves. This is also not an ideal solution. The food items the commissary sells must be shelf-stable, nothing that can spoil without refrigeration. This naturally means nearly everything is packed to the gills with preservatives and salt. On my first commissary day I purchased 10 pouches of chicken breast, several bags of quick cook minute rice, several pouches of dried mashed potatoes, small bags of shredded mozzarella cheese. There is no expiration date on the cheese, so I suspect it is more preservatives than cheese. 10 pouches of tuna, mayonnaise, again, no need to refrigerate, so quite suspicious. Hot sauce, vital for making the chow hall food more palatable. Salt, pepper, onion flakes, garlic powder, soy sauce, jelly, peanut butter, individually wrapped bagels, dried milk, and frosted flake cereal. Next time I plan on buying granola, oatmeal, protein shakes, and tortillas. The food I am able to prepare is tastier than the chow hall, but I am not yet sure if it is healthier. It is also quite difficult. The only cooking tools legally available to you is on-demand hot water, 190 degrees Fahrenheit, and a half-gallon plastic jug. It takes some trial and error to cook under those conditions. It is a lot of hassle and expense, which makes cooking for yourself prohibitive for those prisoners only relying on their prison jobs. Almost everyone on the outside who hasn't been to prison themselves or have a loved one incarcerated does not think about the basic needs that individuals have in custody, or how those needs are met. The food and nutrition in the system is woefully inadequate. We need higher quality ingredients, fresh fruit and vegetables, and far more protein. We need better options for cooking our own food within the unit, something more than hot water. We need access to refrigeration so we can keep fresh produce and items not filled with preservatives. Thank you for reading this letter from the inside. I do not mean to use this opportunity writing you to complain. It is prison after all, some of you will say. It is not meant to be nice. Anyway, complaining isn't in my nature, and it often does nothing but make you and everyone around you miserable. I don't write this letter looking for sympathy or condolences. I write to simply inform you of my reality, and the reality of countless number of people in the custody of the BOP. Happy New Year, dear reader. I hope 2026 brings you, and me, great opportunities. Sincerely, Keon.
You've just heard letters from Keon, a coming somewhat regular installment to the PAZNIA radio network. Though, we at PRN would love for the series to die following a full pardon. Nonetheless, if you're unfamiliar with the Samurai Wallet case or just want to learn more, please visit billandkeon.org. Again, billandkeon.org. You're listening to the PAZNIA radio network.
Friends, fellow self-liberators, DJ Brian Freer Robot here. Listen, content creation in the modern day is easy, but getting your videos or podcasts in front of the eyes or ears of your audience is ever difficult. Not only from a growth and algorithm standpoint, but there are other hurdles today, such as censorship, arbitrary bans, and other roadblocks put in place by centralized platforms like fascist Tube. And while there are alternatives today, from Rumble to Odyssey and many others, it's extremely time-consuming uploading the same episode to, say, a half a dozen platforms. Not to mention, if you're making income from the platform, this deplatforming can be a real hit to the wallet, too. If you're listening to the PAZNIA radio network, it's safe to say you're probably already familiar with these concerns, or potentially, maybe even a content creator yourself that has run into banned videos or flat-out deplatforming. Thankfully, the solution is out there, and it's called Content Safe. Content Safe is a venture founded by longtime friends of PAZNIA, Matthew Raymer and Daryl Becker. In addition to off-site backup for redundancy, they built out a user interface like one you would see on YouTube, Odyssey, or wherever. But once you hit publish once, it will deploy the episode to whatever platforms you select. This will save you time, and potentially even opens up your content to new audiences and platforms, or just gives you more time to prioritize on content. And if the worst were to strike and fascist Tube does what they do best, deleting your channel and content, Content Safe can get you back up and running quick. In a sentence, Content Safe protects your content from censorship, distributes it everywhere automatically, and keeps you online no matter what, so you never lose your audience or your income. Just head on over to contentsafe.co, again contentsafe.co, click the Protect My Content button at the top of the page, and fill out the provided form. Then, when you reach the end, use affiliate code Vonu to help support the PAZNIA radio network. Again, contentsafe.co is the website, the affiliate code is Vonu. Act now and make sure your hard work is protected or insured. Thanks for your time today. Now, back to the deprogramming.
the newest bundle via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Over the course of the past 7+ years, the LUA Publications catalogue has greatly expanded. 4 years ago, we put together our very first self-liberation bundle, a way to pick up all the books we publish in one bundle at a heavily discounted price. Back then, there were 17 books. Well, we finally got around to an update and the total number of books is up to a staggering 27. The Self-Liberation Bundle is now essentially a small library of the highest quality, rarest self-liberational media, not available via anyone else. We know, as we struggled to locate much of it for our own delectation over the past decade or so. Truly some pieces of valuable libertarian history, priceless strategy guides, liberty agorist fiction, and much more. Purchasing these books individually, you'd pay well over $400. Save big, and order your Self-Liberation Bundle today. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom. Support PAZNIA, support the Second Realm this holiday season, featuring Thane Riddle.
Let's talk for a second about giving this Xmas season. We all give stuff to people sometimes, feeding and clothing the needy. We know that libertarians need to be watched very closely when it comes to giving to needy orphans. I will remind you that a thong does not count as clothing, and cat ears are a dubious choice unless at least they have earmuffs for warming the ears. Feeding needy children, libertarians are pedophiles. Watch out for them. Just accept their Monero donations and that's it. Speaking of which, Second Realm projects need your funding. Okay, there are many ways to give this Xmas season. And give Monero and cool shit like that to cool stuff. Okay, whether it be the good old-fashioned stuff or the less good old-fashioned stuff. Good timing. We've got PAZNIA.com/fund. That's PAZNIA.com/FUND. Emphasis on the FU. You'll find that it's a new page where we've got specific projects on PAZNIA that are seeking funding. We got PAZNIA Radio Network, low bandwidth audio only feed needing to be funded. It doesn't take much to fund that. I think we're going to reach that goal. VPS for Mumble server so that we can have audio chat rooms and shit. VPS for PAZcraft. That's the PAZNIA mind test server, Luanti, whatever the hell they're calling it. It's kind of like Minecraft. That project's going along. Overall troubleshooting / upkeep. That's not a sexy item on the list, but it's a big one. PeerTube instance, which is like a video hosting thing. And they have an off-grid wellness shed at Veritas they're trying to fund. $5,000 is pretty low, really, for what it is. They must have a lot of the gear already. And that's a big one. Don't let the big price tag on the wellness shed scare you off if you want to earmark your funds, because there are PAZNIans, vetted PAZNIans that can go to Veritas that need healthcare and that are fucked up with weird problems. Okay, that happens, and we need to invest more in our Second Realm healthcare. That's kind of a big deal, folks. It's kind of a big deal. There's other shit. You don't want to give us money. You think we're a bunch of lazy pieces of shit. And half your money is going to go to Dabs for Rayo 2. I assure you, he pays for them with his own parents' money. That's just a joke, kids. I don't know how he gets his money. He's probably selling pictures of his dog in precarious positions or whatever weird libertine things he's into. Don't ask me. I don't know. And if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. But if you are interested in pictures of Naomi, email Shane at libertyunderattack.com. Monero community. crowdfunding system. Ever heard of it? Monero CCS. This is another thing you could give to if you're interested in funding Monero development. There's 5 things needing funding right now. I see on ccs.getmonero.org/funding-required. We got VT Nerd working full time. We got we're researching bulletproofs. That's going to make shit more efficient and private and enable more features on Monero. Website redesign. V1.Q47 is doing a Russian localization of a Monero conference. Ever Odd and Even doing Monero Python maintenance. Cool stuff. Okay. There's also magicgrants.org. They do some other Monero shit. If you want to give to a charity that's not, because you're like, okay, yeah, you know, I like funding second realm stuff, and that's cool and all, but I also want to actually, you know, fund to normal ass charities or other projects, but just do it with Monero. You could check out kuno.an.media. That's kuno.anne.media. They, you know, anyone can list their fucking fly by night scam charity project there, so check that out. And if you want to give to a normal ass charity, but you're like, oh, none of them take Monero, or they take crypto through Gemini, and it's fucking gay, why don't you try out silentdonor.com? They'll donate to a charity on your behalf. You give them Monero, you can tell them to donate to any charity. They support pretty much anything. You type it in. And I'm going to tell you again, because I have bias here. Don't forget us. Okay, boss, PAZNIA, give us money. Give us your money this Christmas season. For you, it's about giving. For us, it's about taking. Go to PAZNIA.com/fund. Give the gift of an honorary stakeholder membership to your dog this Xmas season. PAZNIA.com/Thane, THANE. If you want to donate to PRN, the PAZNIA radio network that you're listening to specifically, you could try xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio, or Zappasilly on Noster. Your market for Thane if you want. Anyway.
Liberty Under Attack Publications. Privacy-focused publishing. Are you an author looking to get your message out, but still desire to maintain your privacy from a servile society publisher, Amazon, etc.? In addition to normal publishing services, Liberty Under Attack Publications now offers privacy-focused publishing. We list the book on our Liberty Under Attack Publications account and pay you Amazon commissions in Bitcoin or Monero. It's really that simple. Cost: $250 one-time proxy merchant fee. Note 1: when balance hits $50 US, commissions will be paid. Note 2: fees may be waived or reduced if other publishing services are required. There's no projected end to this service, and we will always make sure to fulfill our obligations and to pay you what's rightfully yours. Though, if 10 years down the road, our publishing service shuts down like Loom Panics and Paladin Press before us, it is what it is.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu Life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu Life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu Life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you will add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu Life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Or to download this publication for free, visit vonupodcast.com/VL.
The following is an audiobook teaser from Paul Rosenberg's amazing work of freedom fiction, A Lodging of Wayfaring Men. This is an essay by James Farber, one of the main characters, discussing the servile society backlash from the development of a free digital economy. A Lodging of Wayfaring Men and Paul's newest book, The Breaking Dawn, are now available via Liberty Under Attack publications. You can purchase individually, or get the bundle and save. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/Paul, again libertyunderattack.com/Paul, to secure these two critically important, inspiring books.
Away from Coercion and Into the Free Digital Economy. Essays by James Farber. It began with Arab traders and the merchants of Venice. They really didn't know what they were building or how it would work. They merely struggled for the betterment of themselves and their families. It began to break out when the deep superstition of the Middle Ages cracked open under the strain of new philosophies and religious ideas. It found room to grow wherever new and wild vistas were found. It found fresh growth with each discovery of far-off new lands. It found a home everywhere the old order was broken up and fresh starts were being made. It took a firm root in America and flourished there for over 100 years. Never again, where history is recorded, will there be any question as to whether or not it works. It is the great discovery of the modern era, the positive sum game. It is the liberation of human energy to do its appropriate job. It is the operation of creation using the only counter-entropic force we have, free human energy. You can see it work everywhere from the research lab to the front office, to the construction site. It is what drives the entrepreneur to develop and produce a new product or service, and it is what gives the construction worker pride when his skill overcomes a difficult problem, making a way for his blueprints to become a functional structure. Why is the construction worker proud, and why does the entrepreneur exult? Because they have done the one thing that all humans have the impulse to do, to create something good that would not have been otherwise. Human energy is the great creative force in the world. Without it, things tend to entropy. As the second law of thermodynamics states, closed systems tend to entropy. Without active and creative human energy, everything goes back to an animal level of existence. This human energy does not function by obedience and compulsion. It cannot, no matter how many rulers wish it were otherwise. Look at the command economies of the dead socialist world. Within several decades, their occupants were reduced to an animal existence. Look at the millennia, when constrained people lived at the pleasure of their kings, seeking permissions from their rulers to live and work. They continually starved and died. It was only when a few freelance merchants began living according to their own minds and breaking away from the permissions of their rulers that things began to change. When human energy is free to move, creativity goes wild, as do motivation, happiness, and the accumulation of wealth. When it is restrained, the descent to animal existence takes over again. The discovery of this fact is what differentiates us from the Middle Ages and not much else. Do you think the people who lived in those dark times were inherently less intelligent than we are? They were not. You and I are their direct descendants not many generations removed. We are essentially the same. The term positive-sum game signifies that this system creates more than the sum of its parts. The only real magic, human energy, creates more than it started with. Take some raw materials that are of themselves or of little worth, and when you add human creativity, you can create vehicles, computers, and spaceships. The materials themselves have been around since the creation of the Earth. If they could have turned into something great of themselves, they would have done it a long time ago. But they cannot. It is only when humans manipulate them according to their own ideas that they gain any value. Thus, $5 worth of materials becomes a product worth thousands of dollars. They who do not play the positive-sum game instinctively fall back into being motivated by envy. Ultimately, they find reasons to feel that there are only so many pieces of the pie. This is the seed of destruction. The next thing they say is, if you have a bigger piece of the pie, then someone else has to have less. That is a zero-sum game. The idea that nothing is really created, just moved from one hand to another. Not only is it false, but it is also the credo of every envious looter who speaks of fairness and equal distribution of wealth, but who secretly hopes to get a share of wealth held by others. The real controversy of our time is this. Is human energy allowed to work in the world, or will it be tied down? The miserable experiment of communism has taught the world's rulers that the positive-sum game is necessary. So, their plan now is to allow human energy to work, but to siphon off as much wealth as possible without killing it altogether. We productive people are carrying the governments of the world upon our backs. Are they worth half of our efforts? Half of our lives? They take half of our earnings away from us continually by a vast web of taxes, fees, and regulations. For what benefit? To help the poor, they say, and clamorously infer that if you disagree, you are a heartless and dangerous person, and further that all will despise you. But if our money is forcibly taken from us, is not the state robbing us? Any dictionary will tell you that this is so, but it is considered poor form to say so, even to consider it. And are the poor better off? Certainly, some of our money goes to the poor, although most is eaten up in the bureaucracy. This feeds their bellies insufficiently while at the same time locking them to a life of dependence that wages an unending war upon their souls. Is that a good thing? Or are the poor better off for this robbing of producers and living in a state of dependency? Many of you will gasp and reel in shock that I would challenge the respectability and honor of your tradition, and you fear to let yourselves consider my case. You have come up against someone who does not share in your conspiracy of compliance. You must either turn away from these subjects or face the prospect of becoming a radical and of people saying bad things about you. Are you angry? If so, it is not because I am wrong. If that were the case, you would simply walk away. You are angry because I am ill-mannered enough to bring up subjects that you wish to avoid. My ideas bother you. When they come up, you divert your mind to pat phrases like, "This is the price we pay for our society." You dodge reason and shun your thoughts away in order to keep your mental comfort level. You do not face these ideas head-on because you are afraid of them. You are afraid that you might have to agree with them, and then you would have to face the choice either to be a hero or to be a coward. I stood one evening in IBM Plaza in Chicago looking over the riverfront skyline as the sun sank in the southwest and realized that the towering monuments to human effort in front of me were the result of the positive-sum game run only at half speed. Chicago was wild and open from the 1830s through the 1890s. Then, slowly, the curbs and limits were imposed by a do-gooder government and collectivist types. These inevitably slowed the workings of a city that had been, as one writer said, geared for giants. But the restraints were not enough to stop the positive-sum game, only enough to slow it down. The Chicago skyline I watched was the result of the positive-sum game being played at half speed, yet its results were awesome. I thought about what might have been if it were allowed to operate unfettered, and then I thought of the greatest example of the positive-sum game during my lifetime, Hong Kong. It went from rice fields to the grandest city of the East in one generation, an explosion of unrestrained human energy. What glorious accomplishments aborted and stillborn. And now our recent explosion of technology has become the target of bureaucrats worldwide. Where will we go from here? Will the positive-sum game once again be strangled, or will it migrate to open and new lands? But moving to a new land will be a problem, won't it? There's no land on this planet that is not claimed by some gang of rulers. So, until cheap spaceflight is achieved, there's only one new country to be found: cyberspace. So escape there we shall. And there we will, and must for our own sake and for the sake of our descendants, establish the positive-sum game without restriction. Toward that end, we have built a private free market. We used our own money to do it, and we've broken no laws that we are aware of, save laws that outlaw privacy. Now the rulers are trying to stop us. Why? We want to run an experiment and see if freedom really is better than servitude. Why won't they let us try? Are they interested in the betterment of mankind, or are they really interested in monopoly powers? All we want is to be left alone and try freedom. Why is that threatening? And why do they wish to imprison us? James Farber.
You've just heard an audiobook teaser from Paul Rosenberg's amazing work of freedom fiction, A Lodging of Wayfaring Men. A Lodging of Wayfaring Men and Paul's newest book, The Breaking Dawn, are now available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. You can purchase individually, or get the bundle and save. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/Paul, again libertyunderattack.com/Paul, to secure these two critically important, inspiring books. See you in the second realm. See you in the free digital economy.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA radio network, the entertainment and propaganda arm